An enemy. Wang Baol glared at the voice transmission ring. Although that spirit kernel head prefect had only spoken that one sentence, he effused a tone that left no room for doubt. It made Wang Baol extremely uncomfortable. Isn't it all because he has a powerful father? What does he matter? What authority do you have to order me around? Wang Baol harumphed. His mind started working actively, pondering how he could deal with the situation. Unknowingly, he opened up a bag of snacks and was just about to eat when he paused. No way, I promised that I would lose weight, but the severity of today's incident is just too great, and I need to think properly. Forget it, I'll wait till I solve this problem before I start losing weight. Wang Baol felt that he could not allow himself to be distracted at this point, so he started eating. However, despite thinking for a long time, there was no solution in sight. After all, this situation was too sudden, and they were the Chancellor's instructions. Wang Baol felt that even though he was the head prefect, there were too many levels in between him and the Chancellor. Alas, I am just a small official. If I become the Federation president, nobody will be able to speak to me like this anymore. Wang Baol sighed with emotion and patted his stomach. He decided that he would wait and examine the situation tomorrow. If it was unbearable, he could still come to an appropriate compromise. Just like that, one night passed. In the early hours of the following day, Wang Baol opened his eyes from his meditation, cleaned himself up, and slowly made his way to the Spirit Kernel Head Prefect Pavilion. He met many students on the way. While each of them greeted him as normal, they were quick to whisper. Evidently, they had heard about the fact that the head prefect meeting was today. Wang Baol looked around and grasped the situation. Then he narrowed his eyes and made his way quickly to the Spirit Kernel Head Prefect Pavilion. The moment he arrived, the students standing outside the head prefect pavilion were immediately aware and opened up a path for him. Walking into the Spirit Kernel Head Prefect Pavilion, Wang Baol pondered the situation. The high officials' autobiographies often mention that one needs calm to deal with big situations. I must have a calm attitude to deal with all obstacles. With this thought, Wang Baol sucked in a deep breath and became more tranquil. Just like that, under the guidance of the students in front, he arrived at the head prefect's room. When he arrived, he saw sitting there two other head prefects of the Dermic Armament faculty. Inscription's head prefect Chao Kuan and Spirit Kernel head prefect Lin Tianhao. In actuality, this was the first time all three people were meeting. Although Wang Baol had never met the other two before, all of them wore the same head prefect's Taoist robe, and so naturally, they were able to recognize each other. When Wang Baol had almost reached them, the other two turned to look at him. The gazes of all three met for an instant. While Chao Kuan's face was expressionless, Lin Tianhao smiled. "Junior brother Baol, please." As he spoke, Wang Baol immediately recognized that this was indeed the person who had left the voice transmission for him, Lin Tianhao. As for the other person's identity, he naturally knew who he was too. The three of them exchanged few pleasantries. They sat down after simply gazing at each other, and an inspector soon brought over tea before closing the door as he exited. At this moment, all the gazes of the students of the Dermic Armament faculty settled on them. This was Ethereal Tao College's first head prefect meeting, and it was starting now. Since everyone is here, let's start our first head prefect meeting. I believe the fact that the Chancellor chose us, the Dermic Armament faculty, for the pilot project shows his trust in us. But I also believe that it is a test for us. Lin Tianhao smiled. His gaze traveled over Wang Baol and then Chao Kuan. "Junior brother Chao Kuan, junior brother Baol, please take out the recent case files, and let's discuss them." Chao Kuan noticed Lin Tianhao's gaze and coughed. "Let me go first then. After the reformation of the head prefect system, from now on, the college discipline department will still have 3 head prefects, but all the cases will have to undergo a vote. These are the Chancellor's rules. As such, I have 2 issues. Senior brother Tianhao, junior brother Baol. Let's see how to resolve them. The first matter is the Dermic Armament faculty's inspectors. There are too many of them. We must understand that they are volunteers who are working for the college discipline department without compensation. So, we cannot be too selfish and hinder their studies. We should let these people have more time to study. Thus, I suggest that we dismiss some people from the college discipline department. After all, this is a Tao college, not a federation organization. As he spoke, Chao Kuan took out 2 jade slips and handed them to Lin Tianhao and Wang Beol. This is a name list of those I recommend we dismiss. Head Prefect Tianhao, please look over them. Lin Tianhao looked over the list and nodded, then glanced at Wang Beol. Junior brother Beol, what do you think? Wang Beol evened out his breathing. After glancing over the jade slip, his anger was almost uncontrollable in that instant. It turned out that all the names on the list were infuriatingly from his Spirit Stones Hall, and they were people who were either close to him or handpicked by him. Lu Daobin was also in the list. Despite Wang Beol knowing that this was disadvantageous to him and being prepared to compromise, the viciousness of the other party clearly showed that they did not wish to compromise but to humiliate him. I disagree. Wang Beol raised his head and spoke resolutely. Then we have to vote. I agree with Chao Kuan's methods. Lin Tianhao's expression was indifferent, as though he could not be bothered, and he raised his hand after speaking. Chao Kuan sneered and also raised his hand. Passed. Lin Tianhao gave the final word, and without asking for Wang Beol's opinion, decided on dismissing the inspectors. Wang Beol understood that he was alone and helpless in this head prefect meeting and had no way of retaliating. He could not help the darkening of his expression and had no choice but to contain his anger. Seeing Wang Beol's dark expression, Chao Kuan could not hide his sneer and opened his mouth again. Head Prefect Tianhao, I still have a second matter. Regarding the issue of Huangjing, Zhanglan, and the others, we have no reason to care about what they have done outside the Tao College. I suggest that we release the 4 of them. What do you think, senior brother Tianhao? Just as Chao Kuan finished speaking, Wang Beol, who had been suppressing his anger, raised his head violently to look at Chao Kuan with heaven-reaching proportions of anger in his eyes. He could bear everything else, but on the issue of Zhanglan and the others, Wang Beol definitely could not let it slide. Junior brother Chao Kuan makes sense. Although Zhanglan and the others do have some problems, it did not happen in the Tao College, and as such it is not under our jurisdiction. Furthermore, they need to take part in the Upper Academy's examinations soon. With so many years of work, we cannot distract them at this time. Lin Tianhao gave a forced smile and looked at Wang Beol. Junior brother Beol, what do you think? You are going overboard. Wang Beol slammed the table furiously and glared at Lin Tianhao and Chao Kuan. However, Lin Tianhao only smiled carelessly and spoke lightly. Let's put it to a vote. I agree with this. Chao Kuan sneered again and also nodded his head. Thus, the second motion also passed in front of Wang Beol. This feeling of being completely disregarded and humiliated made Wang Beol so angry that he smiled. At this time, he also received Lu Daobin's voice transmission. Head Prefect, you have to be careful. I heard from someone that inscription's head prefect Chao Kuan spread the word that he was going to humiliate you today. Lu Daobin was in a panic as he quickly sent the reminder. Wang Beol did not reply, but he stood up and, under Lin Tianhao's smile and Chao Kuan's sneer, suddenly took a step forward till he was in front of Chao Kuan. Wang Beol was too fast. While Chao Kuan was stunned and Lin Tianhao had yet to react, Wang Beol's right hand was raised and flew toward Chao Kuan. This all happened in an instant. By the time Lin Tianhao and Chao Kuan reacted, Wang Beol had already grabbed hold of Chao Kuan's neck. Let go! Chao Kuan came to his senses. His cultivation level was identical to Wang Beol's, at the perfected physical seal realm. However, Wang Beol had delivered the first move, the devouring seed in him releasing its full might. In the instant when he had caught Chao Kuan's neck, without giving him a chance to retaliate, the spiritual power coursed through his body and sealed Chao Kuan's cultivation. Wang Beol, what are you doing? Angered, Lin Tianhao jumped to his feet. What am I doing? You'll find out in a while. Anger suffused Wang Beol, and while he spoke, he did not give Lin Tianhao a chance to react before his speed exploded. With a bang, he slammed open the head prefect room's doors, and carrying Chao Kuan, he sped outside with a roar. Wang Beol, shocked and angry, Lin Tianhao immediately took chase and called for the surrounding inspectors to intercept Wang Beil. At this time, all the students of the dermic armament faculty were watching closely. The din immediately attracted everyone's attention, and upon seeing Wang Beil drag Chao Kuan along, their eyes widened and stared at the scene in shock. What's the situation? In his hand, Wang Beil is carrying Chao Kuan. Just as everyone was shocked and frightened, Wang Beil pushed his speed to the limit. Although Lin Tianhao and others were chasing him, they were unable to catch up to him in such a short period of time. Quickly, he dragged Chao Kuan out of the Dao College, stepping directly onto the wooden bridge of the Green Forest Lake and hurling Chao Kuan toward the lake. Chao Kuan hit the lake's surface with a loud splash. "You dare assault me!" Chao Kuan screamed. Indeed, he never would have imagined that Wang Beil would have done what he did today. At this point, having hit Chao Kuan, Wang Beil drew close again and sneered. "This is outside the Dao College. If we follow your logic, I could kill you here, and the Dao College wouldn't be able to do anything. Since that's the case, let's see how I'm going to beat the crap out of you." Suffused with anger, Wang Beil moved closer as he spoke. No matter how much Chao Kuan struggled, it was futile. In an instant, Wang Beil caught his finger and broke it violently. A pained scream came out from Chao Kuan's mouth, but it was not over. When Lin Tianhao arrived with his many inspectors and numerous dermic armament faculty students, they witnessed Wang Beil landing a kick on Chao Kuan's crotch. Chao Kuan screamed till his voice changed. His whole face turned purple in an instant, falling into the Green Forest Lake with a wail. This all happened too fast. From the moment Wang Beil initiated his attack to the end, it took only about half a minute. Wang Beil! Lin Tianhao was filled with burning anger. To have beaten up Chao Kuan in front of him, he felt that Wang Beil had humiliated him. While he sent people to save Chao Kuan, he glared at Wang Beil with a furious, icy gaze. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome man beat someone up before?" Wang Beil glared and snorted, before turning around arrogantly. At the last second, he turned back to stick his thumb downwards. "You?" Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth, almost exploding from the successive provocation and humiliation. But when Wang Beil attacked, he had taken advantage of the loophole they had left in determining how to deal with Zhang Lan. As such, if they were to punish Wang Beil, it would overturn everything they had said previously. Even though Wang Beil was harassing people by dragging them out of the Dao College, he was still a head prefect. Especially with today's head prefect meeting, he had been completely disregarded. As such, even if he latched on to this incident, it would have no effect on Wang Beil, so it would be difficult to make an issue of it. Therefore, when Chao Kuan was finally pulled up, shaking and howling, Lin Tianhao could only comfort him with a clenched fist. Even though they had won a huge victory at the head prefect meeting today, he still felt aggrieved beyond measure. After Wang Beil swaggered away, the surrounding students from the dermic armament faculty all stood gazing at each other. That day had indeed been too strange. First, it was Chao Kuan who announced that he was going to humiliate Wang Beil. Thereafter, there was the head prefect meeting, and then, before the proceedings of the meeting could be announced, they witnessed Wang Beil dragging Chao Kuan out of the Dao College. Following which, a beating. And now, seeing the soaked, pale, and furious Chao Kuan cutting a sorry figure as he covered his crotch, people could not help but form their own opinions. Nobody could have predicted Wang Beil's move. This was too illogical. Moreover, no one had thought that he would actually hit someone, and another head prefect at that. Not only were the surrounding dermic armament faculty students taken aback, but even Lin Tianhao and Chao Kuan were also gritting their teeth, feeling aggrieved. Especially Chao Kuan, whose crotch, while unbearably painful, was also a little numb. There was no feeling, which made his heart palpitate, his gloom and rage surging to the skies. Wang Beil! In his anger, Chao Kuan was helped up by others and swiftly sent to the sickbay. Lin Tianhao continued to stand, watching Wang Beil's back, his gaze growing colder and colder for a long while. With a sneer, he finally left. Seeing the three head prefects leave, the surrounding students inhaled and released a flurry of sounds. This Wang Baol is too aggressive. With this incident, even Wang Baol won't be able to save himself. Even beating up someone as a head prefect. While everyone was discussing the incident, many older students shook their heads. They were experienced and knew that unless they had betrayed the Dao College or done something extremely heinous, nothing would happen to the head prefects. This was indeed the reality. Even if Lin Tianhao wanted to target Wang Baol, and even if the vice-chancellor was willing to support him, the moment the whole Dao College found out, it would be impossible to hide the truth. Especially following the news of the two topics discussed at the head prefect meeting, that all the inspectors of Spirit Stone's hall close to Wang Baol had been stripped of their rank and the release of Zhang Lan's group. This had shaken the entire dermic armament faculty. Thereafter, when Zhang Lan and the others were discharged, it was like throwing a huge stone into already troubled waters, creating an enormous wave. After all, the crimes of Zhang Lan and the others were abominable. To be found guiltless, especially with how the college discipline department explained how they had no power to discipline them as the four of them did not flout the rules within the Dao College. This was unacceptable to many students. Once news spread within the chaos, many people remembered the words Wang Baol had said when he beat up Chao Kuan, and they understood his reasons. Well done. This Chao Kuan has gone too far. Even the spirit colonel head prefect agreed. It looks like the rumors of them being in cahoots is true. As the debate fermented, Lu Daobin and the others who had been fired, with deep anger in their hearts, joined in, constantly guiding the debate. As a result, Wang Baol only received a stern reprimand as punishment. However, he was still unable to change whatever had been decided at the head prefect meeting. These bullies have gone too far. Returning to his cave abode, Wang Baol felt resentful. Even though he had beaten up Chao Kuan, he still felt that he had not released his anger. The kind of anger that came from being threatened and overwhelmingly humiliated by the two powerful head prefects made it hard for Wang Baol to remain calm. He felt that he had already tolerated the first issue with much difficulty, but on the issue of Zhang Lan and the others, that was his limit. He had witnessed it and caught them personally, but Lin Tianhao and Chao Kuan had actually distorted the facts and set all of them free. To Wang Baol, this was unbearable. In the days following, he thought hard about various ways to resolve the issue and also instructed Lu Daobin to visit Sun Qifang's family to ask after the little girl. As time passed, Lin Tianhao and Chao Kuan started to calm down and interfere with the debate. Their combined influence was larger than Wang Baol's, so very quickly, alternative voices emerged within the Spirit Intranet and the Dermic Armament faculty. Wang Baol no longer has any power at all, because he has been completely overruled. He beat up someone like a cornered beast in desperation. This Wang Baol, as a head prefect, how dare he hit someone? Humph. We don't have to worry about Wang Baol anymore. His status as head prefect is only in name, and from now on, he can only swallow his pride. These voices soon became dominant. At the same time, Lu Daobin and those who had been dismissed were in a sorry plight. This was because the two college discipline departments of Spirit Kernel and Inscriptions had started to investigate them following their dismissal. With the Spirit Stone's college discipline department's loss of influence because of Wang Baol, those people who were not dismissed had changed sides and joined the investigation. These purging winds gained huge momentum. Every day, many students groomed by Wang Baol were taken away, especially Lu Daobin, who was the first one to be taken in for investigation. Despite, or maybe because of, Wang Baol's unconventional action of beating up Chao Kuan, the inspectors seemed vicious but were in actual fact very careful. After all, not only did Wang Baol beat someone up, he had gone too far. These incidents made Wang Baol's blood boil, and his eyes started to show his determination and frenzy. Screw him, this is like pushing me to the cliff's edge. How vicious. So, to solve this problem, there is only one way. Get rid of Inscription's head prefect Chao Kuan. Once I replace him, I will be the Spirit Stone's head prefect and the Inscription's head prefect, so I will have 2 votes. In the head prefect meeting, I will gain the complete advantage. Although Wang Baol thought that this was a good idea, it was not enough to relieve his anger, and he gritted his teeth again. Getting rid of one isn't satisfying. I will get rid of both of them. Then, I will be all 3 head prefects of the Dermic Armament faculty, and I will be the Dermic Armament faculty's only head prefect, having the final say without contradiction. If I manage to do this, then there will no longer be a need for any head prefect meetings. In the college discipline department, only I will make the decisions. Wang Baol raised his head furiously, with a little redness in his eyes. This was the plan that he thought could completely resolve the problem. Ignoring the difficulty of his plan, this was the only way Wang Baol could, after pondering for a long time, get rid of the danger to himself, punish the scum Zhang Lan and his friends, save Lu Daobin and the others, and re-establish his position. It is settled. Wang Baol would give it his all. After making his decision, he immediately contacted Xianxia and told him that he wanted to buy as many memory-aiding pills as he could, regardless of the consequences. At the same time, he walked out of the cave abode to buy a large amount of food, in preparation for his seclusion. If I can do this, then I, Wang Baol, will continue to be in command of the Dermic Armament faculty. But if I can't, damn it, I must still think of a way to save Lu Daobin and the others. Wang Baol, who had always had a wonderful mood, was cheerless for the first time. Now his expression was pained. Walking in the Dermic Armament faculty, all the students who saw him no longer greeted him. Clearly, they were worried that if they were too close to Wang Baol, the college discipline department would investigate them. Nevertheless, there were still a few students who saluted Wang Baol amid sighs. For these people, Wang Baol remembered all their faces. After nodding in acknowledgement, he purchased a large amount of food and hurried back to his cave abode. Alas, the paths of enemies always seemed to meet. On the way back to the cave abode, Wang Baol stopped mid-step and saw 7 or 8 students ahead of him, laughing and talking. 4 of them were actually Zhang Lan and his friends. Seeing Zhang Lan and his friends smiling and laughing smugly, Wang Baol's expression grew even darker. He had no mood to care and continued walking forwards, in preparation for his seclusion. But Zhang Lan and his friends were extremely proud of their success. Not only had they been found innocent, they were also made inspectors. Thus, in their hearts, they felt that what happened before was in fact a silver lining. Upon seeing Wang Baol, Zhang Lan and his friends' expressions changed. At the thought that he had fallen from grace, they could not suppress their smugness and started ridiculing him. "Isn't this head prefect Wang? Head prefect, your expression doesn't look too good. Do you want to go to the sick bay for a checkup? You don't want to die if it's a serious disease." "Exactly. The head prefect seems to be very angry lately. You have to look after your body, or else if you have a mishap, that will be our Dao College's loss. There is also that little girl. I've been thinking lately if I should go talk to their family." Faced with these people's malicious teasing, Wang Baol looked at them coldly. Pausing, he placed the bought snacks in his hand onto the ground. Seeing Wang Baol stop, Zhang Lan and his friends, who had satisfied their mouth's addiction, noticed Wang Baol's look and unconsciously stopped breathing. Without waiting for them to speak, Wang Baol took a step out in an instant, till he stopped in front of Zhang Lan. In front of Zhang Lan's widened eyes, he swept Zhang Lan's feet out from under him. With a bang, Zhang Lan screamed. Wang Baol had hit his crotch. The sound he made was pitiful and his body was sent flying. "Wang Baol, you..." The expressions of the others changed. As they all gaped, Wang Baol's body did not stop, and in a flash he kicked continuously. In a string of 3 kicks, he sent all 4 released people flying to the ground with pain screams before adjusting his clothes. "Firing you guys is a pity. So, from today onwards, the moment I see you, I will kick you once. And, if you dare take it out on other people, then, I will kick you to pieces. I will kick you to death," Wang Baol said blandly. He picked up his food and continued to walk far away. The expression of Zhang Lan and the 3 others darkened. Amid their screaming, they heard Wang Baol's words. Upon hearing the words "to pieces," all their expressions changed madly, large amounts of sweat dripping down their heads. The words "kick to death" were even more of a deterrence, and a huge wave of fear permeated their hearts. There was no way they would even dare harbor any notion of revenge. After all, if they wanted to continue living in the Dao College, they couldn't help but wail. The inspectors around them also laughed bitterly. Previously, They had already felt that the four of them had not thought things through before speaking. That is a person who even dared to beat up Chao Kuan. Even though he has lost influence, he is not someone you can trifle with. After he returned to the cave abode, Wang Baol began his frenzied seclusion. Wang Baol had undergone such seclusions a few times in the past when he wanted to become a head prefect. However, compared to his determination now, it was lacking. After all, the sense of danger and urgency was different. However, despite Wang Baol's determination, there were more than 1 million inscriptions, and it was impossible to memorize them all in a short period of time. Nevertheless, his goal was only to exceed 400,000 inscriptions, just to exceed Chao Kuan. But this was too difficult. After all, Wang Baol was not a top student. If he had been given a few decades, he might have been able to surpass Chao Kuan, but it was unrealistic. Thus, he placed his hope in Xianxia. Unfortunately, even the all-capable Xianxia was out of his depth this time. To get these kinds of high-quality memory-aiding pills, if it had only been a few, would not have been a problem. However, Wang Baol needed a shockingly large number of them. He was even afraid that Wang Baol would eat the pills to death. Even after exhausting all his options, he still needed a large amount of time to get Wang Baol's desired number of pills. Xianxia calculated that he needed at least 2 years. When he told Wang Baol of his conclusion, Wang Baol was somewhat discouraged. He could not wait. Even if he had memorized 400,000 inscriptions within 2 years, Chao Kuan would have memorized even more. With such a recurring cycle, he was worried that he would never be able to surpass the other party. Wang Baol did not want his days of diminished influence to last long. Nor did he want the days of Zhanglan and his friend's pride and the days of Lu Daobin and the others' imprisonment to be any longer than necessary. Then there is only this method. Wang Baol sucked in a deep breath and took out the black mask. Seeing the black mask in his hand, there was hesitation on his face. Wang Baol felt too much doubt toward this mask as he did not know where his father had gotten it from. He had thought before of sending a voice transmission to his father to ask, but he had resisted. This mask was truly exceedingly extraordinary, and Wang Baol was worried that if someone leaked the secret, it would invite unnecessary trouble for his family. So, he planned to wait until he returned home during the holidays to ask. He hesitated for a long time, but eventually, gritting his teeth, he entered the hallucination realm. His eyes blurred, and he appeared on the familiar ice sheet. Frosty winds blew from all sides, seemingly piercing through his bones, and there were shadows of savage beasts appearing occasionally in the distance. Further in the distance, he could even see the hazy outline of icy mountains. Everything in this hallucination realm had become even more real compared to the last time Wang Baol had visited. After receiving the Great Void Chi devouring art from the mask and becoming head prefect, Wang Baol had been unwilling to enter the hallucination realm again. One reason was that he had suspected before that there was someone in the mask, and 10 to 1 it was a woman. But this was not the main point. The most important point, and the one that made Wang Baol the gloomiest, was the endless pain that he had experienced while learning the void twisting technique. Even while standing there, he felt a dull pain start in his crotch. However, there really was no other way. Wang Baol sighed, gritted his teeth, and took out the mask. After muttering a few sentences to himself, he coughed once. You don't have any way that will let me memorize 1 million inscriptions in a few days. Do you? When Wang Baol finished speaking, he immediately looked at the mask. However, even after looking for a long time, the mask did not react at all. Wang Baol was stunned. It doesn't work anymore? Surprised, Wang Baol scratched his head. He thought for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. I know you can hear me. A while ago because I had some things I didn't come. It's not because I was kicking you to the curb once you had outlived your usefulness. Don't misunderstand. As Wang Baol spoke, he sized up the mask, and when he found that there was still no reaction, he panicked. Little Missy, don't be like this. I was wrong. Okay? I promise I will never abandon you. I will definitely come to see you often. Little Missy, just help me this once. This was the last straw Wang Baol was clutching at. He was worried that if there was no response from the mask, from now on, his days at the Dermic Armament faculty would be unbearable. At this thought, Wang Bao's forehead started sweating. He sucked in a deep breath to ferment his feelings and quickly used a sincere tone, as though flattering a girl, to cajole the mask, even making his voice as gentle as possible. "Little Missy, actually I've always had a crush on you. I really don't dare meet you. I am this embarrassed and I'm shy." Even till the end, there was still no reaction. Wang Bao was frantic and used his biggest move. "Little Missy, do you want a gift?" As soon as Wang Bao finished speaking, the black mask suddenly flickered. In Wang Bao's eyes, this flickering light was as though he had seen a resplendent rainbow. With his morale boosted, he immediately looked and saw a line of writing on the surface of the mask. "What gift?" Wang Bao blinked, confirming to himself that there was indeed a person inside. Clearing his throat, he adopted a look of deep feeling and spoke in a low tone. "I'll gift myself to you one. Do you want it?" Just as he finished speaking, the flickering mask paused suddenly. Purple lightning flew out from the mask and headed straight toward Wang Bao. Wang Bao watched the lightning grow bigger in his eyes, without any time at all to dodge. With a bang, the bolt of lightning hit him, and as he screamed, his hair stood on end. He could only feel pain, and his whole person fell. Only after a long while did he crawl to his feet, crying, both angry and upset. "Even if you didn't want it, you didn't have to zap me, little Missy." This time the mask did not send out lightning. Instead, under the flickering light, rows of blurred writing emerged. The emergence of the writing made Wang Bao forget his pain, and he quickly paid attention. It was just that these words were blurred, and he could not see them clearly. He could only see that as the flickering lights of the mask grew bright, the writing on its surface increased. However, very quickly the writing disappeared. It was as if the mask was wiping it away and writing anew. It gave Wang Bao the feeling as though the little Missy in the mask was thinking derivatively. Just looking made Wang Bao anxious. After 5 minutes, all the writing on the mask disappeared, and what re-emerged was actually formula. Beneath this formula, more writing appeared quickly. It told Wang Bao clearly that he only needed to faithfully remember this formula, along with memorizing a few crucial inscriptions, and he could use this formula to calculate everything else. Within those 150,000 inscriptions that Wang Bao had memorized, he had already grasped those crucial inscriptions and was fully qualified to use this formula to make his calculations. Seeing this formula, Wang Bao's breathing grew agitated. He showed a strong gaze, and with a huge grin he kissed the mask furiously. The moment his mouth landed, lightning exploded. It scared Wang Bao so much that he moved his mouth and started to explain awkwardly. "Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. I was too rash. Don't get nervous, little Missy." It was quite some time before the lightning on the mask disappeared. Terrified, Wang Bao wiped his sweat, let out a sigh, and memorized the formula. However, very quickly he discovered a problem. "That's not right, little Missy. Although this formula doesn't require me to memorize that much, if I use it on artifact refinement, I need to do calculations. To magically calculate the answer in such a short time for it to be valid. If I calculate too slowly and don't grasp what the artifact refinement requires in time, I may as well flip the inscription dictionary. This mental calculation can't be mastered in a short period of time." At this, Wang Bao became frantic again. It was just as though hope was right before him, but he had no way of grasping it. Just as Wang Bao finished speaking, the mask flickered, and more writing appeared. This time, it told Wang Bao that if he practiced the calculation for the formula within the hallucination realm, it would have an extremely supportive effect. "Practice here." Amid Wang Bao's astonishment, the words on the mask changed again. A row of inscriptions appeared, as though it wanted Wang Bao to immediately use the formula to calculate the answer. Wang Bao scratched his head and looked at the row of inscriptions. Even before putting them in the formula, the entire process was a few breaths long. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning unexpectedly exploded from the mask and landed on Wang Bao's body with a boom. It seemed that if he exceeded the time limit for calculation, he would be shocked by lightning as a punishment. Again, Wang Bao's whole body shook. In the midst of his screaming, His hair began to smoke, and he began wailing. But then, at this time, the mask showed a second question. Wang Bao's body jolted, and his whole person felt as though he was going crazy. He quickly went to calculate, but he was too slow, and within a few seconds the lightning landed again. Just like that, in the hallucination realm, the screaming of Wang Bao reverberated in all directions again and again. The horror this time, although not as bad as being kicked in the crotch, had a high frequency and made Wang Bao feel that he was going crazy. Amidst the thunderous booms of the lightning, Wang Bao's screams grew more pathetic. "I'm not learning anymore. Ah, it hurts. Let me go. You're zapping me again." Wang Bao was going mad. He had turned black from the shocks, and his body was emitting smoke. The pain left behind by the lightning made him feel as though he was going to break down. As he wailed, he felt that this was heaven's most poisonous punishment. "This mask definitely doesn't harbor a little missy but an old witch," Wang Bao wailed, but he also knew that this was the only way he could remember all the inscriptions. So he gritted his teeth, and with another lightning strike, he began to scream and calculate. Unknowingly, 10 painful days passed. During those 10 days, the purging and persecution of the Spirit Stone students by Lin Tianhao and Chao Kuan continued in the Dermic Armament faculty. Even more people had been dragged in. However, because there were too many people and the disturbance was huge, a lot of time was needed to gather evidence. Therefore, all those people were only locked away for investigation and not seriously punished. Everyone could see that it was only because it was a short period of time. Without any mishaps, those students would definitely be punished to different degrees. As for Wang Bao, he did not leave the cave abode for 10 days. At most, he would leave the hallucination realm to eat something before clenching his jaw and re-entering, trembling with sadness and anger. Heavens, when will this end? The moment Wang Bao thought of the fear of familiarizing himself with the system of calculations, he felt as though he had lost his loved one. But when he thought of his own responsibilities and goals, he could only grit his teeth and continue to bear the agony amid his screams. Under the never-ending lightning strikes, Wang Bao's ability to calculate the formula increased dramatically. Although the lightning still hit him, causing him to scream in agony, the time needed for his calculations swiftly decreased. As the lightning's power grew bigger and bigger, the feeling of pain forced Wang Bao into a frenzy, unleashing all of his potential. He was very worried that if he did not work hard, he would be shocked to death. Now, as long as the inscription's arrangement was not too complicated, he could arrive at an answer within seconds. However, the mask was still not satisfied with that and gave Wang Bao a shorter time to calculate while increasing the number and difficulty of the inscriptions. As such, Wang Bao's screams became more wretched. 10 more days passed, and Wang Bao's behavior became abnormal. He had already forgotten about the passage of time, and it was not until a voice transmission came from the Chancellor that he stopped his cultivation. The reason the head prefects from the various faculties of Ethereal Tao College and Lower Academy Island were known as disciples of the Chancellor was because they would occasionally gather at the call of the Chancellor. The Chancellor would open the Chancellor's lecture hall and personally teach classes, answering and explaining questions that the head prefects would bring up. For these kinds of things, it was compulsory for head prefects to attend. Throughout Lower Academy Island, it was only the Chancellor who could do this. He knew everything about the lessons and knowledge of the Lower Academy Island's faculties, and he had even done research on them so he could mentor every head prefect and even invite the Upper Academy's cultivation masters to provide guidance for the head prefects. At this moment, the voice transmission had summoned Wang Bao because of the initiation of the Chancellor's lecture. Within the cave abode, Wang Bao walked out of the hallucination realm. His whole body had already been shocked countless times. He trembled as he walked. He was dispirited. His hair was disheveled, and his gaze was vacant. From time to time, even though he had exited the hallucination realm, one could still hear him talking to himself. To form the speed inscriptions, one needs to match and calculate 731 types of basic inscriptions, and to go through 9 times of systemic deduction. Condensing spirit chi inscriptions, there are 3,185 ways, and the first method of systemic calculation is trapped in the stupor of calculating numerous systemic problems in his head. Wang Baol walked out of the cave abode, swaying. He spent most of his attention on calculations and only a little attention on walking. Just like that, all those students who saw Wang Baol were stunned after noticing his condition. Wang Baol, what happened? Why does it look like he has gone silly? Look, what is he muttering to himself? That's not right. Don't tell me he was unable to deal with having his authority removed and went mad. The people in the dermic armament faculty discussed the matter in hushed voices. Wang Baol was unable to notice his surroundings. He was performing the numerous calculations in his head as he arrived at Chancellor Peak. This was his first time visiting Chancellor Peak. If it had been his previous self, Wang Baol would have paid more attention. But today, his mind was hazy, and he had to pump himself mentally to walk up the mountain peak and to the Chancellor's pavilion. Because he was performing his calculations along the way, he was the last person there when he arrived, even though he was not late. The moment he walked into the large hall, he saw that the head prefects of all the faculties were all seated, including Zhang Liang, Chao Kuan, and Lin Tianhao. In the Chancellor's lecture hall, no one was allowed to make a lot of noise. As such, Zhang Liang's gaze was deeply concerned as he nodded in acknowledgement. Chao Kuan laughed contemptuously, and as for Lin Tianhao, a cold look flashed across his eyes. After that, he no longer looked at Wang Baol. All the other head prefects also noticed Wang Baol. After all, it was not long ago that Wang Baol had risen to fame. Although he had lost influence today, he was still a notable figure. It was just that, after sizing him up, all of them felt disappointed. After all, Wang Baol's current appearance made them misunderstand him, and they all thought that he had given up on himself. In front of them sat the old physician on a stool with his eyes closed. Sensing Wang Baol's entry, he opened his eyes and saw Wang Baol's dispirited appearance. The old physician was astonished. Wang Baol gathered his spirits and greeted the old physician before finding a seat. He already knew the old physician's identity. After all, this was not a secret. As for the opinions of the surrounding people, he had no more energy to care. After sitting, he sank into the systemic calculations in his head. This had already turned into his habit. After being shocked for 20 days or so, he had developed a phobia, a fear, that his calculations would be too slow and that he would be shocked again from being unable to complete the calculations in an instant. Seeing Wang Baol's listless appearance, the old physician shook his head and looked away. With the start of this lecture, the old physician mentioned all the faculties from the Lower Academy Island, such as the Traps faculty and the Alchemy faculty, to the Ancient Martial Arts faculty and the Dermic Armament faculty, and even the Array Runes faculty and the Tao Enlightenment faculty. As this old man sees it, every faculty has their commonalities. For example, the Traps and Dermic Armament faculties are both researching how to refine products. And we cannot forget the Array Runes faculty, which shares similarities in the study of inscriptions. Even the combat faculty isn't just about cultivating their bodies. If all of you manage to get into Upper Academy Island, you will understand. The Tao is painful and difficult, and it requires all of you to work together and support each other in order to walk further along the path of cultivation. As for the Tao Enlightenment faculty, don't give up on yourselves. The whole Federation today has a common view of the Tao Enlightenment faculty. The way of enlightenment is a necessary path to cross when working toward the Tao. The old physician's speech made everyone unaware of time's flow. Every new piece of information seemed to be at his fingertips, sometimes detailed, sometimes succinct and to the point. Even though all the head prefects were every faculty's outstanding seniors, they still reaped many benefits. After all, to become Lower Academy Island's chancellor, he had to have his uncommon points. There were even rumors that the old physician had been a famous senior on Upper Academy Island. It was only because of his advanced age that he came to Lower Academy Island and took charge of helping Ethereal Tao College nurture those who were capable of entering Upper Academy Island. This lecture covered many hours straight. When dusk came, the old physician took a sip of tea and finally stopped. Even though he had lectured the whole day, he had no signs of exhaustion. Instead, he had a smile on his face after putting his teacup down, his gaze sweeping over all the head prefects. That's it for today. Do you have any questions? The moment the old physician spoke, All the head prefects raised their heads. One head prefect from the Tao Enlightenment faculty asked a question first. Chancellor, you said that the Tao Enlightenment faculty is a necessary path toward understanding the Tao, and the path of enlightenment points directly to the source. Then, what is this source? For this question, all the head prefects were deep in thought. Truthfully, the Tao Enlightenment faculty had a special position in Ethereal Tao College. The students of this faculty had no official lessons and spent most of their time pondering over the universe to gain enlightenment. Becoming a head prefect of the Tao Enlightenment faculty had to do with the enlightenment essays that they had to write every month. In reality, if the previous Federation president had not come from the Tao Enlightenment faculty, proving that success in the Tao Enlightenment faculty could immediately shock the world, this faculty would have been scrapped. The old physician smiled after hearing this. He touched his beard and then blandly opened his mouth. The way of the source, according to my cultivation level and knowledge, is very difficult to truly understand. It's only that, in a piece of the Sword Sun, there was a section that explained that everything in this universe can be found in the source. With the way of the source, one can walk the path of the firmaments by selecting just one path. That Tao Enlightenment faculty head prefect nodded his head, absorbed in deep thought. Very soon, all the head prefects from the other faculties continuously asked different kinds of questions. For each question, the old physician's answer was very thorough. Some answers could immediately resolve the confusion, while the answers to others made people think. When almost everyone's questions were done, Wang Beol also raised his head and forced himself to pay attention. He also had questions to resolve as he had encountered many, while solvable, questions that he could not understand while working on his systemic calculations. Chancellor, I have a question regarding inscriptions. There are hundreds and thousands of inscriptions to gather spirit chi. Every one of them is meant to gather spirit chi, but why are there so many of them and what do they mean? The moment Wang Beol spoke, Inscription's head prefect Chao Kuan laughed without waiting for the old physician to respond. He stood and bowed to the old physician. Chancellor, it's such a simple question. Any student who has paid attention in a few classes in Inscription's lessons will be able to answer it. Chancellor, might you permit me to answer junior brother Beol's question? After getting the old physician's approval, Chao Kuan turned around, and from an angle unnoticeable by the old physician, he looked at Wang Beol with undisguised disdain and scorn, accompanied by a hint of hatred. Junior brother Beol, the reason there are more than 1,000 inscriptions for condensing spirit chi is because they correspond to the use of different materials for artifact refinement. And according to the difference between spirit kernels and the materials, one cannot simply choose one type of spirit chi condensing inscription. Instead, one needs to correct and adjust through the combination. The moment he said that, Chao Kuan seemed to gain an indescribable aura. It was the kind that showed his mastery in the inscriptions, where he could go straight to the heart of the matter. To have become the inscription's head prefect, Chao Kuan had to be the top students in inscription studies. However, while his mastery of inscriptions was very clear, it did not mean that he had a good character. In actuality, Chao Kuan's temper had always been petty. His personality did not allow him to forgive small slights, so he hated Wang Beol, who had beaten him up and embarrassed him in front of the Dermic Armament faculty, to the bone. Now, with this opportunity, he was eager to viciously strike down Wang Beol and embarrass him in front of the Chancellor. I don't know if junior brother Beol can understand what I'm saying. If you still don't understand, I don't know what else I can do. I suggest that you go to more inscriptions classes rather than getting drunk on the head prefect's powers. This is not honest work. Also, don't ask such simple questions anymore and embarrass yourself here. If you still have questions, you don't need the Chancellor to answer them. I can explain them to you. Chao Kuan spoke in a haughty and overbearing manner, even with a chiding tone. When he finished speaking, he turned and paid his respects to the old physician before sitting down. To the side, Lin Tianhao looked at Chao Kuan and smiled. The other faculty's head prefect also looked at each other and said nothing. As for the old physician, while he knew that the Dermic Armament faculty's head prefects did not get along, he could not be bothered to interfere in the students' affairs. Are there any more questions? If not, we will end here. As he spoke, the old physician stood and prepared to end the session's lecture. Chancellor, I still have a question. Wang Baol breathed a little rapidly, his eyes shining. If it had been any other time, Wang Baol would have retaliated in the face of Chao Kuan's mocking. But today he was absorbed in the questions of inscriptions in his mind, and to him, Chao Kuan's answer was very illuminating. Many questions he had regarding the spirit chi inscriptions had been resolved in that instant. This made Wang Baol feel that he had become even faster when doing his own calculations. So, when he heard the old physician's words, he quickly spoke to Chao Kuan. Senior Brother Chao, in number 31495's blank inscription in the inscriptions dictionary, why is it that there will be a different effect solely because of the depicted difference in time and month? And even the humidity? This question had always made Wang Baol spend a lot of time on his calculations. Even though he could calculate the answer, he did not understand the principle. The inscriptions dictionary contained tens of thousands of such useless blank inscriptions, but they were all needed for depicting the inscriptions. Chao Kuan was stunned for a moment. He had felt that Wang Baol's previous question was simple, but this second question had significantly increased. Since it included the blank inscriptions, it made Chao Kuan hesitate, and he finally struggled to come up with an answer after thinking for a long time. But the moment he finished answering, Wang Baol very energetically asked a new question. Senior Brother Chao, in the annotations of the inscriptions, it used to have the observer concept in number 790,003 of the Tao inscriptions. I have some doubts with this. Senior Brother Chao, in between inscriptions number 900,000 to 910,000, the steam runic inscription was added repeatedly. I don't understand this point. Could Senior Brother Chao please explain? Senior Brother Chao, there is also spirit borrowing. Just like that, his questions came one after the other, each more difficult than the last. Chao Kuan's forehead dripped with sweat, his whole body becoming damp, and he cursed Wang Baol under his breath. He felt that Wang Baol had to be doing it on purpose. However, he had previously volunteered, so it was hard to extricate himself now. He could not help but feel his chest rise and fall erratically. He was too frantic. The feeling of not being able to answer as the inscription's head prefect drove him crazy. Furthermore, whenever he heard the three words Senior Brother Chao, he could not help but shiver all over. When he looked at Wang Baol, he saw red. Lin Tianhao's brow gradually wrinkled. There were many questions that he could not answer himself. As for the surrounding head prefects, each of them was astonished. When they saw Chao Kuan repeatedly wipe his sweat away, they were even more astonished. Even the Chancellor looked at Wang Baol with a thoughtful gaze. Seeing that Chao Kuan was running out of words, he smiled and took the question, opening his mouth blandly. Wang Baol, in your last question about spirit borrowing, you have some misconceptions. The real spirit borrowing is about borrowing the spirit chi from the heaven and earth, even more so about borrowing from the spirit chi of other dermic artifacts or everything on earth, the mountains, rivers, and even living creatures. You can borrow from all of this. The moment he heard that, Wang Baol suddenly felt a boom in his brain, and it was as though he had been filled with wisdom. In that instant, all his mental blocks about many inscriptions had been removed, and all his thoughts were clear. Thank you very much for your guidance, Chancellor. I do have one more question. In his excitement, Wang Baol turned to start his barrage of questions on the Chancellor. In the beginning, the Chancellor answered the questions smoothly, but gradually his forehead began to sweat, too. As for Chao Kuan, he was secretly amazed. It was a lucky thing that the Chancellor had taken over Wang Baol's questions, or else he would have been in such an awkward situation and embarrassed himself. After all, he had not even heard of many of the questions Wang Baol asked later on. The questions Wang Baol raised went from shallow to deep, and they were becoming more and more difficult. This was because the inscriptions that he had mastered were via systemic deduction, which was different from everyone else. At a certain level, Wang Baol also did not really understand how many of the inscriptions he had mastered in these 20 or so days. But following his relentless deductions and calculations, he slowly realized that what caused his mental blocks was the fact that he lacked some basic knowledge of inscriptions. He also got his around the areas that other people had trouble comprehending through the systemic calculations. With this chance today, first Chao Kuan and then the Chancellor, it was as though Wang Baol's head was a robot that had received motor oil, moving faster and faster. As he resolved each of his mental blocks, his systemic deduction speed increased exponentially. Thank you very much, Chancellor. I still have a question. You said just now that inscriptions will intersect each other. But I realized that to obtain the speed inscription, I can use the wind inscription or the movement inscription. There are many ways. What can I do to overlap and make the effect better? When Wang Baol asked this question, the Chancellor could not help but wipe the sweat on his forehead. When he looked at Wang Baol, his gaze carried a shred of impatience. He laughed bitterly in his heart, feeling that the pressure was too much. However, faced with a student's questions, he could not ignore him. It was just that Wang Baol's questions were getting more and more difficult, and this current question already exceeded the Chancellor's capacity. As such, he quickly took out his voice transmission ring and called Goatee and the others from the Dermic Armament faculty. While Goatee and the others were heading over there, the scene stunned all the surrounding head prefects. Even though this was the Chancellor's lecture hall, they could not help but start debating. This Wang Baol, why does he have so many questions? He even stumped the Chancellor. Is he actually the Spirit Stone's head prefect or the inscription's head prefect? Under the murmured debate of the surrounding people, Chao Kuan also felt immense pressure and had a strange feeling of danger. Not long later, when Goatee and the other Dermic Armament faculty teachers arrived, they all had strange expressions as they looked at Wang Baol. They had heard about the incident along the way, and now they all sat down and started answering the questions. Upon seeing his rescuers appear, the Chancellor released a breath and regained his previously calm demeanor, looking at the audience with a smile. But soon, as Wang Baol's continuous questions grew exponentially more difficult, even Goatee and the others needed a prolonged discussion among themselves before they could give an answer. After all, even after memorizing the million inscriptions, matching them with each other increased the difficulty 100 times over. Thus, there was no one who could say that they had mastered all the variables brought about during the combination. However, Wang Baol's system could directly eliminate memorization. This meant that all of the million inscriptions and the 100-fold difficulty were within his grasp. As such, his questions could skip the number of inscriptions and reach the essence immediately. At the end, when they finally discussed and told Wang Baol the answer, Wang Baol was so agitated that he slapped his thigh. I understand. So it's like that. Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, teachers. I still have another question. To make a dermic artifact that triggers the wind blade, I require both a cold and a heat inscription to form a loop. Depicted on different spirit stones, these two inscriptions need a large number of basic inscriptions to make. As there are many similarities, how can I eliminate the inscriptions to make a picture on a spirit stone for reciprocal use? Wang Baol's eyes glimmered. He had long forgotten that he was in the Chancellor's lecture hall. As he saw it, this was for his own understanding to raise his calculation speed to the heavens. When he asked this question, everyone, who had already been under immense pressure, inhaled, eyes wide, mind blown. This was especially so for the inscriptions teachers, who could not help but cry out. This is higher-level inscriptions knowledge taught at the Dermic Armament Pavilion on Upper Academy Island. You're already researching this now. Following the astonished cry from the inscriptions teachers, all the surrounding head prefects gasped. Their minds were in turmoil, and they looked at Wang Baol fiercely. Upper Academy Island's knowledge? How can this be unless someone taught him? But that isn't right unless he deduced the high-level Upper Academy Island classes through the Lower Academy Island basic course. Heavens, who is this guy? To become a faculty's head prefect, these people could be said to be top students and were aliens in other students' eyes. But today, in the eyes of this group of aliens, Wang Baol was the true alien. Lin Tianhao's mind was also buzzing, and the most nervous person among the crowd at this moment was Chao Kuan. His stress was huge, more than anyone else, including the Chancellor and Dean. He was the inscription's head prefect, but with the questions that Wang Baol asked, his mastery of inscriptions seemed to be even clearer than his own. This made his heart beat faster, and a strong feeling of unease made his vision go black. No way, I can't scare myself. This Wang Baol only just became Spirit Stone's head prefect a few months ago. His knowledge of inscriptions cannot be as profound as mine. He can't touch my position, definitely can't touch it. Chao Kuan's eyes were red. Even though he kept reassuring himself, his heart could not help but tremble. At the same time, Wang Beol ignored the discussion around him. He placed all his attention on seeking knowledge. The question that he had raised just now was one of many questions that the mask had raised. This question was Wang Beol's Gordian knot. He always needed a long time to figure out this question, and every time he finished, the answer was different. As such, whenever he saw a similar question, he would be struck by lightning. Now, he really wanted to know the teacher's answer. He wanted to use this answer to summarize his lessons and to ensure that he would no longer make errors on these types of questions. However, this question involved a high-level inscriptions knowledge. It was such that the teachers of the Lower Academy Island had difficulty giving a clear answer quickly. Now, including the Chancellor, they all continued to discuss, a group of old men in a heated debate. The Chancellor was suffering, and Goatee was also at his wits' end. While all these teachers seemed to be in discussion, they were actually laughing bitterly in their hearts. What was this? This feeling of not being able to back down made them go crazy. The worst thing was that they still could not leave. The moment they left, it would signify that they could not answer a student's question. That would be too shameful. So, each of them squeezed their brain juices, and after a long time, they finally gave Wang Beol his answer. The moment Wang Beol heard the answer, he was so agitated that he wanted to hit his own chest. His face glowed red, and full of vigor, he started to ask again. Just like that, time passed, and very soon it was night. The Chancellor, Dean, and teachers saw that the difficulty of Wang Beol's questions were becoming more and more alarming. Almost every question now involved high-level inscription study. In the latter few questions, it had already surpassed high-level inscription study and even involved inscriptions disintegration. This belonged to the apex of inscriptions theory in the Federation. This was unsustainable. They all glared at the Chancellor resentful. Faced with everyone's gaze, the Chancellor was also struggling. He did not expect that one simple lecture and one simple query of whether anyone had any questions could create such a strange incident. He thought of himself, the Chancellor, being baffled by a student. Gritting his teeth, the Chancellor took out his voice transmission ring and sent a voice transmission to his senior brother from the Upper Academy Island's Dermic Armament Pavilion. Ethereal Tao College was split into the Lower Academy Island and Upper Academy Island. Getting into the Upper Academy Island meant a monumental rise. One was no longer a normal human but a cultivator. The counterpart of Lower Academy Island's Dermic Armament faculty was Upper Academy Island's Dermic Armament Pavilion. In this Dermic Armament Pavilion, the Elder's position surpassed everyone else, and only a Dermic Armament Master could take on the position. When he received the voice transmission from his junior brother, the Elder Master, who had been sitting cross-legged in Upper Academy Island's Dermic Armament Pavilion, could not help but be intrigued. Looking at the question his junior brother sent to him through the voice transmission ring, this master's gaze revealed his curiosity. Interesting. He laughed and stood up to walk out. In that instant, there was a fog that turned into a flying sword under his feet, and he rose up directly from Upper Academy Island. His speed was so swift that he turned into a rainbow. As though he had torn through space, he appeared atop Lower Academy Island's Chancellor Peak. The moment he approached, an astonishingly strong coercive aura emanated with a loud boom. This caused all the birds and beasts on Chancellor Peak to tremble, and even the students from all the other faculties were struck dumb with amazement in their hearts. This kind of coercive aura was even clearer to the people on Chancellor Peak. Following the appearance of the Elder, it caused all the head prefects in the lecture hall to cry out in alarm. Each of them jumped to their feet and looked. Wang Beol, too, quickly looked and saw the Elder arriving through the sky. This Elder had an ethereal air, and he wore a long white robe. His face was a healthy pink. His gaze was blazing, as though it held lightning, and his feet stood on a flying sword. This scene made Wang Beol suck in a sharp breath, and all the surrounding people started breathing faster. A cultivator! Zhang Liang and the others by his side murmured in amazement. Most of the head prefects became excited. Although it was currently the spirit inception era and everyone cultivated, most were in the ancient martial realm. Only those who had exceeded the ancient martial realm achieved true breath, and became part of the true breath realm could be considered cultivators. It was obvious that this elder's cultivation level was even higher than true breath. Just his arrival could release a coercive aura, causing everyone's hearts and spirits to tremble. It was as though one look from him could make everyone lose their spirit and their mind, especially as the radiant sword beneath the elder's feet could distort the nothingness around him. One could imagine that once the flying sword was put to good use, it would cause shocks everywhere. That must be a numinous treasure, even possibly a dermic armament. Chao Kuan's breathing was frantic, and he was speechless from astonishment. Among the stunned crowd, the chancellor stood and, along with the dean and teachers, walked out to welcome the elder. "Greetings, senior brother." The chancellor politely cupped his fists in greeting. The elder laughed loudly, and as he walked, the flying sword beneath his feet disappeared and spiraled around his head. From afar, it was breathtaking. The elder walked forwards a few steps and supported the chancellor's arm. "You don't have to do this, junior brother. Seriously, your personality is just too stubborn. Forget it. Forget it." Evidently, the elder and the chancellor had some history. The elder shook his head and said only a few words. Then he walked into the lecture hall with the chancellor and sat at the front. As for the dean and the others, all of them were filled with respect. With admiration in their eyes, they waited on either side of the elder. "This session has many good young saplings won." After taking a seat, the elder laughed, his gaze sweeping over all the head prefects. For each person whom his gaze landed on, they immediately perked up and raised their heads proudly. Wang Baol also quickly puffed out his chest. His look toward the elder showed a fierce envy. He envied the elder's dermic artifacts as well as his expert cultivation level and position. All of that was what he had been chasing and what all the head prefects aimed for. "Not bad. All of you are very alert." The elder laughed. The chancellor was pleased with himself. After exchanging a few words, the chancellor raised Wang Baol's question. The elder stroked his beard. His gaze could not help but land on Wang Baol, showing his appreciation. Indeed, it involves a high level of inscription study. This study is too complicated. When you reach Upper Academy Island, you will naturally learn, but I will tell you the main point. One word: simplification. Eliminate those unnecessary inscriptions. The inscriptions left are the more basic and cannot be left out. Many processes in this cannot be taught but must be self-created. Currently, after simplifying the cold and hot inscriptions, in total 97 types of inscriptions are required. Reducing the least number of inscriptions is what numerous teachers of the Federation have spent most of their effort on these few years. I hope, one day, you can simplify this to 96, 95, or even less. The elder's voice was resonant. When he finished speaking, Wang Baol's heart trembled. Although his own doubts had not been resolved, the word simplification gave him a direction. Following this direction, Wang Baol knew that he could become even faster at systemic calculations. In his agitation, he inhaled and cupped his fist to show his respect. "Thank you very much, senior." All the other head prefects looked at Wang Baol enviously. In this instant, they all knew that the elder had arrived only because of Wang Baol's question. At this point, Chao Kuan's mind and heart trembled. He was no longer envious but jealous to the maximum degree and even terrified. Once again, he felt that his own position as the inscription's head prefect seemed to be very precarious. "Wang Baol, if you have other questions, you may ask." The chancellor finally released a true sigh of relief and spoke with a smile. "Say it, if you have other questions." The elder smiled, too, and looked at Wang Baol. Wang Baol knew that the opportunity was hard to come by, and so, cupping his fist again, he quickly asked all the questions in his brain. "The way of condensation, which involves 50,000 inscriptions, how do I recognize it? Coagulation, such as coagulating spirits, you can recognize it by perceiving it. I observed 1,000,000 inscriptions kept in countless blank inscriptions. These inscriptions seem all-powerful but do not fit with other inscriptions, as though they are very special. Indeed, they are all-powerful. The disintegration of these countless blank inscriptions, of which there are actually only 13, creates countless numbers. Indeed, they are special because these 13 Tao inscriptions did not come from the cosmic large sword, but from the 13 peak masters in the Federation who each created one Tao. His questions had been difficult for Goatee and the others, but for this elder master, they were easy. He did not even have to think before answering. Even his answers had a majestic air. Not only did all the listeners feel their hearts tremble, Wang Baol even saw the light. With these questions and answers, time passed, and everyone seemed to have turned to stone. The awkward thing was that, in this lecture hall, everyone else seemed to have turned into ornaments. Only Wang Baol and this elder's question and answer session was the focus of attention. Throughout the session, Wang Baol's mental systemic calculations became faster and faster until it seemed like he could see the answer immediately once the question appearance. This, to him, was created by chance. When the sky became bright, no one in the lecture hall paid it any notice. Wang Baol and the elder's conversation had shaken everyone's heart. In the end, Wang Baol stood, his gaze filled with deep gratitude, and bowed deeply to the elder. "Thank you very much, Senior. I have no more questions." When this elder, who came from Upper Academy Island's Dermic Armament Pavilion, looked at Wang Baol, his appreciation grew even more than before. From Wang Baol's questions, he could already tell that Wang Baol had a profound understanding of inscriptions. This kind of understanding could not have been achieved by memorizing many inscriptions. He knew that it required a stunning talent. As wished to nurture such talent, he could not help but open his mouth to continue their discussion. "Young friend, you have already asked me almost 100 questions. This old man also wants to ask you some. If you can answer to my satisfaction, I will gift you a dermic artifact. Are you willing to try?" As the elder spoke, his right hand raised, showing a jade green bracelet. The bracelet was emerald green all over, like a jewel. It gave off a cold chi, causing the temperature in the lecture hall to drop significantly. All the head prefects stared at the elder's bracelet with wide eyes. Although they could not quite tell the grade of the object, they understood that since it was from the elder's hand, it was definitely not common. "Wang Baol, this is a top-level second-grade dermic artifact, a storage bracelet. It has a certain protective property. You must answer well, kid." The Chancellor looked over and smiled while speaking. The moment he spoke, the surrounding head prefects exclaimed. There was even a large number of them whose hearts were in turmoil, and they could not help but be speechless. A storage dermic artifact. Heavens! That's a storage dermic artifact. Storage dermic artifacts are all of great value. You can't buy one at the market. Only people who have reached the true breath realm will have a chance to have one. Chao Kuan was so jealous that his eyes were going to explode. He inhaled, his mind buzzing. Wang Baol was also frantic. He knew the value of a storage dermic artifact and understood the difficulty in constructing one. Furthermore, the bracelet even had a certain protective property to it. It could be said that this object's value was even more precious than a regular storage dermic artifact. All of this agitated Wang Baol. He took a deep breath and spoke loudly. "Senior, please ask your questions." The elder laughed, stroked his beard, and slowly spoke. "Kid, listen well. If we want to get the water inscription, will need to match many types of inscriptions. But there is water vapor in the air. Can we use this point, using the 3 states of water, to carve the dermic artifact inscription better and show a better effect? What inscriptions can we use to match?" The moment the elder spoke, Chao Kuan's hands started to sweat. He found that even though he was the inscription's head prefect and could understand the question, upon thinking properly, he did not understand the overall meaning. So he quickly looked at Wang Baol. Even Goatee and the other teachers of the Dermic Armament faculty started to think. The Chancellor, who stood to the side, narrowed his eyes when he heard the question. The way he saw it, if Wang Baol's questions involved high-level inscription study, The question raised by his own senior brother was completely on high-level inscription study content. Wang Bao's eyes widened, and his brain immediately used the mask's formula to dissect the elder's question and place it in his formula. It was a shame that this problem was too difficult, and he could not calculate the answer through his systemic deduction in one go. As such, his brain worked swiftly, and in this short period of thinking time, he used the formula to calculate more than 10 times. As he calculated, he looked at the bracelet in the Dermic Armament Pavilion elder's hand. In it, he found the crux of his answer, but he could not explain it as he had arrived at his answer through his system. This was different from the so-called high-level inscription study. Wang Bao thought for a moment, took out a spirit stone, and actually started carving inscriptions on the spot. This action drew everyone's attention. As for the Dermic Armament Pavilion elder, his expression was the same, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Wang Bao carved at full speed sometimes and paused at other times. He was constantly working out and calculating the formula in his brain, and after more than 100 derivations, he finally carved the last stroke. The spirit stone violently flickered, and with a cracking sound, it broke into pieces and became dust. The surrounding people blinked. Chao Kuan felt relieved, and the corner of mouth curled into a sneer. But just as he started to sneer, Wang Bao took a few steps back, ignoring the flying dust of the broken spirit stone, and cupped his fists to pay his respects to the Dermic Armament Pavilion elder. Good, good, good. The Dermic Armament Pavilion elder laughed loudly and stood up. He waved his right hand, and the storage bracelet flew toward Wang Bao. After receiving it, Wang Bao was incredibly grateful and quickly thanked the elder loudly. Thank you very much for the treasure, senior. The Chancellor's eyes also showed his admiration as he looked deeply at Wang Bao. Goatee and the other teachers, too, had a rich appreciation in their eyes. This was too strange, and the surrounding head prefects did not really understand. Chao Kuan's eyes grew wider. Even though he looked properly, he still could not make heads or tails of it. He did not know why the Chancellor and the others were so appreciative. Only Lin Tianhao's expression changed dramatically in that instant. His breathing became rough, and his heart shook, creating a storm within him. Just as these head prefects were in confusion, the dust of the spirit stone in front of Wang Bao turned into a small cloud. Rain fell in the space before the crowd, and a gust of cold wind from the Dermic Armament Pavilion elder's bracelet followed, causing the droplets of rain to turn into ice after falling, landing on the ground. Seeing everyone at a loss, the Chancellor began to explain wistfully. The difficulty of this question is not in the selection or engraving of the inscriptions. What's difficult is the simplification. And the even harder aspects require spirit borrowing. By using the frost chi of the bracelet, it perfectly demonstrates the 3 states of water. This scene made everyone gasp, completely struck dumb with amazement. All of them looked at Wang Bao as though he was a god, and Chao Kuan seemed even more dumbstruck. At this moment, the Dermic Armament Pavilion elder smiled as he began to leave. When he passed by Wang Bao, he patted his shoulder and smiled at the Chancellor by his side. This rascal is your Dermic Armament Faculty's inscriptions head prefect, isn't he? Very good, well done. After hearing that, Chao Kuan shivered, and his expression became even worse. The Chancellor smiled and said nothing. Goatee and the others had strange expressions. At this instant, Wang Bao, who had recovered from calculating the answer, thought of Chao Kuan's previous taunting and showed a humble expression on his face while murmuring to the Dermic Armament Pavilion elder. Senior, that I'm not the inscription's head prefect, he is. Saying that, Wang Bao purposefully pointed at the crying Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan's heart burned with hatred, but he was under the attention of everyone, so he could not show it. Instead, he forced a smile and cupped his fist in greeting. However, he had not even finished paying his respects when the Dermic Armament Pavilion elder turned away and looked at Wang Bao curiously. Then, you must be the Spirit Colonel Head Prefect. Lin Tianhao's expression changed drastically. Wang Bao gave a blushing smile, and ignoring the color on Lin Tianhao's face, he raised his finger and pointed straight at him. He is the Spirit Colonel Head Prefect. Senior, I'm the Spirit Stone's head prefect. The Dermic Armament Pavilion Elder had a strange look on his face when he heard that, apparently finding it quite unbelievable. He shook his head, and after some thought, he took out a jade slip and handed it to Wang Baol. This jade slip records part of material study, which comes after Spirit Kernel. You can get familiar with it, feel your way around by yourself. After gifting the jade slip, the Dermic Armament Pavilion Elder and the Chancellor left together. Very soon, the Chancellor returned. He gave everyone a few words of encouragement, asked Wang Baol about his studies, then announced that the lecture had ended. Goatee and the others also started to leave. However, before each of them left, they would stare at Wang Baol. This was especially so for Goatee, who looked at Wang Baol with a large smile. He felt that his initial judgment in specially recruiting Wang Baol was correct. After encouraging Wang Baol with a few words, he left with the other Dermic Armament faculty teachers. After all the teachers left, the other head prefects immediately came up to Wang Baol to interact with good intentions. They laughed and talked with each other as they walked down Chancellor Peak, and they only separated after reaching the base. Only Chao Kuan and Lin Tianhao had dark expressions and constantly glared at Wang Baol's back. If looks could kill, Chao Kuan would have stabbed Wang Baol millions upon millions of times. Chao Kuan, you need to work harder when you get back. I'm worried that this fatty might come for your inscription's head prefect position next. Lin Tianhao was troubled. He knew that reminders were useless, but he still sighed and reminded Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan was stunned. Previously, he had felt something ominous, and now he was even more panicked. His face turned white. He quickly ran back to the cave abode with his eyes red and started studying like crazy. At the thought of his rapid improvement in inscriptions and Chao Kuan's aggrieved expression, the smug Wang Baol felt good, especially upon seeing the jade-green bracelet on his wrist again. A storage Dermic artifact. Wang Baol was thrilled. He could not bear to part with the bracelet, and it was obvious that this object was too precious and special to these students. After all, it represented the Federation's step into the Spirit Inception era to a certain degree. To normal people, it was one of the most well-known objects that belonged to a cultivator. Now, on the way back to the Dermic Armament Faculty Cave abode, Wang Baol could not resist the urge to try putting his personal items into the storage bracelet. It was simple to use this Dermic artifact. In the Federation, as long as a person had cultivated the Qi fostering art, they could use it. He only needed to inject spirit Qi to instantly sense that the bracelet had about 20 square feet of space, and he could put in and take out items as he wished. After trying, Wang Baol was exhilarated. Along the way back, he kept putting in items and taking them out. He even learned the gesture of the Chancellor and the others. Raising his right hand and flicking, a bag of snacks appeared in his hand. When he flicked again, the snacks disappeared. All this caused Wang Baol to laugh out involuntarily. Caught in this wonderful feeling, he swiftly returned to the cave abode and took out the jade slip that the Dermic Armament Pavilion Elder had given him. The so-called material study described the ingredients to augment and amplify spirit kernels. There were also simple methods to meld the ingredients. After a long time, Wang Baol, who had gained some insight, put down the jade slip and entered the hallucination realm to continue his systemic deduction. Following the explanations from the Chancellor at the lecture, Wang Baol had swiftly filled up his own basic knowledge. Through drawing reason by analogy, he had a deep understanding of the inscription system, and when he started to calculate again, he realized that his deduction speed was even faster than before. After 3 days, Wang Baol was delighted to discover that the number of times that he had been struck by lightning could be counted on his fingers. Now, whenever the mask posed a question, he could immediately give the answer. Even though the number of inscriptions he remembered was only a few 100,000, with the system, he could deduce all the inscriptions he needed. On a certain level, to say that he had already memorized all of the million inscriptions was not an exaggeration. Most importantly, his understanding of these inscriptions was deeper because of his formulaic deduction. Feeling that he was very formidable, Wang Baol could no longer resist. He did not want Lu Daobin and the others to continue suffering. Furthermore, he did not want Zhang Lan and the other 3 to continue their arrogance. So, in the early morning of the 4th day, He brought his determination and resolve and went directly to the inscriptions hall. When he reached the inscriptions hall, they were in the middle of a lesson. The inscription study teacher was at the lectern, looking at the students with a stern face, explaining the inscriptions. The moment Wang Baol saw the teacher, he immediately clasped his fist in greeting. His arrival attracted the attention of all the students, and even the teacher looked over. If it had been any other person interrupting the class, the teacher would have scolded them. But after seeing Wang Baol and being one of the teachers who had participated in the chancellor's lecture, his face showed a genial smile. "Oh, it's Wang Baol. Today we're talking about basic inscriptions. If you're interested, you can also listen." The appreciation in the teacher's gaze was evident. His warm tone toward Wang Baol was a big contrast to his previous stern attitude toward all the other students. This made all the surrounding students astonished. What was with the sudden change? Even if Wang Baol was the Spirit Stone's head prefect, this was the inscriptions hall. "I'm sorry, teacher. I want to open the blue wall test to see how much I have mastered in my studies. If that's not acceptable, I can wait till you finish class and come again." Wang Baol scratched his head. He had been too hasty and did not consider that there might have been classes. When the teacher heard this, his eyes shone in that moment, and he laughed loudly. "There's no need to wait for the end of class, Baol. You may take the test. I will watch over you and witness the appearance of the new head prefect of the inscriptions hall." Not only did the inscriptions teacher not get angry, he was even enthusiastic. In actuality, he also wanted to know just how many inscriptions Wang Baol had mastered. According to his judgment, it had to be around 600,000 inscriptions. The surrounding students heard the conversation between Wang Baol and the teacher. When it came to the 3 words "new head prefect," all of their eyes grew wide, and their hearts were in turmoil. Their brains roared as though they had seen a ghost, and they looked at Wang Baol in shock. Heavens, Wang Baol is really going to take on the challenge of being inscription's head prefect. How can this be? He only just became the Spirit Stone's head prefect a few months back. So why is our teacher so confident? If he succeeds, he will be the Spirit Stone's head prefect and the inscription's head prefect. While all the people in this classroom looked like they had seen ghosts, Wang Baol inhaled deeply. After bowing to the teacher, he walked into the classroom and stood in front of the blue wall. He raised his hand and placed it on top. The blue wall test opened. In an instant, the blue wall emitted a blue light and trapped Wang Baol within. Wang Baol sat cross-legged. His test had officially begun. The test for inscriptions was different from Spirit Stone study. It was not about testing their skill in carving but condensing illusions to prove that the student had a certain proficiency in inscriptions. Under the scrutiny of the students and teacher, Wang Baol sat down. In an instant, pictures that other people could not see appeared before his eyes. In those pictures, there were countless inscriptions that required Wang Baol to differentiate and simultaneously follow a set sequence to complete the ranking. While it was like this, the difficulty was not too high. However, in truth, more complicated inscriptions questions could appear at any moment during the process, such as fill-in-the-blank questions or multiple-choice questions. Other questions needed to be annotated or required the student to draw the inscriptions. These questions appeared at random times. The moment the candidate answered the question incorrectly, the test would end. Furthermore, the test had a strict time limit, and the moment the candidate exceeded the time limit, the test would also end. This difficulty caused the students to refer to the inscription study test as the devil's trial. Now, although everyone who was spectating the process could not see Wang Baol's answering progress, they could see Wang Baol's result constantly changing and increasing on the blue wall. 30,000, 80,000, 120,000, 200,000. In a short 5 minutes, Wang Baol's number swiftly exploded. The constantly jumping numbers immediately struck all the students in the inscriptions hall dumb with amazement again, and some students even stood up, speechless. That's fast. This Wang Baol. It can't be that he will become the new head prefect. The jumping of Wang Baol's number was truly terrifying. When Chao Kuan was promoted, he had required 1 hour to raise the number to 200,000. The cry of amazement from the inscriptions hall quickly spread. To the students, this incident could be said to be an incident of an unbelievable magnitude. With the news spreading, the inscriptions college discipline department's inspectors also heard of it. While all of them were stunned, they also paid attention. As for those who were close to Chao Kuan, they quickly informed him of the news. Head Prefect Chao Wang Baol is in the inscriptions hall. He wants to challenge you. Chao Kuan, who was buried in his studies in the cave abode and had experienced some sort of breakthrough in memorizing inscriptions, raised his head violently when he heard the voice transmission. His stress was unprecedentedly huge, and he was frantic. Wang Baol, if it had been before the Chancellor's lecture, he would have laughed mockingly if he had heard of this situation. But today, his heart beat rapidly, and a strong sense of unease caused his breathing to become erratic. He charged out of the cave abode fiercely and ran straight toward the inscriptions hall. When he arrived, people already filled the interior and exterior of the classroom. It was clear that Wang Baol's opening of the inscriptions blue wall had attracted the attention of everyone in the dermic armament faculty, and they had all arrived en masse. It was possible to even hear the shocked cries coming from inside the lecture hall. It's already 230,000. Heavens! Way too fast. 250,000. How proficient is this Wang Baol in inscriptions that he can be so fast? Don't tell me that, to him, these 200,000 or so inscriptions are already something he can easily answer in an instant. After spotting Chao Kuan's silhouette, the crowd's expressions changed too many times to count, especially upon noticing Chao Kuan's red eyes and his obviously mad expression. The crowd quickly created a path to allow Chao Kuan to rush into the hall. As he entered, he did not have the energy to care about the confused stares from the students and looked directly at Wang Baol. When he looked, he saw that Wang Baol's number on the blue wall had reached 280,000. Chao Kuan felt as though a bomb had gone off in his brain. His vision turned black and he staggered, breathing with some difficulty. His face turned white in that instant, and the veins on his forehead stood up as he moaned. Wang Baol, you want to surpass me? Impossible. I will also apply for the test. Chao Kuan stepped forward fiercely and placed his right hand directly on the blue wall. The head prefect test had the light from the blue wall as protection so that no one could disrupt the student, but that did not mean that only one person could take the test at a time. Now, Chao Kuan and Wang Baol were competing directly against each other. In the Spirit Colonel Head Prefect Pavilion, Lin Tianhao stood suddenly and threw his teacup viciously onto the ground, gritting his teeth. Wang Baol, you want to fight with me? You peasant-born cooked entrails. How dare you oppose me? The disturbance in the dermic armament faculty inscriptions hall was too huge, especially once Chao Kuan entered the test. The clash between the two of them attracted even more attention, and even the other teachers of the dermic armament faculty went to watch. After all, Wang Baol already had a number of legends to his name. If he could really become the inscriptions head prefect, he would be the second double head prefect in the history of the dermic armament faculty. Even though the teacher had secretly judged after the incident at the Chancellor's lecture that Wang Baol would not have much difficulty becoming the inscriptions head prefect, Chao Kuan still had some attainments and talent in inscriptions. As many people saw it, the victor in the clash between the two was hard to determine. As for Goti, after hearing of the incident, he smiled. This is interesting. Goti thought for a moment. Even if Wang Baol did lose, it was fine. However, seeing as Goti had brought him over, if Wang Baol won and became a double head prefect, his excellence would have to be rewarded. It did not matter that Goti did not express it when Wang Baol became the Spirit Stone's head prefect, but if he also became the inscription's head prefect, a reward would be necessary. In the hall, under everyone's gaze, Chao Kuan gritted his teeth and began the test. Previously, his inscription's attainment was 400,000. Recently, because of the immense pressure, he had put his all into memorizing, making some improvements. It seemed possible for him to attain 450,000. With his eyes red, he quickly caught up. Very quickly, an alarming cry exploded from inside the hall. This cry rapidly spread in all directions. No wonder Chao Kuan is a head prefect. In such a short time, he has managed to attain 100,000. You see, his numbers are rising so quickly. Wang Baol is even better. He is already at 300,000. The commotion in the hall grew louder. If it had been any other time, the students would not have dared make so much noise with a teacher around. However, what they saw was so astonishing that even the inscriptions hall teacher could understand their feelings. He laughed, and rather than stifling them, he looked at Wang Baol with admiration, anticipating more. As for Chao Kuan, he was going crazy. His full attention was focused on the inscriptions test, and he was putting in all his effort to catch up. Gradually, his numbers increased to 200,000. But at this time, everyone cried out in surprise, as if something unprecedented had shaken them. Wang Baol, 400,000. And it's still increasing to 430,000. He's exceeded Chao Kuan's previous result. He is now the head prefect. Heavens, 430,000 is still not the limit. You see, it's already 470,000. The great commotion caused by the shocked cries became louder and louder. Wang Baol's number had not paused since he started, and it was still soaring. Very soon, it was 490,000 and then 500,000. This scene had also been posted on the Spirit intranet. Forum threads about Wang Baol once again became the focus of everyone in the Dao College. Why is it him again? Why is it still him? All the students from the other faculties on the Spirit intranet side. It was true that in that academic year, Wang Baol's name had flooded their screens so many times that everyone felt tired already. But soon, when some people found the results of all the previous Dermic Armament faculty inscriptions head prefects, this tiredness disappeared and was replaced by shock and awe. In the Spirit Inception era, there had been 19 inscriptions head prefects of the Dermic Armament faculty. Among these people, the lowest number had only 300,000 or so inscriptions, but the highest number had reached 930,000. The one who had the most was currently the Grand Elder of Upper Academy Island's Dermic Armament Pavilion, above the regular elders in Ethereal Dao College. Even more so, he was one of the high flyers of Ethereal Dao College. Currently, he was famous even in the Federation and was hailed as one of the top 10 Dermic Armament teachers, Duan Muki. Other than holding the highest score among all the inscriptions head prefects, this Duan Muki was the only person in the history of the Dermic Armament faculty to have been the head prefect of both inscriptions and spirit kernel. The only pity was that Duan Muki was relatively weak in spirit stones, so he did not become the as yet to appear triple head prefect. And now, even though the head prefect bell had not reverberated because Wang Baol's test had not ended, he was already the inscription's head prefect. Wang Baol was already the second double head prefect in the Dermic Armament faculty's history. As the news spread, this allowed many different opinions to explode throughout the Dao College, especially as, in the inscriptions hall, Wang Baol's number was still rising, from the previous 500,000 to 600,000. Exactly how many inscriptions has Wang Baol mastered? It's already 670,000. This is beyond human. 700,000. At that moment, no one was paying any attention to Chao Kuan, who was still taking the test. His numbers had stalled at 460,000, and after increasing slowly, his body shook and his test ended. When he raised his head, he was originally confident because of the increase in his result. But upon seeing Wang Baol's number, he immediately broke down, staring with wide eyes. 700,000. This, impossible. Chao Kuan stood fiercely and took a few steps back. His whole body started shaking, and his expression was one of disbelief. His vision started to dim. This blow had extinguished everything for him. This was no longer competing. This was a complete annihilation. He could not believe that Wang Baol's inscriptions number had exceeded his by so much. As he saw it, it was completely impossible. But the numbers were jumping constantly before his eyes. It was like numerous sharp swords piercing his heart, causing Chao Kuan to lose all strength and lean against the wall, his mind blank. He could not accept the reality that someone had surpassed him, and he was as petrified as a piece of wood. However, this annihilation had not stopped. The noises from all around kept coming, and under the gazes of hundreds of thousands, Wang Baol's number actually exploded again. It went from 700,000 to 800,000. After this explosive surge, the speed of the numbers slowly decreased. They could see Wang Baol sitting cross-legged, his body shaking, the veins on his head bulging. To have reached such a standard, even Wang Baol felt immense pressure. This inscriptions test got harder as it went on, as the candidate could not make mistakes or exceed the time limit. Furthermore, they needed to rapidly answer various questions that could appear at any time. Thus, even though Wang Baol had the systemic formula, he was still gradually unable to hold on. It was not that his deduction speed was slow, but his body's strength and his concentration could not sustain it. This strain on his brain consumed too much. Even with such a short process, his body had obviously lost some weight. His original round face had shrunk, and upon closer inspection, with Wang Baol so haggard, he actually had a face that many people would consider handsome. If Wang Baol had been clear-headed at that moment and looked into a mirror, he would have been extremely moved, thinking that he was the most handsome man on earth. Unfortunately for him, he was currently absorbed in the test, and all his mental energy was dedicated to the inscriptions. As time passed, after 1 hour, he finally managed, with much difficulty, to push from 800,000 inscriptions to 900,000. He continued, although his speed was ever decreasing. As numerous people waited inside and outside the hall, 6 more hours passed. Wang Baol's number had exceeded 930,000, and when it reached 940,000, his whole body shook. His physical and mental strength could not hold on, and in that instant, the test ended. As it ended, the blue light disappeared, and the head prefect bell immediately sounded. In the Dermic Armament faculty, the buzz resounded. Inscriptions head prefect. Dermic Armament faculty double head prefect. Wang Baol. The cry in the Dermic Armament faculty shook heaven and earth. However, Wang Baol could not hear any of this. The moment the test ended, he fainted from his high energy expenditure. After the inscription study teacher supported him and gave him some pills, he sent Wang Baol back to his cave abode. After noticing that Wang Baol had fainted, the students inside and outside the hall all showed admiration in their gazes. Evidently, the current Wang Baol commanded the respect of all the students. Following the sounds of the head prefect bell, Chao Kuan let out a pained cry and spat out blood several times. The head prefect token in his arms crumbled, and he seemed to have lost his wits, vacantly turning around and leaving. No one noticed his departure. When the head prefect bell resounded in the Dermic Armament faculty, all the inspectors in the Inscriptions and Spirit Stones College Discipline Department became all terrified. There was a significant number of people who were secretly glad that they had not been too harsh and had been passively procrastinating instead. If not, they would have needed to worry about not being able to hold on to their position. Furthermore, there were some smart people who immediately rushed to gain Lu Daobin and the others' favor. Lu Daobin and the others had been imprisoned, and all of them were very nervous. They did not know what was happening outside, and although they had heard the head prefect bell, they did not know what had happened. They could only guess. Only when the inspectors who had imprisoned reappeared and fought to gain their favor, some even taking the initiative to release them, did they learn that Wang Baol had become the inscription's head prefect. Lu Daobin and the others were moved, and each of them smiled widely at the sky, feeling as though the clouds had parted to reveal a sunny blue sky. While the whole Dermic Armament faculty was talking about Wang Baol's status as double head prefect, in the Spirit Colonel head prefect pavilion, Lin Tianhao had broken into a furious rage. He had broken all the items in the room, and his eyes glared in the direction of Wang Baol's cave abode. He could not tolerate the days coming, where Wang Baol would have 2 votes and he would be suppressed by Wang Baol. Gradually, his gaze showed a yearning to kill. At the same time, in the combat faculty in Lu Ziheo's room, there was one more external guest. This guest was Zhou Lu's sister, Zhou Jing. She was the beautiful girl who had previously been wearing a cat mask at the club. Currently, she was excitedly giving a jade slip to Lu Ziheo. She watched as Lu Ziheo opened the spirit intranet, showing Wang Baol's picture. "Rat, this is the information you wanted. I have been searching for a long time and secretly took some from my father. Tell me quick." Is that shameless fat rabbit this Wang Baol? The beautiful girl was excited, and her beautiful gaze swept across Wang Baol's picture. This picture had been taken by the students at the exact moment that Wang Baol had been haggard from the test, with his face having slimmed down greatly. The students had then posted the picture on the Spirit intranet. I feel that this Wang Baol does not seem like a fat rabbit. You see, he looks quite handsome, not like a bad guy. The beautiful girl took a few more looks, and as she looked, she felt that Wang Baol's profile seemed to have a certain charm. Him handsome? You must be blind. Lu Zihao could not take it, and his eyes glared. Heavens, so I look this handsome when I slim down. At dawn the next day, Wang Baol awoke in the cave abode and rubbed the aching place between his eyebrows. As he thought of how he seemed to have become head prefect before he fainted, he opened the Spirit intranet to check the news. Very quickly, he saw a picture of himself. As he looked at his profile on the picture, Wang Baol squinted, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. His breathing had also hastened, and he could not help but stare at it for a long time. Finally, when he confirmed that it was indeed himself, he felt extremely moved. Is this really me? This knife-sharp jawline, high-nose bridge, eyes filled with wisdom. Wang Baol felt the corners of his eyes grow moist. Most importantly, the angle from which this photo was taken was too magical. To have taken Wang Baol's haggard face and given it the effect of being handsome and filled with an indescribable charm shocked even Wang Baol. He quickly took out a mirror to compare. Upon seeing the round face in the mirror and then the deep handsome picture, Wang Baol grew more and more satisfied. No wonder people say that every fatso has potential. This sentence is correct. I, Wang Baol, am the one with the most potential. If I completely slim down one day, I will definitely be so handsome that the universe will explode. Even those celebrities in the Federation will not be equal to me. As he was pleased with himself, he saved the picture from the Spirit intranet in preparation for the future when he needed to send pictures to people. After all, only this photo suits my appearance. Wang Baol patted his stomach and happily continued to check the Spirit intranet. He only looked at those that were shocked at him being double head prefect. As for the comments that sourly mocked him, Wang Baol automatically ignored them. After a short while, Wang Baol had mostly finished looking. Satisfied, he took out a bag of snacks to eat. His heart was pleased, and he thought about the fact that he had become the double head prefect. Now, no one could bully him. Some things I can now do, but I cannot let Lin Tianhao be too pleased with himself. Chao Kuan was only an instrument in his hands. I need to continue to work hard and get rid of him. At this point, Wang Baol placed the snacks down and was about to leave when at the same time, Lu Daobin came to visit. In actuality, Lu Daobin had already come a few times. Every time he visited, he would stand outside the cave abode and ask to meet softly, afraid that Wang Baol was still sleeping. He felt that Wang Baol would be awake now, so he had come again. Lu Daobin pays his respect to the Spirit Stones and Inscriptions double head prefect. The moment Lu Daobin walked in, he immediately bowed deeply. Then he stood up and helped Wang Baol sweep the cave abode and serve tea. Wang Baol sighed emotively. When he lost his influence and all his underlings were caught, he had not been treated so well. He took a sip of the tea and smiled. Daobin, you have suffered in this period. To work for the head prefect is not suffering. It's just that I am furious that Chao Kuan actually made me say some ridiculous words to slander the head prefect. From the start to the end, I, Lu Daobin, have always been loyal. To slander the head prefect is something I would never do. Lu Daobin clarified his stance, raised his chest, and pounded it a few times. Wang Baol was very satisfied with Lu Daobin's attitude. After thinking for a moment, he leaned forward a little bit. Lu Daobin immediately rushed ahead and carefully placed his ear at a position suitable for Wang Baol to speak. I will no longer hold head prefect meetings. Please watch the Spirit Stones and Inscriptions College Discipline Department's attitudes. As for Zhanglan and the others, I don't want to see them in the Dao College anymore. The moment Wang Baol spoke, Lu Daobin understood and was moved. He knew that this was Wang Baol giving him authority. Even though he was not an inspector himself, he had more power than them. Furthermore, closing the head prefect meeting did not lack meaning. He could imagine that inspectors from the Inscriptions and Spirit Stones College Discipline Department would be trembling with fear. "Don't worry, head prefect. I understand." Lu Daobin took a deep breath and wore a solemn expression. He exchanged a few more words with Wang Baol before he left. After he left, Wang Baol thought for a moment and activated the voice transmission ring. With those days of having his underlings taken away for questioning, he knew that he could not let Lu Daobin handle these kinds of matters. His research from high officials' autobiographies allowed him to understand one principle: matters that dealt with the drawing in of people's heart and minds to be handled by himself. In actuality, it was also like this. Those students who had previously been captured had all become very emotional after receiving Wang Baol's greeting. They were all extremely enthusiastic, and their respect for Wang Baol had turned into worship. All of this was because of Wang Baol's double head prefect status and the fact that all of them had gone through adversity together. After resolving the matters of the college discipline department, Wang Baol took out the second half of the chi fostering art. The reason he did not plan to have the head prefect meeting was because he was too lazy to see Lin Tianhao. "When I get rid of him, I will have the only say at this dermic armament faculty. That would be best." Wang Baol snorted before lowering his head to study spirit kernels in the chi fostering art. In actuality, inscriptions and spirit kernels had many similarities. However, one could only grasp these similarities if their inscriptions mastery had reached at least 600,000. For example, many methods to carve the inscription's details were methods to differentiate inscriptions but also to turn carvings on spirit stones into spirit kernels. As one's mastery of inscriptions got closer to the essence, the more methods became similar. Just as Wang Baol used a formula for deductions and calculation, this method had even more of an advantage. When he was in the Chancellor's lecture hall that day, he had used the merging of inscriptions and spirit kernel study to resolve the Upper Academy Island Elders test. So, to the current Wang Baol, it would be too easy to take the position of spirit kernel head prefect after taking the position of inscriptions head prefect. After all, his knowledge was too deep. Regardless of spirit stones or inscriptions, with the combination of both, his mastery of spirit kernel study would increase, hitting a level that would terrify other people. It was also the case for Duan Muki all those years ago. He had become the spirit kernel head prefect not 2 months after he had become the inscriptions head prefect. Thus, the power that came with mastering inscriptions to their limit was apparent. In actuality, this was also the reason Lin Tianhao felt that Wang Baol was so terrifying and dreadful. With the advantage he currently possessed, Wang Baol was prepared to accomplish everything in one fell swoop and take the position of spirit kernel head prefect too. So he inhaled deeply and started to research. The spirit kernel formulations that need memorization have too many similarities with inscriptions. I can use my formula to resolve this. This is not difficult for me. The only part that is difficult is the familiarity that I have with carving. In order to hone their abilities, others will require capital to practice. After all, empty stones are used to make spirit stones. And as for me, I don't even need empty stones. Especially since I can make rainbow spirit stones, which can hold even more inscriptions. What I need is to be familiar with carving various spirit kernel inscription formulas. At that, Wang Baol took out a spirit stone and started familiarizing himself with carving inscriptions. This kind of carving technique allowed one to be familiar with the carving movements and also to deepen the inscriptions. While working on both, Wang Baol once again felt his superiority. While other people needed some time to think before carving, he did not have to think at all because of his mastery of such a terrifying number of inscriptions. Every inscription had been imprinted deep in his mind, and he could directly draw it from memory. As for accuracy, he was already better than other people. He could say that, on the starting line, he was already infinitely closer to the end. This scene surprised even Wang Baol himself, and slowly, his eyes started to shine. If this continues, I think soon, I can become the spirit kernel head prefect. As time passed, Wang Baol became immersed in his practice of spirit kernels. At midday on the third day, an unexpected guest arrived outside his cave abode. It was Lu Zihao. As he had sent a letter of visit to request a meeting, Wang Baol, who had just finished carving a flying sword spirit kernel, was stunned for a moment. Why is Lu Zihao here? Don't tell me he has discovered my identity. Wang Baol was rather astonished. However, when he remembered that he was currently a double head prefect, he glared, took out his voice transmission ring, and explained the situation to Lu Daobin. Even if he knows, what can he do? But it would still be better to hide it for a while. Wang Baol knew that it would not be too good to avoid meeting him. Thus, he opened the door of his cave abode, and with a straightforward and uncertain expression, he looked at Lu Zihao, who carried a boxing glove and seemed stiff below his robes, as though he was wearing a pair of iron pants. You are. The instant that Wang Baol nearly opened the door to the cave abode, Lu Zihao, who had been waiting at the door, immediately turned to stare at him unblinkingly. His gaze was sharp and carried a sense of scrutiny, as though he wanted to completely see through Wang Baol. Combat Faculty's Lu Zihao is here to see the Dermic Armament Head Prefect. He squinted his eyes, and his bearing had a hint of arrogance as he slowly spoke. Seeing Lu Zihao's expression, Wang Baol snorted to himself. He was considering simply revealing his identity and making Lu Zihao continue to kneel and call him Daddy. However, just as Wang Baol was considering this, Lu Zihao spoke again. I came here to give the head prefect a reminder. You still remember Zhou Lu from the club last year? She has already graduated from White Deer Dao College and was recruited by the military, who gave her a 7-inch true breath. I heard that her cultivation level has already broken past the ancient martial realm, becoming a cultivator of the true breath realm. Lu Zihao spoke quickly, all the while staring at Wang Baol in a bid to gather some clues. Hearing this, Wang Baol blinked. His memory of that crazy woman Zhou Lu was simply too deep. To hear that she had actually joined the military and even cultivated herself to exceed the ancient martial realm, he was immediately on guard. I don't understand what you are saying. Wang Baol shook his head and turned to return to the cave abode. Wang Baol, you are the finger-bending mad rabbit. I tell you, when that Zhou Lu becomes a real true breath realm cultivator, she will still remember the incident that happened that day at the club. If you dare walk back into the cave abode, I will immediately send a voice transmission to Zhou Lu and tell her of your identity. When that happens, she will definitely seek you out. Lu Zihao had a lofty expression and a crafty look in his eyes. It's not impossible for me to keep mum. Wang Baol, you finger-bending mad rabbit, kowtow and call me daddy. You're crazy. Hearing Lu Zihao actually speaking to him so arrogantly, Wang Baol stopped in his tracks and turned to glare at Lu Zihao. Annoyed, he snorted and continued walking toward the cave abode. Upon seeing Wang Baol's feigning of ignorance, Lu Zihao grew angry. His cultivation powers erupted immediately, and he gave a low roar. Today, I, Lu Zihao, came just to expose your identity. His cultivation powers diffused. Although Lu Zihao was still in the perfected physical seal realm, he had refined it more and was not far from pulse enrichment. As he roared, he flew toward Wang Baol, raised his right hand, and threw a punch. You're not done, are you? Wang Baol grew angry, too. He felt that, as head prefect, he had already taken the high road by preparing to return to the cave abode. However, this hot-blooded young man was forceful and unrelenting, and now he had even made the first move. This was intolerable to Wang Baol. He turned around and raised his right hand rapidly. Lu Zihao did not even manage to get a clear look before Wang Baol caught his wrist and pressed it downward. In that instant, the sharp pain of his joint made Lu Zihao wail in pain. Kneel and say, Daddy! Wang Baol glared. With a thud, Lu Zihao knelt, but he did not say, Daddy. Instead, through the throbbing pain, he looked to the sky and laughed maniacally. Finger-bending mad rabbit. You were fooled. I had 3 recording devices placed all around. Haha, Wang Baol, you finger-bending crotch-kicking mad rabbit. Everyone on the Dao College's Spirit Intranet can see this broadcast now. Your identity has already been exposed. Wang Baol, just wait for Zhou Lu to seek you out. Wait for all the people you have harmed in Ethereal City to look for you. Although Lu Zihao's wrist had been twisted by Wang Baol, his laughter echoed everywhere, his excitement surging. Now, finger-bending mad rabbit, Let go of my hand and kneel. Call me Daddy. Lu Zihao was unbearably smug. In his imagination, Wang Bao's expression must have changed to panic. However, Lu Zihao soon discovered that Wang Bao was not as alarmed as he had expected. Instead, he was grinning widely. This scene stunned Lu Zihao, and he started to feel as though something was amiss. You? Just as Lu Zihao felt that something was off, from all the roads surrounding Wang Bao's cave abode, about 10 black-robed inspectors from the Inscriptions and Spirit Stones classroom swiftly arrived. All of them had respectful expressions as they rushed over at full speed. Lu Daobin was among them. He held 3 recording devices in his hands. Upon seeing the cameras in Lu Daobin's hands, Lu Zihao's expression changed. Reporting back. Just as you expected, Lu Zihao placed these 3 recording devices after ascending the mountain. We have already taken steps to cut off the spirit intranet in this area, so no confidential information can be transmitted. Hearing Lu Daobin's words, Lu Zihao felt stunned. His pupils grew wide, and it seemed like his vision had gone black. Wang Bao raised his head and demanded smugly, "Say, Daddy." Lu Daobin's breathed roughly and shouted, "You wish." The grievance and gloom in his heart had reached its limit, and he was prepared to stay firm till the end. However, at this moment Lu Daobin sneered. "Head Prefect, this person tried to steal the Dermic Armament Faculty's secrets. I suggest we detain him immediately and send him to the Dao College for interrogation after negotiation with the Combat Faculty." The moment Lu Daobin spoke, Lu Zihao inhaled and almost wet his pants from fear. The consequences for stealing secrets were extremely severe, and it scared Lu Zihao till he quickly tried to explain himself. "I am not a thief. I just installed those around Wang Bao's cave abode to record evidence." "Shut up. Remember the head prefect's status. By placing the recording devices outside the head prefect's cave abode, this is considered stealing the Dermic Armament Faculty's secrets," Lu Daobin said while maintaining his icy gaze. Even the other inspectors appeared hostile. They looked at Lu Zihao and seemed to call for a severe punishment. At this moment, Lu Zihao had become truly afraid. When he arrived, he had indeed come with evil intentions to record Wang Bao attacking him. With that, he was going to use it as evidence to humiliate Wang Bao and also use it to brag. Furthermore, he had no intention of sparing Wang Bao. Instead, he was prepared to hand the evidence over to Zhou Lu so that she would cause trouble for Wang Bao and embarrass him. However, he had neglected Wang Bao's authority and status in the Dermic Armament Faculty. He never would have imagined that the situation would turn out like this. Now that he was scared, he quickly adapted to the circumstances and wailed, "Daddy, Daddy, I was wrong. Daddy, I was wrong. Fine, let's not scare little children anymore." Wang Bao smugly raised his hand. Hearing Wang Bao call him a little child, Lu Zihao's aggrieved expression kept changing, but he had no choice but to swallow his objections. "Little Hao, we don't have any grudges that we can't resolve. Don't be so mischievous next time." Emotional, Wang Bao raised his hand to rub Lu Zihao's head. From the first time they faced each other, Wang Bao knew that Lu Zihao was someone who liked to scheme and resort to petty tricks. So, this time, when he left the cave abode, he sent a voice transmission to instruct Lu Daobin just in case. Now, with a senior's bearing, Wang Bao criticized Lu Zihao before returning to his cave abode. Satisfied. He was delighted, feeling that he was still better at strategy. As for the matter of Lu Zihao revealing his identity, Wang Bao did not care. As he saw it, it would be best if it was not exposed, but if it was exposed, it was no big deal. For Zhou Lu or many other people, it was not a simple feat to become a double head prefect of Ethereal Dao College. Seeing that Wang Bao was going to let him go, Lu Zihao released a deep breath. The surrounding inspectors looked icily at Lu Zihao before leaving as well. Only Lu Daobin stood beside Lu Zihao, and with a somber voice, he said, "Study well. This time, the head prefect is letting you go out of kindness. You need to treasure this chance and stop making trouble for yourself." He waved the recording device in his hand. He did not return the 3 recording devices to Lu Zihao but took them away so that he could store them as evidence and take them out in the future. Even after everyone had left, Lu Zihao remained silent for a long time. He turned to look back at Wang Bao's cave abode. At this moment, he truly felt the gap between himself and Wang Bao. I definitely can exceed him. Unable to expose Wang Bao's identity, he gritted his teeth and returned to the combat faculty, entering seclusion to cultivate himself. To Wang Bao, this incident with Lu Zihao was only a small matter. After returning to the cave abode, he once again immersed himself in spirit kernel training. After a week, Wang Bao's speed at refining spirit kernels became faster and faster. After entering the Tao College, he had used many spirit stones. However, he still had a large reserve of spirit stones, all of them high quality. This meant that Wang Bao did not lack spirit stones as he started to familiarize himself with producing spirit kernels. All the carved inscriptions on the spirit stones allowed him to have an increasingly exquisite mastery over the spirit kernels. At the same time, he had also used the knowledge from the jade slip material that the Dermic Armament Pavilion Elder had given him to refine spirit kernels. He slowly understood the big picture through basic examples, and with it, Wang Bao was able to combine knowledge and understand spirit kernel even more deeply. In actuality, the main point of spirit kernels was to follow different manuals to arrange spirit stones with different carved inscriptions. This relied on stimulating the stored energy in the spirit stones, causing these spirit stones to fuse and thus create spirit kernel dermic artifacts. In a manner of speaking, these kinds of spirit kernels were already almost dermic artifacts. They only needed the addition of the metal materials stated in the manual, in addition to polishing and smelting, before they could become refined as dermic artifacts. Even without the latter steps, with just spirit kernels, one could already release a certain amount of power. However, the power would be much weaker, as it did lack the augmentation garnered from the forged materials. Furthermore, it would not be as sturdy as the true dermic artifacts protected by metal materials. While carving inscriptions and refining spirit kernels, Wang Bao started to get a sense of the depths of inscription study. Many times he would have strange thoughts, and he would follow these thoughts and express them through inscriptions. Although most of them ended in failure, this process also gave Wang Bao joy. Just like that, another week passed. By the time Wang Bao had almost depleted his supply of spirit stones, he had massively improved in his spirit kernel study. However, Wang Bao understood that he was still some way off from becoming head prefect. He needed to practice even more, and so, in the remaining days, just as he was getting proficient with the remaining spirit kernels, he also took out a large portion of his time to refine spirit stones. And because he was refining spirit stones, his body started to accumulate spirit fat. However, due to his prior experience, Wang Bao constantly observed the changes in his own body. As he saw it, as long as he did not stay at home all day like last time, everything would work out. And spirit fat is good too. Once it's absorbed, my cultivation level will have a breakthrough. Who knows? Maybe this time I can move from physical seal and enter pulse enrichment. With this thought, Wang Bao grew smug. His attitude toward spirit fat changed, and he was even anticipating it. Still, what he most anticipated was becoming spirit kernel head prefect. Then, he would be the unbeatable ultimate head prefect of Ethereal Tao College's Dermic Armament faculty, the likes of which had not been seen before. When that happens, we'll see who dares bully me. When he thought of this, Wang Bao was so excited that he even laughed out loud, especially because he imagined himself as the only decision-maker in the Dermic Armament Faculty College Discipline Department after becoming Spirit Kernel Head Prefect. The Tao College still wants to use the Dermic Armament Faculty as an experiment. Forget it. When I become the only Head Prefect, I will still have a Head Prefect meeting, except that I will be the only one at the meeting. Wang Bao laughed, becoming more and more pleased with himself. With this wonderful feeling, he began to eat his snacks while refining spirit stones and improving his familiarity with spirit kernel. His weight steadily began to increase. As the thickness of the spirit fat on his body began to increase by the day, Wang Bao also started to carve a larger number of inscriptions onto the refined spirit stones. With these spirit stones inscriptions, he created various series of spirit kernels. This was just like a cycle. With his constant effort and refinement, Wang Bao started to have more and more spirit kernels. Although he had wasted many during the refinement process, by the time the fourth week came around, Wang Baol already had about 100 spirit kernels in his storage bracelet, and his rate of success also increased rapidly. Now, he had a 1 in 3 chance of succeeding. This kind of success rate and proficiency was unparalleled in the entire spirit kernel hall. In reality, even Lin Tianhao could not reach this level. At most, he only had a 1 in 4 chance of succeeding. After all, Lin Tianhao was not as proficient as Chao Kuan, much less Wang Baol, in terms of inscriptions. So even though Wang Baol had gone into seclusion, Lin Tianhao had also done the same during this period, frantically increasing his own proficiency in spirit kernels. He even went to the blue wall in the classroom once to improve his own results. However, to Wang Baol, it would only be too easy to best him. Just like that, when the 5th week arrived, Lu Daobin informed Wang Baol that Zhang Lan and the others were once again locked up. When Lu Daobin tried to resolve the matter, Lin Tianhao blocked him. As such, Wang Baol started to increase the speed of his spirit stone refinement. Over the next 2 weeks, he refined an increasingly explosive number of spirit stones, and thus, his proficiency with spirit kernels rapidly increased. Finally, on the last day of the 2nd week, Wang Baol had another breakthrough with his probability of success in refining spirit kernels. He had achieved a 50% success rate. I will soon become the Dermic Armament Faculty's unrivaled head prefect. As he laughed, Wang Baol struggled to stand. Filled with excitement and anticipation, he was not too worried about his own figure. I just have to lose weight after all. It's easy to lose spirit fat. Once I lose it, I can break through and reach the pulse enrichment realm. After frantically losing weight several times, Wang Baol felt that it would be easy to grow skinnier. Feeling smug, he ran crazily around the island with a shake of his body. Except, after running for 2 days, Wang Baol became somewhat anxious when he realized that he had not lost weight. He was a little worried, but after thinking it over, he still felt that it would be easy to lose weight. It's fine. I still have other methods. With this thought, Wang Baol went to the lava chamber. However, after some time, when he left the lava chamber under the hidden resentful gazes of the combat faculty students, he realized that his body was still big. At this point, Wang Baol's breathing grew erratic, and he felt a strong sense that something was amiss. I still have the ultimate method. With gritted teeth, Wang Baol returned to the cave abode and immediately sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. When Xianxia arrived outside of Wang Baol's cave abode with his head of gelled and shiny short hair, he stared with wide eyes at Wang Baol's body. No wonder the entire combat faculty was complaining. Heavens, Wang Baol, you've grown fat again. Brother Xia, you are the expert in losing weight. Quickly think of a solution for me. I don't care if it's the death pill. I just want to lose weight. As Xianxia was Wang Baol's last hope, he quickly made his request, feeling insecure. Xianxia furrowed his brows and said severely, "Schoolmate, I need to remind you that I am a businessman, not an expert at losing weight." Without saying another word, Wang Baol raised and flipped his right hand. Immediately, a large number of rainbow spirit stones flew out from his storage bracelet, forming a small mountain to the side. The rainbow light caused the inside of the cave abode to light up, colorful and resplendent. Xianxia looked straight ahead, inhaled, and hit his chest viciously. "Schoolmate, you were right in looking for me. I, Xianxia, am Ethereal Tao College's preeminent expert at losing weight. Brother, I am the best at losing weight. Don't worry, I will definitely help you become skinny." Xianxia's breathing was rapid as he immediately opened his mouth. Hearing Xianxia's guarantee, Wang Baol immediately felt at ease and nodded in satisfaction. Very soon, after briefly going outside, Xianxia returned with many death pills for Wang Baol. I hoarded many death pills after that time. Come, eat as many as you want. Xianxia waved his hand and generously flung 5 bottles to Wang Baol before leaving. In his cave abode, Wang Baol immediately ate about 10 death pills. As the heat in his body rose, he excitedly sat still and waited for the spirit fat to burn. But perhaps his spirit fat was too stubborn this time, or maybe his body had gotten used to it. In the end, Wang Baol had only turned sweaty. When he lowered his head to look, his body was still big. Clearly, nothing had changed. He hurriedly ate more. However, even though he ate all the death pills, nothing changed. Wang Baol could not help but wail. Heavens! Why don't they work? At this point, Wang Baol could no longer maintain his cool. His breathing was unbearably rapid, and he could almost hear the footsteps of the Fatso forefathers in his head. Xiahayang, your death pills were fake this time. Panicked, Wang Baol took out his voice transmission ring and contacted Xiahayang again. After Xiahayang received the voice transmission, he rushed to Wang Baol's cave abode. When he entered and saw the unchanged Wang Baol and the empty bottles, he was stunned. No effect at all? No effect at all. Wang Baol cried and looked at Xiahayang. If it had been anyone else, Xiahayang definitely would have been suspicious. However, he still trusted Wang Baol, so he scratched his head, his brain working at high speed. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Schoolmate, wait 3 days. I will think of a plan. Don't worry. There is nothing I can't do. This kind of challenging problem, I'll take it on. As he looked at Xiahayang, who had solemnly pledged his help, Wang Baol sighed, lowered his head, and rubbed his belly, his expression troubled. Why didn't it work this time? His previous few experiences had given him confidence, but today he had been beaten black and blue by reality. He felt immense pressure when he thought of his future path to losing weight. Disheartened, he sat on the veranda of the cave abode and looked at the blue sky. Vaguely, he seemed to see the silhouettes of many Fatso forefathers, causing his mood to darken. He could only take out that handsome picture of himself and space out. Don't tell me heaven is jealous of my talent. Heaven is unwilling to let such a handsome person exist, so it strikes me down and blocks my path to losing weight. The more Wang Baol thought about his situation, the sadder and angrier he felt. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took out a bag of snacks. However, after looking at the bag, he paused and threw it aside. I'll bear with it. Angrily, Wang Baol resisted the urge to look at the snacks and waited for Xiahayang to return. This continued for 3 days until Xiahayang returned. The moment saw Xiahayang, Wang Baol grew excited. Brother Xia, have you thought of a plan? Xiahayang walked into Wang Baol's cave abode and rubbed his gelled hair with a lofty expression. He coughed after hearing Wang Baol's words. Your problem is too simple. It's just losing weight. Even though the death pills didn't work, I am an expert in losing weight. The moment I get into action, you will definitely succeed. Hearing the confidence in Xiahayang's words, Wang Baol's eyes lit up. He quickly made Xiahayang sit, offered him ice spirit water, and looked at him eagerly. Brother Xia, as long as I can lose weight, whether it's spirit stones or anything, I can negotiate. Xiahayang drank his ice spirit water and spoke softly. Let me tell you, in Ethereal Tao College, there is a dermic artifact. This dermic artifact is priceless, extremely valuable. I can help you get it and lend it to you for 7 days. I guarantee that once you use this dermic artifact, you will definitely slim down in 7 days. Xiahayang's voice was extremely low, and it had a mysterious quality. Wang Baol's eyes lit up after listening, and he moved his head closer. What dermic artifact? How effective? As the double head prefect of the dermic armament faculty, Wang Baol was very sensitive to the words dermic artifact. When he heard Xiahayang talk about this artifact, he could not help but be curious. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, there was an ancient slimming method called the brain tricking technique. To put it simply, it tricks your brain. For example, when it comes to exercise, you trick your brain into thinking that you have already exercised for a long time, and so it will quickly replace the old with the new, drawing the energy from your body and thus losing weight. As Xiahayang spoke, he felt very smug. He felt that this plan was extremely appropriate for losing weight. The priceless dermic artifact that I am speaking of was refined using this principle. It's not too much to call it a banned artifact. After you use this, you will definitely lose weight. Hearing this, Wang Baol's eyes shone as he was filled with hope. To think there's such a dermic artifact. You are a genius. Did you bring this dermic artifact? If this dermic artifact was easy to borrow, it wouldn't be so valuable. This treasure's owner is not someone from the Lower Academy Island. It belongs to some prominent figure at the True Breath realm on the Upper Academy Island. Xianxia coughed and pointed out the owner's cultivation level so as to highlight his own ability at dealing with powerful people. Upper Academy Island? Wang Bao's eyes widened. Ethereal Dao College's Upper Academy Island was where countless students dreamed of entering. Furthermore, to enter the Upper Academy Island, one had to pass an extremely competitive exam. They were not mere mortals but cultivators. This person's identity is confidential. I can't tell you who, and the person is also unwilling to let too many people know that he possesses this banned artifact. Under normal circumstances, this person wouldn't have lent this out. However, in Ethereal Dao College, there is nothing I, Xianxia, cannot do. As long as I cater to their desires, this person is very reasonable. If you want to borrow this dermic artifact, you need to refine some puppet dermic artifacts to exchange so that it will be easier for me, as this person likes to collect different kinds of puppet dermic artifacts. When Xianxia spoke of the puppet dermic artifacts, he paused and looked at Wang Bao. Puppet dermic artifact? Wang Bao hesitated. These kinds of dermic artifacts were rather unorthodox in the study of spirit kernels. They were split into defensive puppets and offensive puppets, and there were very few formulations. Furthermore, one needed to have an alarming mastery of spirit kernel and inscriptions to refine a puppet. Broadly speaking, to find someone who could refine these puppets in the Lower Academy Island dermic armament faculty was very rare. These kinds of dermic artifacts are difficult to refine. Furthermore, I have only refined spirit kernels at the moment, and I don't have the materials and formulations. Wang Bao wrinkled his brow, feeling that this task was a little difficult. I have the materials. Whatever you need, just tell me. Xianxia's eyes were bright, and he smiled as he spoke. I haven't finished. The other party has a hobby of collecting puppets. He doesn't want animal puppets, only human puppets, and they have to be huge, fierce, and vicious. You also know that in the wilderness beyond the city lake, wild beasts run rampant. When we go out, having a few burly protective dolls will make it safer. After explaining the situation, Xianxia arranged a time to collect the goods and then left. In the cave abode, Wang Bao sat with uncertainty written all over his face. He had a sneaking suspicion that something was amiss. However, if he wanted to lose weight, he could only use the other party's dermic artifact. Thus, he needed to refine puppet dermic artifacts. Let's refine. For these kinds of spirit kernels that he had never refined before, Wang Bao researched first before deducing the inscriptions. When he had the results and the confidence, he would finally begin carving inscriptions. The offensive puppet is too difficult. There is no point in making it. I should focus on the defensive type instead. Since it is defensive, then it has to be sturdy, so I need to add at least 30 inscriptions to strengthen its defenses. It's not enough for it to be sturdy. Because it is human-shaped, it needs to be pliable. At the same time, it has to be able to make alerts. Even if it can't speak, it needs to emit sound. Furthermore, it cannot be obvious that it is a puppet. That is very important, too, so that it has the element of surprise. It will also be important in the modeling aspect. Anyway, puppets are the highest level. Once refined, it will be a true dermic artifact that is almost no different from a real human. When Wang Bao started, he did not pay much attention. But after carving inscriptions, the refinement of spirit kernel for the puppet became too difficult, so he placed all his effort into refining. With this deep thinking and deduction, he gradually perfected the puppet. Just so he could make it perfect, Wang Bao decided to use rainbow spirit stones as the core, arrange other superior grade spirit stones around them, then meld them all together. Finally, after several days when he had refined the spirit kernels, Wang Bao saw that he had used 40 or so spirit stones. Only after going through many calculations to achieve the arrangement of inscriptions could he find the framework of the human-shaped spirit kernel. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his gaze showed a hint of regret. It's too bad that time is short and that this is my first time. If not, I should have been able to make an even better one. Wang Bao shook his head and sent a voice transmission to Xianxia to ask him to purchase forging materials. These materials were not valuable but regular materials that Wang Bao found according to his own refinement of spirit kernel inscriptions. He had learned most of them from the jade slip that the Dermic Armament Pavilion Elder had given him. I must be the first one to refine with fusing materials. Wang Baol sighed. He felt that this task of losing weight was too difficult this time. If the Dermic artifact was not effective, he was definitely going to make Xianxia compensate his losses from refining the puppets. With this thought, he took the spirit kernel and materials and left the cave abode, charging at full speed till he reached the Spirit Cauldron Cave at the Dermic Armament Faculty. This Spirit Cauldron Cave was similar to Combat Faculty's lava chamber, except the temperature was different. The main point of the Spirit Cauldron Cave was to allow Spirit Kernel students to increase their familiarity with refining Dermic artifacts. There were many rooms within, all filled with heated spirit cauldrons and simple molds. People could borrow these instruments to melt materials and then simply fuse them with spirit kernels to make basic Dermic artifacts. Because only spirit kernel students could attempt to refine simple Dermic artifacts, there were few people on normal days. As head prefect, Wang Baol could naturally enter as he pleased. When he arrived, he chose one room and began familiarizing himself with it before starting his first refinement. The content of material study was very complicated. Even with the jade slip from the Dermic Armament Pavilion Elder, Wang Baol went through great difficulty, wasting many materials in the process. The good thing was that his spirit kernels were sturdy, so he did not break many. After countless experiments and repairs, Wang Baol finally emerged after a while with dark circles under his eyes, and he had even gotten thinner. He had lost much of his energy and strength during those few days. When he returned to the cave abode, Wang Baol sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. As he waited for Xianxia to arrive, Wang Baol drank several bottles of ice spirit water to wake his brain up. This artifact refinement is too difficult. Thinking back on the process, Wang Baol felt that he had truly expended excessive capital in this attempt to lose weight. Very soon, Xianxia arrived. The moment he entered the cave abode, Wang Baol raised his right hand before he could speak. In that instant, his storage bracelet flashed, and what must have been a 2-meter-tall human-shaped puppet appeared in front of Xianxia with a bang. This puppet looked very burly, and it even exuded an aura of savagery. This was especially so since its whole body was covered in hair, giving off a ferocious impression. Although it was not especially realistic, if one did not look carefully, it did not seem too different from a real person. Whether he is satisfied or not, the puppet possesses the characteristics of being big, mighty, and ferocious. Wang Baol rubbed the area between his eyebrows tiredly. His gaze swept across the puppet that he had refined. Although he was not very satisfied, it was passable. At the side, Xianxia stared. After circling around the puppet several times, he inhaled, his gaze bright. "I'm satisfied, very satisfied. Don't worry, schoolmate Wang. With this object, I will definitely be able to get the Dermic artifact for you." Once he had finished assessing the puppet, Xianxia took the puppet away, left the Lower Academy Island on a boat, and reached the entrance of the Upper Academy Island. From afar, the scenery was magnificent. Sky and sea met in an imposing way. But when one got closer, the scene was starkly different, with swirling thick fog. Whenever Xianxia arrived at the Upper Academy Island, he was always nervous. Now, as he grew closer, he waved a token. Soon, the fog parted to reveal a blurry silhouette. "Did you bring it?" The blurred silhouette had a low voice, filled with intention. Xianxia quickly took out the puppet. Before he could even hand it over, the silhouette seemed to raise its hand to grab at the air. In that instant, the puppet flew toward the fog, and shortly after, there was an exclamation from within the fog. To use a spirit kernel that is a condensation of 40 or so spirit stones, and with less than 3,000 Dao inscriptions. Yet, it possesses the effect of 10,000 Dao inscriptions carved onto 100 spirit stones. Although the manufacturing is crude, it is interesting. Not bad. Not too bad at all. The silhouette in the fog was full of praise. Till the end, his tone was one of delight. Then he threw a helmet at Xianxia and left. Xianxia exhaled, wiped his sweat, and then left. When he returned to Wang Baol's cave abode, he was clearly excited. "Brother, the other party was extremely satisfied with your puppet. As he spoke, he gave Wang Baol a crimson helmet and a jade slip with the instructions for its use. The other party said that you can borrow this dermic artifact. After sending off Xianxia, Wang Baol was too excited to feel his exhaustion. He immediately took the crimson helmet and examined it. When he saw that the helmet had 3 barely perceptible marks, Wang Baol's eyes grew wide. 3 armament marks? Wang Baol was surprised. He quickly took out the second volume of the Qi Fostering Art and flipped to the page introducing Dharma artifacts. After careful cross-referencing, his eyes lit up. It's actually a numinous treasure. According to the introduction by the second volume of the Qi Fostering Art, these kinds of markings were called armament marks. First and second grade Dharma artifacts did not have these marks, but they would surface when third grade artifacts became numinous treasures. Knowing that he held a numinous treasure in his hand, Wang Baol grew more assured in losing weight. Now, he examined the instructions for use before putting the helmet on. This numinous treasure should be effective. Wang Baol suddenly felt insecure. After all, he had paid a high price to borrow this helmet, and it was also his last hope. This made Wang Baol's heart beat fast and his mind nervous. As he inhaled deeply, Wang Baol gritted his teeth, allowing the spirit energy to course violently through his body, melding into the helmet. In that instant, Wang Baol felt an explosion in his brain. His vision blurred, and it seemed that a voice reverberated near his ear, except that he could not hear it properly. Following the instructions, Wang Baol knew that he needed to transmit an order to trick his own brain at that moment. I haven't eaten in 3 months. Wang Baol quickly sent the order to trick his brain. As he spoke, he heard a boom in his brain again, and suddenly his eyes widened, his body convulsed, and his breathing grew unbelievably rapid. Hungry. So hungry I'm going to die. Even though his stomach was clearly not hungry, in his consciousness, the feeling of hunger inundated him like a tidal wave. He even suddenly discovered that his body was convulsing uncontrollably. Very quickly, his eyes became green, and he jumped violently to his feet, screaming feebly, "I can't take it anymore. I need to eat something." That feeling of hunger drove Wang Baol crazy. He immediately opened his storage bracelet, took out some snacks and ate wildly. When he finished, he still felt unbearably hungry and quickly drank water as he screamed. Yet, even though he did that, the feeling of hunger did not lessen. Instead, it grew stronger. No, I need to resist. At the end, Wang Baol's screams grew weak beyond belief. He was so hungry that he scratched the walls, and he only managed to control himself after using a great deal of willpower. As his whole body shivered, the spirit fat in his body began to quickly disintegrate, as his brain judged that he had not eaten in weeks. The whole process continued for about 5 minutes. When the feeling of hunger gradually dissipated, Wang Baol collapsed to the ground, his limbs sore and weak. As he panted, he felt his vision go black, and he only recovered after a long while. Struggling to raise himself, he looked at his obviously skinnier belly, and he felt so excited that he laughed loudly. It worked. It was effective after all. Again. This time, I haven't eaten in 3 years. Wang Baol was ready to go all in. That determination to lose weight caused him to exude an aura of fortitude, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. In that moment, Wang Baol's vision grew black, and that incredible feeling of hunger was impossible to describe, causing him to scream and lose consciousness. Although he had fainted, his body was still convulsing, and he foamed at the mouth. However, the effects were alarming. His round body was visibly shriveling. This was all because his order had caused his brain to think that he was on the cusp of starving to death. Thus, his brain was working so hard that it exploded. Under his brain's control, his metabolism went on overdrive, constantly disintegrating the excess spirit fat in his body, releasing energy to replenish what his body needed to live. Just like that, 1 entire day passed. The next day, Wang Baol slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his small belly weakly, feeling that his cultivation level had already broken past the physical seal and entered pulse enrichment. However, he was not as delighted as he had expected. At that moment, he felt as though he had gone through hell. His body ached everywhere. especially his brain, which felt like it had swollen to the limit. He was seeing double and lay on the ground without the energy to even pull himself to his feet. This weight loss is too scary. Wang Bao's face was white, and he stayed down for a full 2 hours before he felt some of his energy come back to him. After struggling to sit up, he leaned against the wall and lowered his head to look at his small belly. Then he looked again at his handsome photo. This made him feel somewhat better. As long as I'm skinnier, I don't ever want to lose weight again. This numinous treasure. It's like playing with my life. Wang Bao was still in a state of shock, and he quickly took off the helmet and contacted Xianxia. He returned the helmet and cultivated in his cave abode for 3 days before he fully recovered. Looking at himself in the mirror, the strengthened Wang Bao seemed to have forgotten the previous ordeal of losing weight, and he once again grew excited. Losing weight is no big deal. To me, this is too easy. As he laughed loudly, Wang Bao struck different kinds of poses. Looking at his handsome self in the mirror, he raised his head proudly, while munching on a few bags of snacks, before walking out of the cave abode in full satisfaction. Now, it's time for me to become the Dermic Armament Faculty's unrivaled and unbeatable head prefect. With such grand ambition, Wang Bao ran toward the Spirit Kernel Hall. When his silhouette appeared at the Spirit Kernel classroom and stood in front of the classroom's blue wall to start the test, this incident shook the entire Dermic Armament Faculty. News quickly spread. However, the assessment did not take as much time as the previous attempt, and in less than 3 minutes before too many students had arrived, the head prefect gong resounded in the Dermic Armament Faculty. Following the sound of the gong, all the students and teachers and even the dean stopped in the midst of their activities and looked toward the Spirit Kernel Hall. When they found out that it was Wang Bao who had started the test, all of their brains hummed with a buzz. Heavens! Dermic Armament Faculty's never-before-seen ultimate head prefect, Wang Bao. He is truly heaven-defying. The first time in Ethereal Tao College's history, Spirit Stones, inscriptions, and Spirit Kernel Head Prefect. After the short silence, there was an explosion of commotion that resounded in the Dermic Armament Faculty. At the same time, at the mountain peaks of the other faculties, there were actually the sound of gongs, shaking the heavens and earth with their ringing. At that point in time, all the mountain peaks of the whole Lower Academy Island rang with the sound of gongs. All these gongs would only ring when an ultimate head prefect emerged within Ethereal Tao College. This was a rule established with the founding of Ethereal Tao College, except that it had only ever happened a few times. In the Spirit Inception era, this was the only time. What is the situation? Why are all the faculty's gongs ringing? Heavens, look! There's actually a rainbow in the firmament. After the commotion exploded from inside all the faculties, countless students from Ethereal Tao College raised their heads in shock and saw that there was actually a magnificent rainbow above them, resplendently shooting through the sky. On the Spirit intranet, other faculties soon discovered the reason for the shock and commotion. Once they knew that Wang Bao had become the only head prefect in the Dermic Armament Faculty, all of them were shocked and speechless. Even the Chancellor looked apprehensive with fear and indignation for a long time. This day was a day that everyone at the Dermic Armament Faculty would never forget. With the reality of the 3 head prefects being united in one person, this meant that the students would tremble even in their dreams. Wang Bao's authority was so vast that he had even exceeded the teachers of the Dermic Armament Faculty on some level and was almost on par with the dean's authority. It could be said that in the Dermic Armament Faculty, and even in other faculties, Wang Bao was a figure of authority. When Wang Bao walked out of the Spirit Kernel classroom, he looked at the surrounding students. Amid the crowd, there were ordinary students, and there were also inspectors from the 3 main classrooms. They all looked at Wang Bao with respect and admiration. This was an incomparable feat that no ordinary person could have done. In Ethereal Tao College's Dermic Armament Faculty, Wang Bao had created a miracle. As his gaze swept across the crowd, Wang Bao noticed an emotional Lu Daobin and the others. He raised his head to look at the blue skies and white clouds, and when he looked down again, Wang Bao gave a relaxed smile. Lu Daobin, your position as inspector is restored. Wang Bao's voice traveled all over as he restored Lu Daobin and all his other followers to their respective statuses. As he transmitted his orders to his subordinates, his voice had no need to be resonant. With the power from his status, he already had the influence to ensure that his order would be strictly enforced. Each of his orders could decide the future of the students. Finally, Wang Bao gave his last order. Zhang Lan and the others are expelled, and everything they have learned will be taken back. With that one sentence, all who heard it could not help but inhale, their hearts shaking. The words "everything they have learned will be taken back" were simply too vicious. It was equivalent to crippling them of their cultivation levels. Wang Bao had a latent philosophy gathered together from the high officials' autobiographies, and it was to pull up the weeds by the roots. If there was an opponent he could not convert, he was determined to eliminate the opponent without giving any chances. Zhang Lin, Chao Kuan, Zhang Lan and his friends, Wang Bao's method of dealing with them was this decisive. As his order resounded, the halo from Wang Bao's body seemed to become even more dazzling. As Lu Daobin and the others emotionally stepped forward to concur, Wang Bao cupped his fists at the crowd before inhaling deeply and leaving in great satisfaction. Now nobody will be able to bully me anymore. When he returned to the cave abode, Wang Bao laughed, and after happily taking his snacks out, he began eating noisily. At the same time, Lin Tianhao, who was in the Spirit Colonel Head Prefect Pavilion, looked in the direction of the Spirit Colonel classroom, listening to the ringing gong that announced the new head prefect of the Dermic Armament faculty. His expression was calm. He was not as exasperated as before, nor was he as despondent as Chao Kuan. But when he heard the breaking of his head prefect token, he could no longer hide his savage and intense hatred. At the thought of Zhang Lin and Chao Kuan's previous suggestions, and the fact that his hands were tied, his blood pressure to rise sharply. After a long while, he walked out of the head prefect pavilion expressionlessly to return to his own cave abode. He took out his voice transmission ring, inhaled deeply and issued a command. Make arrangements. I don't want to see Wang Bao anymore. Wang Bao's life after becoming the only head prefect of the Dermic Armament faculty had become very different. The most obvious difference was that every time he went outside, all the students he encountered, whether they were seniors or freshmen, would treat him extremely respectfully. The attitudes of the head prefects of the other faculties had also greatly changed. They no longer simply sent greetings but took the initiative to visit him, attempting to get closer to Wang Bao. Wang Bao was very happy to oblige. He knew the value of networking and understood that courtesy demanded reciprocation. So, over the following days, he started to get familiar with all the head prefects of the various faculties. At the same time, after Wang Bao, when it was almost the holidays of their first year, other head prefects emerged from Wang Bao's batch of new students. The second to become head prefect was Zhao Yeming. Other than the fact that she had been a hot topic on the Spirit intranet at the beginning of the term, this girl had kept a low profile. Now, the moment she made her move, she immediately took one of the head prefect positions in the Array Runes faculty. Following that, the third to become head prefect was Zhuo Yifan. After competing with Lu Zihao and Chen Ziheng for a year, he had pulled ahead in the competition and become one of the head prefects of the combat faculty. If it had been any other time, the fact that the both of them became head prefects would have caused a commotion. However, Wang Bao had been too heaven-defying, and his halo was so intense that Zhao Yaming and Zhuo Yifan's achievements did not have the expected effect. However, all the faculty's teachers, deans, and even the chancellor had noticed the excellence of Wang Bao and his peers. Especially Wang Bao. He was known even on the Upper Academy Island. Even the chancellor had received many inquiries from his colleagues when Wang Bao became Dermic Armament faculty's sole head prefect. Needless to say, Goti had received even more inquiries. Each time, he would be extremely smug in telling the other party that he was the one who had specially recruited Wang Bao. You guys don't know this, but when I saw Wang Bao, I immediately could tell that he had an alarming talent, like a bright pearl. So, without hesitation, while the other faculties were still deliberating, I used my authority to specially recruit him. With my pair of eyes, I have never judged a person incorrectly. This Wang Baol is proof of my ability to judge people's abilities. These days, Goatee was very smug and felt extremely satisfied, seeing the envious gazes of his colleagues. This made him think of his previous thoughts on gifting Wang Baol a Dharma artifact. After thinking about it, he put aside the first-grade Dharma artifact that he had planned to send out and personally refined a second-grade Dharma artifact for Wang Baol. Some days later, upon looking at the Dharma artifact that he had refined himself, Goatee felt that Wang Baol was indeed lucky. This rascal is definitely worthy of being specially recruited. How lucky! After thinking about it, Goatee decided that it must have been fate and sent for Wang Baol. Although Wang Baol was the sole head prefect, upon receiving Goatee's call, he remembered that Goatee had been the only teacher to stand up for him when the vice-chancellor wanted to expel him. Wang Baol had never forgotten this, so when he received the voice transmission, he immediately straightened his clothing and arrived at the dean's hall at the mountain peak. When he entered and saw the smiling Goatee, Wang Baol immediately cupped his fists. "Your humble student at your service, Dean." Goatee laughed and stepped forward to pull Wang Baol to his feet. He looked at Wang Baol, and his expression became emotional. "Not bad, boy, very well done." As he spoke, Goatee patted Wang Baol's shoulder, his attitude extremely kind and warm. Wang Baol blinked. He had a good impression of Goatee, so he engaged in conversation with him. After asking about Wang Baol's studies and chatting with him, Goatee was very satisfied with Wang Baol's humble attitude in front of him. It had to be said that for the previous head prefects, although he maintained a harmonious appearance, he secretly disliked them. But Wang Baol was different. This was someone he had handpicked, and he was so satisfied that he flipped his right hand and revealed a flying sword. The entirety of this flying sword was purple, and the inside had flowing marks. When it appeared, it exuded a strong wave of hot air, causing one to feel as though one was standing on fiery ground. Gradually, one could see that the area around the flying sword seemed warped, and it was clear that this was no ordinary sword. Not only that, this sword had a water chestnut-shaped hole. This hole was not constructed after, but was integral to the blade. Clearly, it had naturally formed during the refinement process. Although Wang Baol only glanced at the sword, with his dermic armament attainment, he could feel that the sword was extraordinary, and he was visibly moved. Goatee smiled and looked at Wang Baol. "What do you see? You used 7 rainbow spirit stones, with at least 40,000 Tao inscriptions embedded. Furthermore, it is astonishing in the aspects of speed and fiery arts. As for the materials, I am not familiar with forging materials, so it's hard for me to be sure, but I can see that it is made of extraordinary materials. As for this hole..." Wang Baol hesitated for a moment. He did not recognize the hole. Goatee laughed loudly when he heard Wang Baol's analysis. "You have already described it quite fully. It's normal that you don't understand this hole. This is knowledge that you will only learn as the last step when shaping your refined object. This is called Heaven's Hole, meaning that it is naturally occurring when refining Dharma artifacts. Its appearance depends entirely on chance and cannot be controlled by man. The moment Heaven's Hole appears on the Dharma artifact, the power can be greatly increased by adding a spirit stone. Wang Baol, I'll give you this sword." As Goatee spoke, he waved his right hand. The sword became a beam of purple light and flew toward Wang Baol. Wang Baol's breathing intensified as he received the sword. He looked at Goatee, looked at the flying sword in his hands, and cupped his fists emotionally to show his respect. "Thank you very much, Dean. No need to thank me. Whether it is your top grades in the hallucination realm test or becoming the triple head prefect, you have proven yourself to be the most excellent student in the history of the dermic armament faculty." Goatee stroked his beard, his expression growing serious. "Use this sword to protect yourself. Remember, don't be arrogant and work even harder so that you can pass the competitive exam to enter the upper academy and become a cultivator." Wang Baol inhaled deeply and cupped his fists in assent. Finally, when Goatee raised his teacup, Wang Baol got the hint and left. When he returned to his cave abode, Wang Baol took out the purple sword and examined it happily. Then he took out a rainbow spirit stone to place within the Heaven's Hole. As the spirit chi entered the blade, the tiny sword flashed an alarming purple, and it swelled rapidly, turning into a large sword. Wang Baol grabbed it and swung it at a rock behind him. In that instant, a wave of heat exploded. It engulfed the area, reducing the rocks to half their original size, revealing a foot-long mark in the rock. So sharp, Wang Baol drew in a deep breath. Although he had never seen an attacking Dharma artifact before, he felt that the power in this sword was already extremely shocking. Speaking of Dharma artifacts, I also have some spirit kernels. Wang Baol carefully placed the sword into his storage bracelet before taking out some of the 100 spirit kernels that he had previously refined to practice creating spirit kernels. These spirit kernels were created from the condensation of carved inscriptions on superior-grade spirit stones. I can't waste them. Wang Baol scratched his head. As the ultimate head prefect of the Dermic Armament faculty, he felt that it was shameful that he only owned 2 Dharma artifacts, which were not even made by himself but borrowed. After some thought, Wang Baol decided that he would refine them into Dharma artifacts. On the one hand, he could have his own Dharma artifacts handy. On the other hand, he could practice the process of creating simple Dharma artifacts. After making his decision, Wang Baol contacted Xianxia to exchange for a large amount of materials for artifact refinement. Although these materials were common, the price was not cheap because he needed quite a number of them. However, he had plenty of spirit stones, and if he really could not afford it, he could use the spirit kernels to barter. After all, on some level, spirit kernels were worth more than spirit stones. Very soon, after Xianxia sent over all the materials, Wang Baol spent his following days in the Spirit Cauldron Cave, refining Dharma artifacts in seclusion. The first item he refined was a large, powerful megaphone. When Wang Baol refined the megaphone and used it, he was startled. He felt that even if he used it in a noisy location, the megaphone would sound like a clap of thunder. He loved this megaphone so much that he could not bear to part with it. Soon, he began to refine other Dharma artifacts. Among them was a rope that could trap people and many other flying swords, although they could not match up to the purple sword. Then he felt that he was missing some defensive Dharma artifacts. So, he drew countless inscriptions onto his own head prefect Taoist robe, filling it in with many spirit stones and other materials that could fuse with the clothing, creating, with some difficulty, a Dharma artifact out of the Taoist robe. What he created the most of, however, were numerous seals. This was largely because Wang Baol was especially fond of seals when he started practicing refinement of spirit kernels. Although he could not refine high-quality seals, the sheer number of them was advantageous. As he saw his proficiency in refining these simple Dharma artifacts increase, Wang Baol thought of refining a defensive puppet for that mysterious owner of the helmet on Upper Academy Island. That plaything seems very powerful. I should try to refine some so that I can use it for things such as being a bodyguard, a mount, or someone to serve tea. Wang Baol thought about it and felt that a puppet was very useful, so he started to spend all his time working on it. Furthermore, as this was for his own personal use, Wang Baol bought numerous materials from Xianxia to add to the puppet. This would cause the refined puppets to be better in every aspect than the one he gave away. The puppets he refined were also of different varieties. There were fierce beast-like ones, and there were also ones that looked like maidservants. Finally, he looked at the 8 puppets that he had refined with satisfaction. In terms of battle power, these 8 puppets had been enhanced with rainbow spirit stones, so they could take more inscriptions. With all their power stimulated, these puppets could produce strength at the perfected blood chi realm. As for the matter of sturdiness, Wang Baol had added precious materials, so not even pulse enrichment experts wouldn't be able to destroy them instantly. It's too bad that my knowledge of materials is lacking. Otherwise, if I had carved inscriptions according to the materials, I might have been able to create puppets better than pulse enrichment. Wang Baol looked at the puppets in front of him, a little dissatisfied. Just as he pondered over how to make improvements, Wang Baol heard Lu Daobin's voice from his voice transmission ring. Head Prefect, tomorrow is the Dao College's break. I've contacted Du Min, Zhou Xiaoya, Chun Ziheng, and many other old friends. As we're all from Phoenix City, shall we go home together? Ethereal Dao College's Lower Academy Island only broke up for holidays once a year. Whenever the holidays came, some of the students of Lower Academy Island would remain behind. Most of the students, however, would use the 2-month break to return home or to venture out to gain experience and grow tougher. Among them, many older students went for expeditions or worked with organizations affiliated to the Federation in a mutually beneficial arrangement. As for the freshmen who had left home for the first time, their priority during the holidays was to go back home. As the holidays arrived, Wang Beol left the Spirit Cauldron Cave and walked to the Dermic Armament Faculty's mountain peak only to find numerous students carrying their bags, talking and laughing about their memories of home as they stepped onto the cruiser to return. It was the same as when the new students arrived. As the wilderness held many dangers, every holiday, the Dao College would take on the responsibility of sending and receiving homebound students, taking them to a designated location in the city. See you when school reopens, Head Prefect. Head Prefect, we're leaving. Before they left, all the students who bumped into Wang Beol greeted him warmly. It seemed as though the respect that they held toward the Dao College's head prefect during regular school days had dimmed due to the arrival of the holidays. Wang Beol laughed and nodded at all the students who greeted him, infected by the atmosphere of the departing students. It seemed that he had lost all his previous longing in the 1 year he lived at the Dao College, and he missed his parents even more. Anxious to return home as soon as possible, Wang Beol walked faster. He returned to the cave abode to pack his luggage, threw everything into his storage bracelet, and bought many bottles of ice spirit water. Ice spirit water is the specialty of the Dao College. It tastes different from ice spirit water elsewhere. I should bring more home for Mom to try. Then he contacted Zheng Liang and used his spirit stones to buy many top-quality pills suitable for regular people. Once he had settled everything, he stepped out of the cave abode and turned back to look at where he had lived for an entire year. He inhaled deeply and sealed the array formation shut. When he turned around, his gaze was bright. Home! He laughed and ran down the mountain. In this moment, it was as if he had forgotten that he was a head prefect and had returned to his old self from a year ago. He ran all the way down the mountain, heading straight for the huge hangar at the Green Forest Lake. The scene was almost the same as when school started. The space was filled with students, with laughter resounding as the students bade each other farewell, stepping onto different cruisers. When Wang Beol arrived, he squeezed through the crowd and immediately heard someone calling him. Head Prefect, here, here. Wang Beol looked up and noticed Lu Daobin waving at him from a nearby hot air balloon cruiser. There were many familiar faces with Lu Daobin. All of them were those students who had initially arrived with him from Phoenix City. Du Min and Bunny were among them, having arrived earlier. When they saw Wang Beol, Du Min snorted whereas Bunny smiled at him. Chun Ziheng was also there. Although his expression was normal at first, he became stiff after seeing Wang Beol. No doubt he was thinking of the harm Wang Beol had caused the combat faculty and also of Wang Beol's meteoric rise during the past year. Upon seeing Lu Daobin and the others, Wang Beol hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. His usual status as head prefect was useless now as there were simply too many people. Finally, after much difficulty, Wang Beol managed to squeeze onto the cruiser. Just as he wiped his sweat and was about to take out a bottle of ice spirit water, Lu Daobin offered him one. Head Prefect, I've already prepared some for you. Lu Daobin smiled. I've even bought some for you to take home to your parents. As Wang Beol looked at Lu Daobin, more than ever, he felt that Lu Daobin was indeed capable. Laughing, he patted Lu Daobin's shoulder and drank from the offered bottle. When Du Min saw this, she turned her head and snorted again. Clearly, she did not like what she was seeing. As he drank the ice spirit water, Wang Beol looked at the people on the cruiser and then at the faraway mountain peak of the Dermic Armament Faculty. His yearning for Phoenix City increased all the more. However, he was still brooding over an uncertainty, which was, where his father got the obviously halved mysterious mask from, and where was the other half. This issue had been weighing on his mind for a long time. He knew that the mask was extraordinary, and if other people knew of it, it would invite unnecessary trouble for his family. So, he had restrained himself and did not send a voice transmission to ask about the mask. Instead, he had decided to wait till he returned home and to get the answer by beating around the bush. Soon, the cruiser began to shake. All the other cruisers in the hangar slowly started to rise, entering the clouds in the firmament, and sped off in all directions. At this moment, the sword sun in the sky seemed to be overlooking the world, looking at those homebound cruisers. Even the soul suppression released from Sun's incomplete halo and the ancient greenish-bronze sword seemed different from before. This year was the 38th year of the Spirit Inception era. Some time later, the cruiser bound for Phoenix City finally flew out of the clouds and mist, hurtling through the vast firmament. Looking over, the dark blue skies and the open area that stretched beyond what the eye could see contrasted with the Earth's wilderness. Occasionally, birds would appear, flying across the silky blue skies. These occasional sounds from the birds made them seem, from afar, to have a sort of beauty. But if one looked closer, they would see their bloodthirsty and cruel eyes, their claws, and their teeth, beasts that shocked the eye. This was the wilderness in the Federation. Danger lurked everywhere. Unlike the war many years ago, these beasts did not have a single leader and were in a state of disunity. However, even a single beast in the wilderness posed a significant threat to humans. Because of the appearance of spirit chi, these beasts and plants were the ones who were affected the most directly and significantly. As humans had won the war many years ago, the Federation cities were confident of dealing with the scattered beast tide under normal circumstances. Even in the current Federation, the rise of ancient martial arts and cultivation meant that there was increased hunting of these beasts. As Ethereal Tao College was considered a titan among organizations in the Federation, the cruisers ferrying students were equipped with many powerful numinous treasures, and there were even bodyguards on board. With these precautions, the danger of this journey was minimal. On the Phoenix City-bound cruiser, all the students from Ethereal Tao College were extremely excited. After all, this was their second time on this long journey. They had just ended the year, and they had grown closer since the start of term. As such, they had much to say among themselves. Even subtle feelings between the male and female students began to grow during this journey. In fact, there were already many students who had paired off and spent their time on the cruiser engaging in lovers' talk. While it made many single people jealous, they also whispered about how those couples' relationships would die out fast. Wang Baol was no exception. As he sat in the ship's hold, he shook his head and spoke regretfully. My generation's students need to establish ourselves, watch our speech, and finally mind our conduct. It seems that they have forgotten all of what the Chancellor has said. How improper to engage in such lovers' talk. There were many students in the ship's hold, including Lu Daobin and the others. After hearing Wang Baol's words, Du Min let out a loud, "Tach." Bunny covered her mouth and laughed, while Chun Ziheng rolled his eyes and ignored Wang Baol. The head prefect makes sense. Only Lu Daobin was approving. He held an expression of receiving wisdom, ignoring the looks from the people around him. After all, he was simply following what his father had told him. His superior was always right. There were also other inspectors from the Dermic Armament faculty among the students, and they all nodded and chimed in with their agreement. Seeing that he had gathered so many supporters, Wang Baol felt extremely satisfied. Soon, he became talkative and looked at the people around him with gratification and emotion. Wang Baol placed his hands behind his back, his expression filled with recollection, as though he was remembering memories from many years ago. We have all grown up. I still remember vaguely when we were handsome and fresh youths going to school. We had slim bodies, strong eyebrows, and bright eyes, and all of you were still children, innocent and pure. But time spares no man. In a flash, today we are no longer as we have been. Don't you guys agree? It had only been a year since the start of school. So Wang Baol, pretending to be old and experienced, put everyone at a loss. Even Lu Daobin paused, his brain working rapidly to think of a way to react to Wang Baol's words. If he agreed, it was as though he was saying Wang Baol was old. But if he did not agree, he would not be adhering to his father's golden advice. Finally, Lu Daobin inhaled, feeling that it was a very thorny issue. This is a trick question. Bunny could no longer resist and giggled till her stomach started to hurt. Chun Ziheng pretended that he had not heard anything. Du Min, on the other hand, could no longer bear it. Master Wang, May I know your age? Du Min sneered. Hearing Du Min's mocking, Wang Beol looked blankly at her. He shook his head and sighed. Today we are no longer as we are, Min'er. See, your chest has even gotten bigger. Du Min glared as her chest heaved from her fury. However, she had no means of retaliating as she knew that the fatty had a despicable tongue. If she retaliated, he would definitely apologize and admit his mistakes, claiming that he was still young. Seeing how a simple sentence could suppress Du Min, Wang Beol gloated gleefully. Dao Bin, how time has passed. You have grown much taller now. And look at you, Bunny, you're big bunny now. As for Ziheng, you have matured. How time flies. Chun Ziheng stared intently while Bunny's face reddened. Even Lu Daobin let out a bitter laugh. Wang Beol sighed once again, looking at the peculiar expressions of the people around him. As for me, I have also aged. I am now the head prefect of the Spirit Stones Hall, the Inscriptions Hall, and the Spirit Kernel Hall of the Dermic Armament, or in short, the head prefect of the three halls. I am also known as the never-before-seen first prefect, or as others call it, the only ultimate head prefect in the history of the Dermic Armament faculty. Wang Beol appeared to be filled with emotion as he recalled the happenings in his life. As he repeated his title with great detail and without a single hint of annoyance, he ran his fingers through his hair, as if it was already peppered with silver strands. Hearing Wang Beol's words, the others surrounding him did not know whether to laugh or cry, as it was obvious that Wang Beol was trying hard to boast about his achievements. Lu Daobin and the other inspectors were indifferent, but the rest, like Chun Ziheng and Du Min, were immensely irritated and scornful of him. They exchanged glances, thinking about how Wang Beol's authority as head prefect only applied in school, during semester time. They were both contemplating whether to gang up and teach Wang Beol a good lesson outside school. However, they gave up on that thought upon recognizing Wang Beol's fighting capabilities. Noticing how the others fell silent listening to him, Wang Beol blinked several times, turning his gaze toward Lu Daobin. In a moment of genius, Lu Daobin started to applaud upon seeing Wang Beol looking at him. The head prefect is right. What he said was magnificent. How time flies. In the span of a year, we have all changed. Du Min, Chun Ziheng, and the students from the other faculties extended their disgust toward Lu Daobin for the words that he said. On the other hand, Wang Beol was ecstatic, and just as he was about to elaborate more, the red-faced bunny who stood at a corner softly said, "What Brother Beol said was correct." Du Min lost her cool upon hearing Bunny's words. She immediately held onto Bunny, preparing to inculcate the correct values into her best friend. Wang Beol's face brightened up, beaming with pleasure. "Xiaoya, come for a playdate at my place sometime. My mum is an excellent cook." Zhou Xiaoya blushed, her eyes bright and sparkly. As she opened her mouth to answer, Du Min caught a hold of her and dragged her out of the cabin. Despite this, Zhou Xiaoya rushed back and smiled shyly at Wang Beol, blinking and nodding at him. This scene made Wang Beol even more elated. He felt that his charisma was off the charts. Therefore, he began to clear his throat as he prepared to speak. Right at his moment, someone exclaimed, "That must be the pond cloud rainforest up ahead. Look, there is someone in the skies." Everyone in the cabin was shocked upon hearing those words. Including Wang Beol, they immediately rushed out, looking at the sky from the deck. Among the clouds, there was a ferocious centipede-like creature with wings howling as it fled. Its scales were the size of a clenched fist, its body a purplish-black hue. Although it was bloodied from its injuries, it still carried a strong and suffocating air of menace, its sharp cries sufficient to pierce one's eardrums. This is... Students on board who specialized in researching such creatures immediately exclaimed, "A ferocious monster from the true breath realm." Wang Beol took a deep breath as well. While everyone remained in a state of shock, the protective shield from the aircraft was deployed. An invisible yet peaceful ray shot through the aircraft from its secret chamber, projecting toward the monster. At the same time, Wang Beol and the others noticed that behind the ferocious monster, there were tens of rainbow trails pursuing it from afar. Each of the rainbow trails possessed a sword that let out a frightening vibe. Leading the flying swords was a young chap dressed in a white long-sleeved shirt who was standing on a black ancient sword. He looked like a student, but his gaze was bright and sharp, capable of rivaling the sword's sun. He was in control of the tens of flying swords surrounding him, and right now, it was as if a sword hurricane was brewing, its speed multiplying with the young chap's hand seals. The swords morphed into a blur, directly charging toward the ferocious monster like a lightning bolt. "Wretched monster! You have no escape!" The ferocious monster let out a shrill cry, unable to struggle despite wanting to retaliate. In that very instant, every single sword pierced directly into its body, and bright red blood spurted out. With a loud slam, the ferocious monster's body was pinned to the ground with the swords. It was death for the monster. The young chap in white arrived beside the monster's body. With a touch on the body with his right hand, he collected the carcass. Following which, he turned to look at the aircraft, his eyes squinting. "Is that Su Lin from the Upper Academy's combat faculty?" "You're right," a voice replied coldly and calmly from the aircraft's chamber. As soon as the young chap finished his sentence, the young chap smiled. After cupping his fists slightly, he directed all the flying swords into the sky using hand seals, carrying him along. Eventually, he faded into the pond cloud rainforest. Everything happened too quickly. From beginning to end, it took nothing more than half a minute. Up until the disappearance of the young chap, no one on the aircraft had managed to recover from disbelief. A while later, Wang Baol took a deep breath. The appearance and skills that the young chap had used to eliminate the ferocious monster left a deep impression on him. Even the Dermic Armament Pavilion Elder did not create such a significant impact on Wang Baol back then. After all, compared to the Dermic Armament Pavilion Elder's elegance, the white-clothed chap had delivered a mortal blow. Both the Pavilion Elder and the young chap were worlds apart. "Is this a cultivator?" Between breaths, Wang Baol looked at the aircraft with his head lowered. The cold voice from just now emanated from within the aircraft. Wang Baol knew that it had to be an expert who accompanied the cruiser to protect the students. Upper Academy Island. Wang Baol's eyes revealed a gaze of curiosity and desire as he thought of the island. Not just Wang Baol, but everyone on board the aircraft would definitely not be able to recover fully from the experience even several days later when they disembarked at Phoenix City. It was evening when the aircraft from Ethereal Tao College landed. The sword sun in the sky gave off orange-reddish rays that lit up the land, as if engulfing the whole of Phoenix City in a thin veil. Located southeast to the Federation, Phoenix City was a small city with a population of only a few million. In the whole of the Federation, with the exception of the 17 main cities like Ethereal City, small cities like Phoenix City were not exactly abundant but still numbered in the thousands. Although it was a small city, it was not lacking in the necessary preventive measures against the ferocious monsters. Coupled with its proximity to Donglin capital, Phoenix City, in its entire history since its establishment, had only experienced one beast tide 30 years ago. To the residents of Phoenix City, as long as they did not leave the border of the city, their daily lives were safe and peaceful. After the aircraft from Ethereal Tao College landed at Phoenix City's aerial port, one could see 7 to 8 other aircrafts from other schools ferrying students home. Every student from the various colleges who originated from Phoenix City was filled with excitement and homesickness as they disembarked the aircraft. They took in the surroundings and familiarity of the streets and their city, as they quickened their footsteps to reunite with family members who were there to welcome them home. Wang Baol reorganized his thoughts as well, pushing the image of the cultivator slaying the ferocious monster to the back of his mind. Then, excitedly, he waved farewell to Lu Daobin and the other students and ran out of the aerial port into the arrival hall. Immediately, he caught sight of his tall, slim father who was standing nearby, looking around to search for Wang Baol. "Old Wang, I'm here." Upon seeing his father, Wang Baol dashed over, a wide smile on his face. However, his volume was too loud. The phrase "Old Wang won," which he exclaimed, caught the attention of other parents, who looked at Wang Baol weirdly. Wang Baol's father let out a bitter laugh as he looked on. "You rascal! Showing off your mighty voice," said Wang Baol's father. Wang Baol laughed sheepishly and immediately gave his father a tight hug. Sensing his son's yearning for home, Wang Baol's father let out a gentle gaze as he stroked his son's head. "Baol, you seem to have gained weight. Old Wang, you lost weight." Wang Baol replied indignantly, eliciting a cheerful reprimand from his father. The father and son duo then left the airport for home, their hearts filled with joy. All along the way, Wang Baol was tempted to ask about the mask, but he resisted it, knowing that it would be inappropriate to do so outside since the matter was serious. He decided to ask his father tonight, after they finished their drinks. Before long, the father-son duo reached their house, the place where Wang Baol grew up. The feeling of familiarity made Wang Baol, who had left Phoenix City a year ago with gusto, slightly sentimental. By virtue of his father's archaeological work, Wang Baol's house, an independent property, was considered relatively high-end in Phoenix City, though it still could not be compared to a typical apartment in Ethereal City in terms of price. Once he stepped foot into the house, Wang Baol instantly smelled the fragrance of food. His eyes lit up, immediately running into the house after removing his shoes, where he saw his mother approaching him with a plate of braised meat. "Mom, I'm home!" Wang Baol exclaimed cheerfully as he gave his mother a tight hug. "Look at you, slow down." Wang Baol's mother was about 40 years old, and although crow's feet could be seen on her face, one could still see that she had been a beauty in her younger days. At that moment, her eyes were filled with a mother's love. She put the dish in her hands down and brought Wang Baol to the dinner table as she fussed over him. "Baol, you have lost weight. Come, eat more," Wang Baol's mother said as she placed a big chunk of red braised pork into Wang Baol's bowl. Seeing that, Wang Baol's father, who was still removing his shoes, pursed his lips and shook his head. The very reason Wang Baol could not successfully slim down had to do with the amount of pampering Wang Baol's mother showered on him. Very quickly, the family of three gathered around the dinner table. After catching up on Wang Baol's life for the past year, his father brought out a bottle of wine and began drinking with him. "Baol, don't eat so much. Drink more. Old Wang, here's a toast from your son. In the future, our whole family can depend on me. You can finally retire and stop digging all over the place. It's very dangerous." Wang Baol's father jokingly reprimanded Wang Baol for what he just said. Until now, this boy was still confused between an archaeologist and a grave robber. Nonetheless, Wang Baol's words filled his heart with warmth, and he gulped down the wine with satisfaction. Looking at the interaction between the father and son, Wang Baol's mother felt immensely content. Her gaze was gentle and loving, as the both of them were equivalent to the world to her. "Mom, I am doing extremely well now. I am the only head prefect in the dermic armament faculty of the college," Wang Baol mumbled as he stuffed a large piece of meat into his mouth. "Our Baol has always been intelligent and handsome since he was young, so it is no surprise that he can become the head prefect." While picking up another piece of braised meat with her chopsticks to add to Wang Baol's bowl, Wang Baol's mother smiled sweetly as she asked curiously, "Right, Baol, what is a head prefect?" Wang Baol immediately and patiently gave his mother a brief description of what a head prefect did. After understanding the role of a head prefect, Wang Baol's mother was filled with surprise, and his father was in disbelief. "I was just wondering why the city lord brought along so many people to pay us a visit a while back. It's because our Baol is so capable," Wang Baol's mother expressed cheerfully, explaining to Baol that in the past few months, the city lord and deputy city lord of Phoenix City had shown up several times, asking about their well-being and offering numerous gifts. "The deputy city lord? His son is my subordinate now," Wang Baol said as he delightedly raised his right hand, dangling the bracelet on his wrist in front of his parents. "Let's not talk about that. Look at this. This storage bracelet was a reward that an upper academy elder gave to me for answering his question correctly." Wang Baol bragged as he shook the bracelet slightly, retrieving numerous bottles of ice spirit water and pills, as well as several dermic artifacts to hand to his parents. "This ice spirit water is produced by the Tao College. Try it. It is especially refreshing. Also, take these pills. I bought them from the alchemy faculty at Tao College. They can strengthen your body and cure any disease." Mom, your health is poor, so you should eat more of these. Dad, you are always out on your archaeological excavations, so carry some pills with you as well. I will buy better quality ones for the both of you next time. As for these Dharma artifacts, Wang Baol said as he handed the artifacts out, they were handmade by me. Dad, these are for you, and Mom, carry these on you. Seeing how Wang Baol has achieved academic excellence in his year of study and how filial he was, his parents were extremely heartened. The family of three was immersed in an atmosphere of warmth and love. They had a long dinner, with Wang Baol sharing his experiences over the past year. With the exception of certain encounters that he feared would make his parents worry, he detailed everything for them. In the end, Wang Baol shared a laugh with his mother as they cleaned up after their meal. Don't quarrel with Du Min all the time. She seems like a nice girl to me. And that Zhou Xiaoya you mentioned, bring her home for a visit the next time, Wang Baol's mother said. No problem. I will bring someone different home for you to see every year, said Wang Baol gleefully, a result of him having one drink too many. Baol, you sure are capable. Wang Baol's mother glared at him while his father smiled as he picked up the wine glass, his heart filled with emotions, as if he was recalling his younger days. Mom, I have learned all this from Dad. Wang Baol let out a dry cough. Upon hearing that, his father almost spat out the wine in his mouth, and he hurriedly explained the situation before staring back at Wang Baol. Wang Baol laughed sheepishly, pouring another full cup of wine for his father. As the father and son drank, Wang Baol thought about the black mask. He knew that the mask did not come legitimately, but he did not want to involve his parents in any form of danger, no matter how slight, so he did not talk about the matter directly. Rather, he beat about the bush to obtain more information about it. You mean the mask you stole? Ah, you rascal. I have not punished you for that. Ah, but no matter. Keep it if you like it, Wang Baol's father said. The mask. Let me try to recall. Last year, when I went on an assignment with the archaeological team to the Pond-Cloud rainforest, I picked it up from the remnants near one of the mountain ranges. After inspecting it when I came home, I realized that it was not a spirit chi remnant, which meant that it was not very valuable. Therefore, I spent some money to buy it so that I could research its age. However, even before I could do that, you took it away. Despite having drunk too much, Wang Baol's father still managed to give a thorough explanation of the mask's origin. Wang Baol further inquired about the location of the excavation and if there were other remnants of the mask lying around. After ascertaining that there was only one such mask, he helped his drunk father back to his parents' room before returning to his own room. He lay down, pondering deeply while looking at the moon. The Pond-Cloud rainforest. Wang Baol felt a special connection with the rainforest. At this moment, he imagined the excavation location as described by his father and determined the most probable coordinates of the place. He planned to explore the area alone someday when he became stronger. Very quickly, half a month has passed. In that time, Wang Baol mostly stayed at home with his parents. The times he went outdoors were times when he either accompanied his mother to go shopping or followed his father and his archaeological team. Life appeared to be the same as that before he entered the Dao College. Wang Baol was content with that. He asked his parents to eat some of the pills that he had brought home. Their health improved, they looked more youthful, and their spirits also seemed to be lifted. That made Wang Baol very happy. He also equipped his parents with some of the Dharma artifacts that he had made. With their protection, his father would have some means of self-defense even if he met with a ferocious creature. Days passed, and one afternoon, as Wang Baol lay on his bed, touching his full tummy after lunch, he received an invitation for a class gathering. It was not a gathering of his schoolmates from Dao College, but from the foundation school he had attended before college. Now that it was the holidays and everyone had returned home, it was a good time for a gathering. A gathering! Wang Baol sat up on his bed, looking at the voice transmission ring, his eyes shining brightly. He climbed up from the bed immediately and changed his clothes. With his heart filled with excitement, he bade his mother farewell and left the house. This was the first gathering with his schoolmates since Wang Baol graduated from the foundation school. The location of the gathering, as chosen by the organizer, was the renowned cultured hotel in Phoenix City. When he arrived at the hotel, Wang Bail noticed Du Min, who had just reached the hotel as well. She was not dressed in the Dow College uniform, but instead wore casual clothes and tied her hair into a ponytail. She looked fresh and pretty, but she still habitually gave Wang Bail a death stare after noticing him. "Why are you always staring at me? I didn't provoke you today," Wang Bail said unhappily. Du Min could not explain why she felt the urge to stare at him every time she saw him either. She let out a displeased harumph and raised her head like a proud peacock as she walked past Wang Bail. "People with small chests indeed have short tempers," Wang Bail exclaimed snidely and followed her into the hotel. There, he saw a large hall filled with people chatting cheerfully with each other. There was a young chap dressed in a suit who seemed impressive. He was raising his hand, as if pointing out his legacies, and had a cheerful laughter. After noticing Wang Bail and Du Min, he threw a passing glance at Wang Bail while his gaze stopped at Du Min. "Our class monitor, you're finally here." The young chap laughed happily as he enthusiastically signaled for the others to make way. Toward Wang Bail, however, he simply nodded without paying much attention. Recognizing this different treatment, Wang Bail blinked several times. Since they did not have much of a special relationship even in their classes back during their school days, and sat down without further thought. "Bail, did you see that? Chen Bing is so cocky now. Although he did not gain admission into a college after graduation, I heard that because of his family status, he was given a position as a Federation employee in Phoenix City." A stout boy with short cropped hair who was sitting beside Wang Bail whispered softly. "That's impressive." Wang Bail nodded slightly. The dishes looked appetizing, and he picked up his chopsticks to begin eating since he had skipped lunch. Very quickly, when all the classmates who confirmed their attendance had arrived, the dining table was abuzz with chatter. They were all busy catching up with each other, talking about their experiences in the foundation school. From the fun to the embarrassing, their conversations punctuated by bouts of laughter. Wang Bail joined the conversation but began to feel that something was amiss. Most of his classmates had not changed much compared to the past, but there were a few who took advantage of the conversation to boast about their achievements, and that made Wang Bail very uncomfortable. Especially that Chen Bing, who was dressed in a suit and appeared to be someone of importance. Everything he said was an attempt to show off his status as a Federation employee. He said that being able to secure a reservation at the hotel was a symbol of his status. In between conversations, he also took out his voice transmission ring several times, and it sounded as if he was reprimanding others. All of this was to show how impressive he was. In addition, there was another guy named Huang Gui who had been accepted into Holy River Dow College, one of the 4 leading colleges. He sat there acting like the leader of the group. Occasionally, he would raise his wine glass as he spoke to others in a calm and controlled manner. In reality, he was using every sentence to show how extraordinary he was. In response, the classmates sitting beside Huang Gui willingly sucked up to him, causing the limelight to be stronger on Huang Gui than on Chen Bing. If that was it, the most Wang Bail would have felt was discomfort. However, very quickly, that Huang Gui from Holy River Dow College seemed to have drunk too much. He slammed the table, his emotions welling up on his face. "Dear classmates, it's been a year, and everyone has changed so much. Du Min, you have grown prettier." Huang Gui blabbered on, full of emotion. His tone sounded familiar to Wang Bail, and his expression changed weirdly. Noticing Wang Bail's facial expression, Huang Gui laughed. "Everyone has changed significantly, except Bail, who is still so fat." As he spoke, the other classmates who were sucking up to Huang Gui burst into laughter as well. Other classmates also joked about Wang Bail. In this way, even if Wang Bail was angry, he could not show it and could only show his displeasure by unhappily picking up food to put onto his plate. Du Min saw what was happening and was secretly delighted. After all, it was rare to see Wang Bail being so defeated. Perhaps it was Du Min's dressing today and her previous role as class monitor that made her exceptionally eye-catching. Now, Huang Gui looked at Du Min after finishing what he had to say. "Du Min, I heard that you and Wang Bail gained admission to Ethereal Dow College. That is great. What faculty are you in now?" Huang Gui asked. "The alchemy faculty," Du Min said with a smile. Ah, the alchemy faculty. If you have any doubts regarding alchemy, feel free to send me a voice transmission. We were classmates after all, and I will definitely help you. Huang Gui's eyes lit up hearing the phrase alchemy faculty, and he smiled as if he found a new topic to talk about. The classmates who were sucking up to him immediately became rowdy. Dear classmates, didn't you know that Huang Gui is not an unremarkable student at Holy River Dao College? He is the head prefect of the Vegetation Hall of Holy River Dao College's alchemy faculty. Everyone was surprised upon hearing that. Though there were some who were unsure of the meaning of head prefect, the term sure sounded impressive to them. Wang Baol let out an unhappy sigh under his breath, as his displeasure toward Huang Gui increased. Huang Gui was secretly delighted looking at everyone's facial expressions. However, he hid his pleasure under smiles. What's the point of saying all that? We are all classmates, so even if I am the head prefect, it doesn't make me superior to other students. Xianxia, you need to finish this cup of wine as punishment, Huang Gui said modestly. The students who were sucking up to Huang Gui also laughed heartily upon hearing that, raising their wine glasses for a toast. What the head prefect said was right. I just want to explain to the rest about the role of a head prefect so that everyone can become more knowledgeable, Xianxia replied. Ha, you? Huang Gui smiled and fell silent as he shook his head. Xianxia let out a dry cough and continued speaking. Dear classmates, the role of a head prefect is nothing simple. All of you may not be clear, but let me tell you that a head prefect is a respected position in which someone has shown exceptional capabilities in a particular hall in a faculty. He is not an ordinary student but a disciple of the chancellor. It is the same at every college. Du Min and Wang Baol, it's the same situation at Ethereal Dao College, right? Du Min's expression changed slightly upon hearing that, and she quickly shot Wang Baol a glance before nodding. Wang Baol touched his nose slightly and remained silent as he looked at both Xianxia and Huang Gui. After listening to Xianxia's introduction, the classmates finally understood the significance of being a head prefect. Everyone was surprised and shocked as they looked at Huang Gui, their faces revealing looks of reverence. They all raised their glasses to give Huang Gui a toast. Huang Gui returned the toast to everyone, but he only took a small sip of wine every time. When the atmosphere became more upbeat, Huang Gui's attention fell on Wang Baol. Since the start, Wang Baol had never given Huang Gui a toast, and that filled Huang Gui with displeasure. Now, Huang Gui began to ask about Wang Baol while smiling. Baol, I heard that you gained admission to Ethereal Dao College. How are you doing now? Without waiting for Wang Baol to reply, Huang Gui waved his hand to dismiss him. Forget it. I shall not add salt to injury. We were all classmates, and it was known that you merely met the minimum requirements to gain admission. You're probably still studying. Which faculty are you in now? Wang Baol felt his rage rising, as he curtly replied, The Dermic Armament Faculty. Ah, the Dermic Armament Faculty. That is an unusual faculty. It's tough, but as long as you persevere, you'll have a bright future. If you had chosen to enter the alchemy faculty, I could still help you. Although I wouldn't be able to let you rise to the top 100 of the class, it would be no problem making it to the top 1,000. Huang Gui did not care about Wang Baol's tone. To him, the only person who was worth his time to interact in this class gathering is Du Min. That was because Du Min had grown much prettier. As for the others present, Huang Gui felt that the gap between him and them was too large to be overlooked. As Huang Gui continued his insults, Wang Baol grew increasingly irritated. If they weren't classmates, and this was not a class gathering but a situation in the Dao College, Wang Baol would have long taken action. He felt depressed, and noticed Du Min looking at him, happy that he was being ridiculed. He immediately responded with a death stare. Looking at Wang Baol's expression, Du Min was immensely pleased and delighted. She turned her attention back to Huang Gui and began to smile coyly. What Huang Gui said can't be any more correct. Upon getting Du Min's approval, Huang Gui was delighted. He became more loquacious than before and began sharing his experiences at the Holy River Dao College, clearly flaunting himself with every opportunity possible. Wang Baol was immensely irritated. He thought of Lu Daobin. They were not classmates from the foundation school, so he was absent from this class gathering. Had Lu Daobin been present, he would have revealed Wang Baol's status in college, and everything would have been perfect. If Wang Baol revealed his identity himself, he would be no different from Huang Gue. Things like this should be made known through others. Therefore, with unhappiness, Wang Baol rubbed his tummy as he planned to make his leave. Right at this moment, in the gathering hall of Cultured Hotel, a middle-aged man with a stout build and a determined gaze that looked immensely authoritative walked through the hall to enter the premium lounge, escorted by his subordinate and an employee of the hotel. However, when he passed Wang Baol and company, his eyes catching a glance of all of them, he stopped in his steps. He took a closer look at Wang Baol before revealing a hearty smile. He quickened his steps to arrive before the table where Wang Baol was seated. He was accompanied by many people, all of whom were surprised but still followed behind the middle-aged man. Their appearance immediately caught the attention of those seated around the table. The facial expression of Chun Bing, the employee of the Federation, changed immediately. He got up right away, and the others, including Wang Baol, also raised their heads in surprise. From his imposing manner, the middle-aged man was clearly someone distinguished. Just as they all looked up, the middle-aged man let out a cheery laugh. "You're Baol, right? Haha. I am Daobin's father. I heard from him that you've helped him a lot in school, even to the extent of helping him enter the college discipline department. I am so thankful to you." That middle-aged man was indeed Lu Daobin's father, the deputy city lord of Phoenix City. He had seen a picture of Wang Baol from Lu Daobin and was now smiling amiably as he held Wang Baol's hand. Wang Baol was momentarily taken aback but quickly greeted him with a smile. "City Lord Lu? Ah. Drop the term City Lord. Just call me Uncle. This meal is on me. Baol, please take good care of our Daobin. If he is disobedient, discipline him as you like." Lu Daobin's father was extremely passionate, even polite, as if treating Wang Baol like his own nephew. This whole series of events left the people who were following him flabbergasted. They all looked at Wang Baol, trying to figure out his status and background. Very quickly, Lu Daobin's father raised his glass and toasted everyone seated around the table. Chun Bing quickly greeted him anxiously, but after noticing that he was an employee of the Federation, Lu Daobin's father merely nodded and did not direct much attention to him. Instead, he spent a few more moments chatting with Wang Baol before leaving. Everyone seated around the table was shocked. The conversation that took place between Wang Baol and the middle-aged man revealed the man's status, which was further confirmed by Chun Bing's actions. They all fell silent as they looked at Wang Baol, unsure how to proceed. It was clear now that Wang Baol, who had kept a low profile since the beginning, was the one that was the most mysterious and gave everyone the biggest surprise. Everyone's attention was on him, which filled Wang Baol with pleasure. With Lu Daobin's father recognizing him, it would be much easier for him to rise up the ranks in the future. He was extremely gleeful as he looked at his classmates, and just when he was contemplating what to say, Huang Gue let out a light-hearted laugh. "Wow, Baol, I have belittled you. You have the capability of arranging for someone to enter the college discipline department, which is not an easy feat. However, having gone through similar experiences, I understand how it works as well. Since I am the head prefect, I am in charge of the discipline department in my college as well. There are always people asking me to transfer someone there, and it is difficult for me to reject them as well," Huang Gue said calmly, letting out a long sigh after that, as if the words weighed heavily on him. "But Baol, you shouldn't ask for favors from your head prefect in the future. I heard that every college is reforming the head prefect system into one that's based on votes. I am still considering how to communicate with the other two head prefects. If you make too many requests, it will sour the relationship between you and the head prefect you're close to." Huang Gue spoke as if he had been in the same situation before. As he finished, the tense feelings of everyone seated around the table, which had built up due to the arrival of the city lord, seemed to considerably lessen. Very quickly, everyone was in high spirits again. Everyone seemed to treat Wang Baol in a different way, although not overtly. To them, Huang Gui's words had already provided a clear explanation. Wang Baol cleared his throat. He had the urge to reveal that he was a head prefect and did not need the help of others. Furthermore, he was not concerned about communicating with the other head prefects, simply because there were no other head prefects in his faculty since he was responsible for their demise. It was just that Wang Baol felt that it would lower his status if he said that himself. He was thinking of how he could get the message across in an acceptable manner before someone exclaimed from afar. The noise emanated within the gathering hall of the hotel, catching the attention of Wang Baol and his classmates. As they turned their attention toward it, they immediately noticed that there were a number of burly men emerging rapidly from the depths of the VIP lounge. After the burly men secured the major areas of the hotel, a muscular man with an imposing presence emerged from the lounge with dozens of lackeys. The muscular man was wearing a purple cape. Lu Daobin's father also appeared respectful to him as he carefully positioned himself slightly behind the man. Even the owner of the hotel followed him cautiously toward where Wang Baol and his classmates were seated. Before he even arrived at the table, his laughter could be heard. Chun Bing was suddenly put on high alert, his mind on overdrive as he stood up instantly, almost falling due to instability. He spoke loud and clearly, his tone carrying a never-before-heard level of respect. "Greetings, City Lord." Hearing Chun Bing, everyone seated was astonished as they scrambled to stand up. There were differences between a city lord and a deputy city lord. To become the city lord in the Spirit Inception era, he had to be exceptional even in a small city. A person like him had to be extremely learned, have an illustrious background, and possess extraordinary skills in order to live up to the title of a city lord in the Spirit Inception era that followed after the Beast War. The arrival of the deputy city lord merely brought surprise to everyone. However, the appearance of the city lord resulted in emotional chaos, as everyone was astonished and even a little fearful out of respect. "All of you are the future of the Federation. I have interrupted your gathering, so there is no need for all of you to rise. Please sit down, everyone." The city lord of Phoenix City smiled as he approached, and a tide of authority spread as he waved his hand, causing everyone who stood up to take their seats immediately. Wang Baol. After everyone was seated, the city lord of Phoenix City looked at Wang Baol amiably. Though he was not loud, his words could still keep one on alert. This imposing manner was similar to what Wang Baol felt from the cultivator who slew the ferocious monster during his journey back home. He instantly felt it again upon meeting the city lord. "Greetings, city lord. I'm Wang Baol from Ethereal City Dao College." Wang Baol rose and, in a manner that was neither obsequious nor arrogant, greeted the city lord with cupped fists. "What an outstanding youth!" The city lord of Phoenix City laughed heartily, his admiration obvious. "I just heard from old Lu that Wang Baol was here." "Wang Baol, I visited your residence previously, but you weren't around. You are the pride of Phoenix City," the city lord stated as he glanced at the rest of the people nearby. "Everyone should get acquainted with this outstanding chap here. He is Wang Baol, a student who has emerged out of many to gain admission to the 4 major Dao colleges. That shows his talent, and the fact that he could enter the Dermic Armament faculty makes him even more exceptional. Furthermore, out of all the exceptional students, he could emerge top as the head prefect. That makes him the cream of the crop. What's more, Wang Baol even managed to become the first ever head prefect of the 3 halls of the Dermic Armament faculty of Ethereal Dao College, a never-before-seen achievement. The city lord's voice was loud and clear as he introduced everyone to Wang Baol. His followers were all high-ranking officers of Phoenix City. When they heard the city lord, their expressions were filled with astonishment as they rained praises on Wang Baol. At the same time, the classmates seated around the table heard the city lord and were thrown into a daze, their jaws dropping with shock. This was especially true for Huang Gui, whose breathing quickened. His face turned aghast as his expression changed to a look of disbelief. He knew extremely well what it meant when one became the only head prefect of a faculty, but he could not reconcile it with the fact that Wang Baol had achieved that status. Very quickly, the city lord gave Wang Baol a toast, and everyone else immediately followed. In that instant, The attention of everyone in the hotel was on Wang Baol. All this made Wang Baol exhilarated. It was fortunate that he had read the autobiographies of high-ranking officials in depth and knew how to carry himself as a head prefect. His demeanor gained the approval of the masses in Phoenix City. Lu Daobin's father played a significant role, as well by introducing Wang Baol to all the officials. Although the meeting was brief, a lasting, positive impression was made. In the end, before the city lord took his leave, he patted Wang Baol's shoulder and spoke to him with a bright smile. "Baol, I heard that the rainbow spirit stones that you refine are of exceptional quality. You must remember to refine one for your hometown. We will display it in the museum so that it can be a reminder for the future generation of students to look up to you as a role model." Following his sentence, everyone seated around the table was overflowing with envy. This level of glory far exceeded their imagination. Even after the city lord and his entourage left, everyone remained silent, their eyes fixated on Wang Baol. Huang Gue could not control his curiosity, so he said in a quivering voice, You are the head prefect of the 3 halls." The status of the head prefect of the 3 halls alone left Huang Gue astonished. The others might not have a complete grasp of the meaning and difficulty in achieving that role, but as the head prefect of the Vegetation Hall of Holy River Dao College, he was well aware of its significance and power. The news was groundbreaking. Since the beginning of the Spirit Inception era in Holy River Dao College, no one had been capable of becoming a head prefect of that status. Even in the 4 major Dao colleges in the Spirit Inception era, there were less than 5 who had attained the role of head prefect of the 3 halls. It was natural for him to be shocked and astonished, as it was undoubtedly a position that was difficult to achieve. Not only Huang Gue, but Chun Bing was flabbergasted as well. Although he was not completely clear what it meant to be the top head prefect, he could understand that the prominent city lord's enthusiasm only meant one thing. Wang Baol's future was going to be extremely well paved. As for the other classmates, they had long been thrown into a state of shock with everything that had happened so far. They were all dazed, as if what had just happened would stay etched in their minds forever. Seeing the reactions of everyone, Wang Baol laughed happily. He had no intention of boasting in the first place and had purposefully kept a low profile, but he had still been recognized, which proved that everything was fated to happen. However, he still recognized his relationship as classmates with Huang Gue. Although he had been offensive just now, Wang Baol did not want to overreact and decided to remain humble. "Actually, it wasn't anything significant. I just happened to become the head prefect of Spirit Stones. I met with the problem of reform that you mentioned just now, but as you know, I am a stubborn person, too lazy to communicate and become chummy with the other 2 head prefects. Therefore, I chose the simpler option of outperforming them so that I could become the head prefect of both the inscriptions and spirit kernel halls as well. That simplified things greatly, as it meant that I only have to consult myself with regards to any matter." When he finished, Wang Baol was very pleased with his humility, and the people around him were also reeling in the humble words that Wang Baol had said. Du Min, on the other hand, was seething with anger, as she never imagined that Wang Baol could obtain the opportunity to show off this time round. Huang Gue, who was beside her, had fallen silent, looking at Wang Baol with mixed feelings as he smiled bitterly. Wang Baol was cheerful and happy. Before long, the gathering ended. He stood up with dignity and left the hotel under the muddled gaze of Huang Gue. The holidays flew by, and yet another month passed. There were only several days left before the new semester started. Within the month, Bunny had visited Wang Baol's residence and become a new favorite of his mother. Lu Daobin visited regularly, too, bringing with him many gifts and accompanying Wang Baol on fun-filled trips around Phoenix City. Wang Baol had thought that the last few days of his holiday would be as carefree, but out of the blue, he received an emergency callback from Ethereal Dao College. Wang Baol returned to the Dao College immediately. Another document was attached to the emergency callback letter that Wang Baol received. It stated that 3 days ago, in the Dermic Armament faculty of Ethereal Dao College, trouble occurred among the students who stayed behind over the holidays. It was a serious matter warranting immediate action from the college discipline department. Therefore, since Wang Baol was the only head prefect of the Dermic Armament faculty, it was necessary for him to return. If issues like that occurred in other faculties, the head prefect who lived nearest to the college would be asked to return, but in the Dermic Armament faculty, the status and power that Wang Baol had attained also came with a certain level of responsibility. Wang Baol clearly understood that it was his duty. This is the challenge of being a head prefect. You have to give up on your personal time in order to serve the masses. Without further delay, he explained the situation to his parents on the very day. Even though his parents could not bear to have him depart, they understood that their son had matured and sent him to the airport. As there were still several days before the new semester started, the aircraft from Ethereal Dao College had not arrived. Wang Baol wanted to return to the Dao College in the shortest time possible. Thus, he could only choose the smaller aircraft returning to Ethereal City. Although the tickets were not cheap, he could reclaim his expenses from the Dao College. With his parents bidding him farewell, Wang Baol bought the earliest flight out and was in the air after half an hour. Small aircrafts that shuttled people between two cities were definitely not as safe as the larger aircrafts like those from Ethereal Dao College. However, as long as no major disruptions arose, everything could still proceed smoothly. After all the flights were regularly assessed to ensure that the flight paths remained clear and accessible. Sitting in his cabin, Wang Baol yawned. The long holidays had allowed him to completely relax. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the night sky outside the window. Even if this small aircraft flew faster, it would still take about 5 days for me to arrive. Thinking that, Wang Baol lay on his bed in the aircraft and drifted off to sleep. The second morning, Wang Baol walked out of the cabin and stretched as he looked at the other passengers on board. There were at most a little over 10 passengers, of which 7 to 8 of them were clearly businessmen traveling between the two cities. The rest of the passengers looked like ordinary men and women, and there were 2 or 3 who were a similar age to him. There was a fatty on board as well, who passionately greeted Wang Baol upon noticing him. After they exchanged greetings, Wang Baol entered the dining area for his meal. He was bored after that and relaxed on the deck, overlooking the landscape beneath. This aircraft should fly faster. Moving further in this direction, one will arrive at the Pond Cloud rainforest. Wang Baol recalled his father's description of the mountain ranges as he looked at them sweeping past. It's a pity that my capabilities are still insufficient now. If not, I would really love to visit those sites. Wang Baol shook his head regrettably. He was clear that numerous ferocious monsters lurked in the wilderness. Even though he had attained the level of pulse enrichment, there was still a high likelihood of him dying if he met such a beast. The archaeological facility that his father was in now would have several hundred staff protected by numerous guards in order for their trip to be safe. Wang Baol knew full well that more manpower was needed, but he was reluctant to let others know about the site. He sighed as he planned to visit the place once he attained the highest level of pulse enrichment and had prepared more dermic artifacts and pills. As he was about to return to the cabin to rest, all of a sudden, he noticed a pocket of light permeating through the sky ahead. Directly ahead of the zooming aircraft was a dark glow, spanning half a mile, that resembled a large metal plate. It had appeared too suddenly, and the aircraft did not have enough time to avoid it. Wang Baol's eyes widened as the aircraft crashed into it. The sound of the crash was earth-shaking. An indescribably powerful turbulence exploded from the aircraft immediately. What happened? Is this how you steer the aircraft? Everything happened too suddenly, causing everyone on board to moan. At the same time, under the impact of the collision, the head of the aircraft broke in two. Due to the high speed with which the aircraft was traveling, the debris flew with immense energy and was like shooting stars crashing and perforating numerous other parts of the aircraft. Wang Baol's expression changed immediately. One piece of debris flew right past him. Even the strong winds that followed it made Wang Baol tense. If not for his strong grip on the railing, he would have been thrown off the aircraft. What is going on? Wang Baol's pupils constricted, his mind in disarray. Everything had happened too rapidly, taking mere seconds from the appearance of the black glow to the collision with the aircraft. Wang Baol did not even have time to react before his close shave with death. It was fortunate that the body of the aircraft was sturdy, and the black glow was not completely solid. Thus, the aircraft was not completely destroyed. However, it was also because of this that the aftershock was intense. Upon colliding with the black glow, the aircraft was no longer operational. The inertia that arose from the sudden stopping of the high-speed aircraft threw everyone out of their seats and into each other. At the same time, a loud alarm reverberated within the aircraft. Attack! There is an enemy! The cabin crew and guards on board climbed up, their facial expressions revealing indescribable shock. They looked at their surroundings and held their breath, their gazes betraying their despair. All the passengers on board were at a loss as to what to do. Although some tried to hide, most of them rushed out of the cabin and onto the deck to look at the surroundings. Instantly, chills ran down their spines, and they opened their mouths to scream. However, no sound emerged. Those are sky pirates. Wang Bao's breathing turned erratic. The sudden change in events was nothing compared to the initial assessment within the hallucination realm. He also noticed that 5 aircrafts were circling in the sky right above, closing in on them. The 5 aircraft were colored bright red, resembling blood. There was even a logo of the air pirates carved on them, emanating an aura of ferocity directly toward the trapped aircraft. If that was it, there could still have been a chance of fighting back. However, as the 5 aircrafts narrowed in, 17 to 18 men in black hopped out, each of them carrying a murderous look. It was obvious that they were no strangers to bloodshed, especially when their gazes revealed looks of cruelty and cold-bloodedness that sent chills down one's spine. Every one of them had reached pulse enrichment, and there were even a few of them who had reached perfected pulse enrichment. The guards of the aircraft felt extremely hopeless, and several of the passengers began crying as the thought of impending death overwhelmed their minds. Within the crowd, the person in charge of the aircraft, a middle-aged man, began to speak with his voice trembling. "We are Donglin Airlines." However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the men in black who had stepped into the aircraft. "Shut up!" The men in black entered the aircraft one by one, sweeping their gazes over everyone as if looking for something. They even took out a jade slip for comparison. After seeing the fatty who looked similar in age to Wang Bao, their eyes lit up. However, after making the comparison, they knitted their brows. The scene made Wang Bao narrow his eyes as his pulse increased rapidly. He knew something was wrong. This was reality, not a scene in the hallucination realm assessment. His life was being threatened right at this moment, and without hesitation, he shoved his hand into his sleeve and took out a flying sword from the storage bracelet. His facial expression was one of shock and his body trembled as he hid the flying sword in his hands, looking at the pulse enrichment men in black who had already fixated their gaze on him. Their eyes lit up, especially after identifying Wang Bao. Their killing intent was prominent, and they did not pay attention to the others. As they charged toward him, Wang Bao had long understood that he was the target of these people. "The bastards here," one of the men in black sneered. They were quick, and in that instant, more than 10 men in black charged directly at Wang Bao at pulse enrichment speeds, carrying a strong desire to kill. Wang Bao held his breath nervously. As the men in black approached, the flying sword that he was hiding disappeared, only to be replaced by the dermic artifact megaphone that he had developed. As he picked the horn up, he wore a ferocious look, with his veins bulging up. Harnessing all his energy, he shouted right into the megaphone, "You are the bastards!" The scream was loud, and this dermic artifact megaphone that he had developed was exceedingly effective. It amplified Wang Bao's shout and instantly became like a thunder, forming a gigantic sound wave, exploding outward. The man in black closest to Wang Bao stared with his eyes wide open as he let out a shrill screech. His eardrums instantly burst, and his body flew right out from the blast as he screamed tragically. The other men in black also suffered due to the sound wave. Those who were worse off started to spew blood from within, and even those who were less impacted were overwhelmed and had to stop in their tracks. Wang Bao, whose ears were also ringing despite knowing what would happen, noticed that more men in black were arriving. He took a deep breath, and making use of the men in black's momentary paralysis, He leaped over the railing and plummeted down toward the ground beneath. Damn it! Seeing Wang Bail jump from the cruiser without hesitation, the expressions of the second batch of men in black that came from the surrounding cruisers changed, realizing that it was too late to stop him. From taking out his megaphone to jumping off the cruiser, Wang Bail had acted without hesitation and at great speed too. This made the men in black tense, their gazes imposing. When they reached Wang Bail's previous location, they could only see Wang Bail roaring toward land from below, his figure growing smaller and smaller. Vaguely, they could even make out Wang Bail's icy expression when he raised his head. This gaze made the men in black shudder for no reason. This was because Wang Bail had exceeded their expectations. After all, to them, Wang Bail was only a youth, but this youth actually shocked them twice. They had underestimated him. His fearful expression had caused the first group of men in black to let down their guard. When they thought victory was in sight, he had taken them by surprise by taking out his dermic artifact. With the sound wave blast, he had injured one man, pushed back the rest, and taken the initiative. This kind of method was not something an ordinary youth could do. It required calm judgment and good timing, and what made the men in black even more surprised was the fact that when he faced the second group of men in black, Wang Bail actually jumped off the cruiser. It had to be said that even those men in black would not have jumped from such a height, but Wang Bail actually did. Even if it had been anyone else, they would have hesitated before jumping. After all, the cruiser was several kilometers above ground. At such a height, a true breath expert might have survived. But for someone from the ancient martial realm, without the adequate preparation, they would definitely die. But for Wang Bail, he had not stopped at all. From this, one could see that Wang Bail was vicious, even to himself. And this method was indeed the only way to escape at this moment. How vicious! He's not even 20. If we give him enough time to grow, he will definitely be someone who kills resolutely. Initially, I was wondering why we had to kill a youth. Now I understand. If he's so vicious to himself, he will definitely be even more vicious to his enemies. Nearly 30 men in black from the two batches were left alarmed on the cruiser. After exchanging glances between themselves, they all looked at an elder from the second batch. This man was dressed like the others, except that he had a black glove on his right hand. This glove seemed like it was made of metal and was very unique. The man's gaze was cold, and he emitted a threatening aura. Clearly, he was the leader of the men in black. This Wang Bail, we can't leave him alive. No matter what, we must leave with his head today. Chase him, the elder said coldly, and the surrounding men in black immediately chimed in agreement. Ignoring the shaking tourists around them, all of them returned to the cruiser, chasing after Wang Bail. At the same time, Wang Bail was in midair, hurtling toward the ground. He had no time to think of the reason why these men in black wanted to kill him. Instead, the only thought in his mind was frantically calculating his speed of descent and the distance between him and the ground. All his calculations and constant adjusting of his body to change direction was because his inscription's systemic deduction caused him to grow sharper at calculations. Dampening, I need some sort of dampening, at least 9 of them. The overwhelming speed made it hard for Wang Bail to breathe. At that moment, his body felt like it was being crushed, and his vision was turning black. However, he resolutely gritted his teeth to clear his mind. In a few breaths, he flipped his right hand furiously, and a seal appeared. This was one of the dermic artifacts that he had refined. Taking it out, he did not hesitate to send all his spirit chi into the artifact with a howl. He chose to scramble up the inscriptions that made up the spirit kernel, causing an obstruction in the surge of energy that would result in an explosion. If it had been anyone else, they would have found it difficult to do this. However, Wang Bail had refined this dermic artifact by himself, carving every inscription in it, so he was completely clear on its construction. Soon, the seal in his hand released a blinding light. Wang Bail threw it downward, and with a boom, it exploded toward the ground. With the explosion, not only was Wang Bail hit directly, blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. However, in that instant, his speed finally slowed down somewhat. Without stopping, Wang Bail's gaze grew vicious. He continuously took out dermic artifacts and made them explode again and again. By doing so, he finally managed to slow his descent and adjust his position of landing. Thus, when he landed on the ground, he no longer landed on the plains. Instead, he smashed towards a valley's cliff. The instant his body fell toward the cliff, even though Wang Baol had reduced his speed significantly, the impact was still strong, especially as he flew toward rocks and trees. With his current speed, his body would break down the moment he landed, and he would die instantly. Wang Baol understood that the most important moment had arrived. Just before he landed on the cliff, Wang Baol roared, the devouring seed in his body exploding at that moment. With the surge in his spirit energy and with the frenzy of his survival instinct, the devouring seed in his body released a huge suction force toward the cliffs. This suction force was powerful, and Wang Baol's speed was not slow either, so it exerted a pulling force. The pain caused Wang Baol to let out a shrill scream, as though his body was breaking into pieces. However, all this pain was worth it, as his speed started to slow. With the pull from the suction force, he finally, completely slowed down. When he was about 10 feet from the ground, he had completely stabilized. Even though he still fell onto the ground, his head prefect robe and storage bracelet protected him. Wang Baol fell to the ground with a bang, but his injuries were not severe. Although blood spurted out, he climbed up again, his speed still the same. Following the small road along the cliff, he rushed forward. The entire way, Wang Baol huffed and puffed. He knew the danger was still out there. However, this was nothing compared to the life and death tests that he had encountered previously. The men in black arrived aggressively. It seemed that as long as they did not see Wang Baol's body, they would not rest. Who are they? Why do they want to kill me? And how did they know I was on this cruiser? Wang Baol clenched his fists. After all, he was only a youth. At this point, he was suppressing his fear and terror and attempted to open his voice transmission ring to call for help. However, he found that the voice transmission ring failed. This caused his last hopes to vanish. Then his gaze started to show his frenzy. He understood that the assassins must have planned this for a while, else their preparations would not have been so thorough. It must have something to do with the notification I received about returning to the Dao College. Resoluteness flashed across Wang Baol's face. He knew that it was no use thinking of all this, and it was also nearly impossible for him to escape. Today, the only one who could save him was himself. Then, there is only retaliation. Wang Baol gritted his teeth. With a burst of speed, he dashed along the cliff's path, and he soon reached the top of the cliffs. As he ran, he swallowed some pills. While he felt his injuries heal, his breathing became labored. I need to calm down, I can't get scared. I need to calm down. Wang Baol constantly used his breathing to adjust his state of mind. Although his heart was still shaking, he seemed calmer. These people have a strong desire to kill me. Just for me, they actually used several cruisers with almost 30 people with who knows how many more people on board. They have so many people, and they also have perfected pulse enrichment experts. I could handle one person, but with so many people, I will definitely die. But I have my own advantage. I have quite a number of dermic artifacts. Although I can only control them simply as I've not reached the true breath realm, if I match it by adjusting the inscriptions, I can fight them. I need to separate them. I can't be trapped, and I can't remain out in the open forest. I need to enter the forest. With this thought, Wang Baol raised his head suddenly, looked around, and then ran toward the faraway pond cloud rainforest. When he neared the forest and took his first step inside, Wang Baol heard the sound of faraway cruisers. He paused and turned. Immediately, he saw 5 cruisers speeding toward him. You want to kill me? We'll have to see if you have the ability. Wang Baol seemed like a cornered beast, giving off a foul air. He turned and ran into the forest. Not long after he entered the forest, the 5 cruisers arrived, flying straight for the area above the pond cloud rainforest. As this place was not open, with trees with broad leaves reaching for the sky, it blocked their vision. Thus, these 5 cruisers lost their advantage. Soon, each of them spread out in a different direction. Then, more than 20 men in black descended to envelop the area, searching for Wang Baol. We must find Wang Baol. Kill him on sight. In the pond cloud rainforest, the ground was wet and marshy. There were foot-long centipedes and countless venomous snakes. Other than that, there were even more beasts that lurked. It could be said that just being in the forest's periphery was an intense moment at every turn. Although Wang Baol had not truly entered the forest, the initial hallucination realm test had been made to imitate this forest, including many details that had been made to mirror the true scenes from inside. So, on some level, Wang Baol could be said to be familiar with the pond cloud rainforest. At that moment, he had sunk into the mud. He had an antidote pill in his mouth and was motionless, tolerating the discomfort he felt in the mud. Only one eye and one nostril was outside. His eye narrowed to observe the situation. Soon, Wang Baol's heart began beating faster. A man in black appeared before him. This man was moving fast, running at full speed while searching, and he held a circular dermic artifact in his hand. Wang Baol squinted after noticing the dermic artifact in the man's hands. Although he did not know what it was for, with his position as a student of the dermic armament faculty and as triple head prefect, he could tell from its appearance that it was a searching dermic artifact that utilized fluctuations. After all, the moment one reached the physical seal realm, they could seal their body. Thermal imaging would lose all effectiveness. Only dermic artifacts that relied on fluctuations to search would work in such an environment. The moment he saw the dermic artifact, Wang Baol felt that something was amiss. However, he did not have much time to think and flew out from the mud with a bang. Just as he emerged, the man in black, who seemed to have no inkling of Wang Baol's position, suddenly reacted at the same time as Wang Baol. He moved toward Wang Baol's previous position. With a bang, Wang Baol's previous hiding spot exploded, with mud flying in all directions. If he had been a little bit slower, he would have been completely injured. Wang Baol had escaped by a hair's breadth. His eyes showed panic and he turned to escape. Wang Baol! Seeing that Wang Baol had missed, the man sneered as he took large steps toward the fleeing Wang Baol. Releasing his pulse enrichment cultivation powers, his speed grew explosively, and he caught up in an instant. He raised his right hand to grab Wang Baol. But, just as he caught up to Wang Baol, there was a sudden alarming suction force behind Wang Baol. This suction force was so strong that it caused the expression of the man in black to change, and he was pulled forward till he staggered. It was just one step, but it was enough for Wang Baol. His body suddenly moved, and his gaze no longer showing fear. Instead, it was ferociousness and the killer instinct of someone being hunted. "You want to kill me? I want you dead." As he roared, Wang Baol suddenly raised his right hand. As the man in black was trapped by the suction force, his body was unstable. In that instant, Wang Baol grabbed the man's wrist, and with a snap, his bones broke. Before the man in black could cry out, Wang Baol had already taken the opportunity to go behind the man and covered his mouth. With his veins protruded and his breathing rapid, Wang Baol twisted the man's neck viciously. With another snap, the man's eyes widened, and he convulsed violently for a while before stopping. The surroundings fell silent. Only Wang Baol's breathing was heavy. Even though he had twisted the man's neck, Wang Baol still covered the man's mouth, only releasing him after more than 10 breaths. His face had lost all color, and he looked blankly at the body of the man in black. "I killed someone," Wang Baol muttered to himself, his body beginning to shake. However, his gaze slowly showed a sense of killer instinct after having a bloody experience. This killer instinct was different from his previous viciousness. To be accurate, his viciousness had been a youth's bravado, but this was different. After a long while, he raised his head. In the darkened forest, his gaze was bright, causing him to have a sort of deterrent force. Wang Baol took out the man's personal belongings after a long silence. He looked at the searching disc. It was completely black. Clearly, it could only be opened with special methods, and a normal person would have no way of using it. Some of these special methods relied on fingerprints, some on irises, others the smell of blood and the rising and falling of spirit chi. It was just like a password. Wang Baol squinted as he looked at the searching dermic artifact. After placing it in his storage bracelet, he took out 7 or 8 dermic artifact seals, adjusted them, and placed them in the clothing of the corpse. He thought for a moment before hiding some flying swords in the surrounding mud and adjusting the inscriptions to have a chain effect. Then he left, burrowing into the surrounding foliage, and disappeared. Before long, 3 men in black approached in a hurry. The moment they arrived, they saw their dead companion, and their expressions changed. On high alert, they scanned the surroundings. Once they made sure there was no trace of Wang Beol, they approached the corpse with terrible expressions to check where the critical blow had been. But one of them was very careful. He pulled his companions aside and raised his right hand to summon a gust of wind. The wind blew open the corpse's clothing, revealing a few dermic artifact seals that had turned scarlet. Having been stimulated by the wind, the seals suddenly exploded, the force reducing the corpse into fragments. "This is too sinister. This Wang Beol is truly diabolical." The 3 of them inhaled, glad that they had not gone closer. Suddenly, about 10 flying swords appeared from the surrounding mud, shooting out in all directions. As the speed was fast and the 3 men were still shocked by the explosion of the seals, they had no time to react. Their expressions changed, and they screamed pathetically. The flying swords whizzed past and traveled through the bodies of the 3 men. Their dying cries traveled all over in the quiet forest, causing many men in black to change their expressions, all of them looking in the direction of the cries. Wang Beol also heard their screams. However, he did not pause and remained stuck to the grass on the ground. He carefully approached a middle-aged man in black in front of him. Just as this man was startled by his colleague's screams and looked up, Wang Beol's gaze turned cold, and he braced himself to attack. However, he then noticed that the surrounding grass and trees were distorted. His expression changed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. "You bastard, you were tricked." The man grinned hideously. Immediately, from the surrounding foliage, 6 men in black seemed to appear out of thin air. They encircled Wang Beol, closing in on him. One of them held a pearl in his hand. It was this pearl that had created a sort of mirage, hiding the presence of these 6 men. "Kill!" Including the middle-aged man in black, there was a total of 7 people. Each of them pulled out a dermic artifact and released their pulse enrichment cultivation, making it seem as though there was a small boundary of blood chi fluctuations within the area. They rushed at Wang Beol. With danger so close, Wang Beol could only give it his all. His speed increased sharply, and he rushed at the middle-aged man in black. At the same time, he raised his right hand and immediately flung 10 dermic artifact seals into his surroundings, causing the people around to shield themselves. Wang Beol's gaze overflowed with brutality as the suction force of his devouring seed radiated in every direction. The moment the middle-aged man's expression changed, Wang Beol caught his finger and bent it. The man screamed. However, he was also a vicious person. He ignored his broken finger, using his head to hit Wang Beol. Wang Beol moved his body. Even though he had been hit on the shoulder, he caught the man's wrist and pressed against the joint. Under such continuous attacks, the man in black's forehead began to sweat. He screamed and struggled, but Wang Beol's speed was too fast, and his movements were too natural and smooth. He raised his foot and kicked the man's crotch. The strength from his foot was so powerful that the man let out a scream even more tragic and flew several feet back. When he landed, his screams had even changed pitch. He rolled on the ground and moaned as though he was dying. This scene caused the other 6 people to draw a gasp, struck dumb with amazement as they looked at Wang Beol. However, Wang Beol had not stopped. As he panted, he held a cold gaze. He raised his right hand, and it was as though he was controlling the seals that he had flung out. The seals flew toward one of the men and landed in a frenzy. At the same time, Wang Beol swung his right hand again. This time, more than 10 flying swords suddenly flew out toward the others. The flying swords were so fast and so numerous that they forced the men in black to dodge and hide. In that wave of attacks, the flying swords had penetrated 2 men. Although they were not dead, they had been injured. Using this chance, Wang Baol increased his speed and drew closer to another person. Bearing a blow that he had sustained from behind, with blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, he got closer and broke the man's wrist. Similarly, he kicked the man's crotch. As the man screamed, the corner of Wang Baol's mouth dripped blood. The person who had hit him from behind had a fearful expression and wanted to retreat. However, there was a huge suction force from Wang Baol's back, causing the man to pause. In the blink of an eye, Wang Baol's vicious expression appeared in front of the man's eyes. Die! Wang Baol roared and aimed a fist at the man's chest. With a cracking sound, he killed another man. This all happened too fast. From the time they had encircled Wang Baol to the time he attacked the third man, it had only taken a few seconds. The remaining 4 people were struck dumb with amazement. Clearly, they had never imagined that Wang Baol could be so ferocious. Regardless, they were experienced operatives trained to be live on the edge of a blade. They all showed bloodthirsty expressions, took out their respective dermic artifacts, and rushed at Wang Baol. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. When he waved his hand, all the seals and flying swords flew out loudly. At the same time, his body rushed out and clashed directly with the 4 men. After 5 minutes, Wang Baol cradled his chest and spat out more blood. When he left the area, he left behind 7 bodies, which sank slowly into the mud. If there had been enough time, perhaps Wang Baol would not have sustained such serious injuries. It was just that he had needed to quickly end the fight with those men in black. If they had drawn out the battle, the other men in black would definitely have caught up to him. If Wang Baol wanted to retaliate, he needed to pay the price. For example, with the previous 4 men's counteroffensive, Wang Baol would have sustained a serious injury even with a dermic artifact. Currently, his aura was a little chaotic. Arching his back, he hurried at full speed through the grass. As he swallowed pills, he swiftly checked the remaining items in his storage bracelet. There aren't many pills left, and I've already used half of my dermic artifacts. Wang Baol licked his lips and found a hole in a tree to hide in. He took out the concealing pearl that he had previously taken from a man in black and used it to hide himself before he released a breath. Then he took out the searching dermic artifact and slowly squinted. To adjust this, I need to open it up. If I can reverse the effect, I can reveal their locations. If it had someone else, they might not have been able to do this. However, as the ultimate head prefect in the dermic armament faculty, he was the top at spirit stones, inscriptions, and spirit kernels, and he even had his systemic calculation for his inscriptions. This was something no one else could do. After examining the circular dermic artifact, he was confident of his chances. There are 8 searching dermic artifacts in total. Even if I fail a few times, it doesn't matter. I just need to succeed once. With this thought in mind, Wang Baol knew that time was precious, and he immediately began experimenting with the artifact. Right now, in the Pond Cloud rainforest, the number of men in black had already been reduced by 30%. The remaining men were even more cautious. In actuality, it was extremely difficult and dangerous to chase down Wang Baol, and even though they were highly trained operatives, they were still shaken. This was especially so for the elder. He stood where Wang Baol had fought against the 7 men, watching his men pull their corpses from the mud. As the leader, he had brought many men to kill 1 student. However, he had actually sustained such an abject loss. To him, this was like a slap in the face. His expression was terrible, and his killing intent grew stronger. Damn it! I was told that Wang Baol only had a cultivation of perfected physical seal realm, but how can someone in the physical seal realm kill almost 10 of my people? Not just physical seal, even if it was the same pulse enrichment realm, it would be extremely difficult to do this. Even if they had only been carrying out their orders to kill Wang Baol in the beginning. Right now, even without orders, they wanted to exterminate Wang Baol. Also, why does this fellow have so many dermic artifacts? The elder gritted his teeth. He noticed that his subordinates all seemed to be startled, and his gaze grew colder with determination. Continue searching. Everyone pay attention. This bastard isn't simple. The moment you find him, release the signal. I'll break his neck myself. The surrounding men in black nodded. They spread out again to search, their expressions dark, as though forming a wide net that was constantly shrinking. Just as they scoured the area for him, the hidden Wang Baol ignored the other 5 failed circular dermic artifacts. Currently, he was staring at the one successful modified searching dermic artifact, his gaze bright. On this dermic artifact, he could see 20 points of light swiftly spreading out in all directions. There were 3 that were closest to him, and the distance from each other was not especially far. Wang Baol muttered to himself and continued observing. He understood that, with the encircling and lockdown, it was only a matter of time before he was found. I can't attack anymore. I need to go further away, spread them out, then I can continue to retaliate. Wang Baol inhaled deeply and quietly emerged from the hole in the tree. As he checked the dermic artifact, he changed his direction, occasionally increasing his speed rapidly and occasionally slowing down. He avoided one man in black after the other, continuously keeping a safe distance as he went deeper into the pond cloud rainforest at rapid speeds. As long as there were no accidents, Wang Baol still had a chance of escaping the encirclement. However, the moment he almost escaped, his expression suddenly changed. His legs stopped, and his breathing grew sluggish. He felt a bloodthirsty aura locking onto him. Slowly, he turned his head. Wang Baol's face paled, and his forehead started to sweat. There were actually 7 snakes on the right side of the tree. Each of them was about as thick as an arm, their entire bodies red with the exception of their heads, which were white. At first glance, they almost seemed to have a baby's face, although their eyes showed a ferocity that struck fear into one's heart. Red-boned white infant snakes. Wang Baol's heart shook. Although he had attacked fearlessly in the hallucination realm test, that had only been 1 snake. But with 7 snakes, Wang Baol was immediately fearful. He breathed carefully and backed off. It was his last resort. He did not want to fight with these 7 snakes. Don't scream, please don't scream. I won't kill you guys. But just as he was about to back away, Wang Baol noticed that the ferocious gaze in the snake's eyes grew more intense. One of the snakes had already opened its mouth. He gritted his teeth, and with an explosive speed, he headed straight for the 7 snakes. He raised his right hand and used his dermic artifact seals, pills, and his flying swords to attack, immediately killing 6 of them. This happened all too fast. Wang Baol had thrown everything into the attack, but it was too late. The remaining snake dodged his attack, and from its mouth, a sound traveled all over. In the quiet forest, everyone could hear a baby's cry. The sound was too loud. The instant that it spread, Wang Baol's expression turned nasty. What he had feared was not the snakes but rather their cries. After all, from the hallucination realm test, Wang Baol knew that their cry was especially resonant. Damn it! Wang Baol swiftly stowed his dermic artifacts and snake carcasses. He did not have time to kill the last snake. Instead, he dashed off. At the same time, the surrounding men in black also heard the snake's cry. All of them turned their heads sharply. Without waiting for them to rush over, the elder sneered, his gaze showing his determination. He raised his right hand. Even though this area had been shielded from voice transmissions, that was only for external transmissions. Within their group, they could still send voice transmissions. Cruisers, bomb that area, the elder sneered as he spoke. Previously, he had not dared to do that as the sound would be too loud, and he did not want to attract the attention of all the beasts in the pond cloud rainforest. But he had spent a long time in the forest, and Wang Baol was difficult to deal with, so he threw caution to the wind. Almost immediately after he spoke, 5 cruisers flew in from afar. They approached rapidly and released beams of light. They were alarmingly hot and exploded in an instant, blowing up the place where the white infant snake's cry had originated. The booms of the explosions were shocking. The explosions continued. The earth shook, grass and trees flew, and mud was flung in all directions. Under the continuous bombing, the entire area was obliterated. Wang Baol had also been forced out of hiding. He spat out blood, his body stumbling. The moment he revealed himself, the elder's eyes flashed. He looked to the sky and laughed. Then he exploded with speed and rushed at Wang Baol, his body seemingly forming a streak of blinding light. His speed was too fast, and the power from the perfected pulse enrichment realm exploded. On some level, the elder had already refined his blood chi to its peak. It seemed especially within his body, he had a miraculous encounter in his early years, and his aura actually seemed to resemble true breath. Although it was definitely not true breath, this aura caused his combat strength to exceed peak pulse enrichment significantly. Wang Baol had continuously suffered injuries, and he had been affected by the beams of light. As he panted, the half-step true breath elder drew closer to him. As he closed the gap between them, the elder raised his right hand, and it seemed like he had drawn all the surrounding air to himself as his right hand turned scarlet, releasing an alarming force. His hand flew toward Wang Baol. In the area it passed, the air grew blazing hot. Die! With death so close, Wang Baol understood that he could no longer escape. He turned his head, his eyes frenzied. He waved his right hand, and in that instant, all the dermic artifact seals in his storage bracelet flew out. After Wang Baol had activated them, they all exuded the light of a dermic artifact. Encircled with spirit chi, they flew toward the elder with a boom. If it had been anyone else, they would not have dared to smash these dermic artifacts and chosen to retreat instead. But the elder was scornful, and without stopping, he used his gloved right hand to pinch violently. Immediately, a wave of even greater power emanated from his glove. Break! In an instant, a minor storm exploded from the glove in the direction of Wang Baol's dermic artifacts. In the blast, the dermic artifact seals released cracking sounds. They broke but did not shatter. What broke was only the external layer of the dermic artifact. The spirit kernels within had not been destroyed. Instead, the remains of the artifacts blocked the blazing heat from the elder's palm, neutralizing it. Despite the booming explosion reducing the power from the palm, it still passed through the dermic artifacts. But when it landed on Wang Baol, it only had 40% of its power left. As there was protection from Wang Baol's Taoist robe and storage bracelet, he spat out blood but used its power to charge forwards at even faster speeds. At the same time, he flipped his hand under his robe and held the purple sword in his hand. This purple sword was his trump card. Wang Baol knew that he could not easily reveal it. Otherwise, the other party would guard against it. He planned to use it only for a killing blow. Damn it! The elder was surprised. His expression was grotesque. He truly had not imagined that Wang Baol would have such a high-quality dermic artifact in his arsenal. At this point, all the surrounding men in black also hurried over. Seeing Wang Baol spit blood from after being hit by their leader, all of their eyes showed their bloodthirstiness, and they were about to begin the chase. But then, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. A sound like the buzzing of a mosquito suddenly traveled all over the pond cloud rainforest. This buzzing continued, and it unsettled everyone who heard. Even the beasts in pond cloud rainforest started shivering violently, as though it was an instinctual fear. Wang Baol was also shocked. The expressions of the men in black behind him changed. From far off inside the forest, something flew out, 10 feet long like a little mountain. A savage giant mosquito. An indescribable aura of terror exploded from the mosquito, shocking everyone. The mosquito was really too big, such that one could see the hairs on its legs standing up like spikes. As it moved its wings, the wind blew, shaking all the trees in the vicinity. Wang Baol and the others felt as though there was a storm ahead of them. The mosquito's proboscis was especially shocking, one seemingly so sharp that it could easily pierce through metal. As the mosquito flew closer, Wang Baol's eyes widened, and his brain seemed to explode. He was frightened to his limit. It was the same for the men in black and the elder. All of them could not help but shiver, just like ants meeting an elephant. That indescribable feeling made everyone feel like they were going to break down. It was such that they no longer dared chase after Wang Baol. Everyone stood rooted to the ground, not daring to move. Truly, the aura that the mosquito gave off was too terrifying to describe. Even Wang Baol imagined that if this mosquito needed to, its aura could destroy everyone's body and mind instantaneously. As everyone shook in fear, the mosquito slowly flew over and bowed its head in midair. Its eyes seemed very human, showing a sense of annoyance, as though it felt that the cruisers around it were immensely irritating. When it flapped its wings, 5 of the cruisers flew away like toys, as though a gale had struck them. With a boom, they landed far away. Only one of them reacted quickly enough to escape. This scene made everyone struggle even more to breathe. As they shuddered, the mosquito did not give chase but chose to perch on a tree. Its gaze swept across everyone, but whoever its gaze landed on felt as though they could not breathe. Even Wang Baol felt his scalp tingle. The good thing was that this mosquito only glanced briefly at each person. Eventually, its eyes settled on the elder. This made the elder shiver, his face showing his nervousness and fear. He did not know why the mosquito was staring at him, and he screamed in fear internally. What kind of beast is this? Damn it! There are no mosquitoes in the Federation's list of 10 biggest beasts. No one dared move. They did not even dare breathe too quickly. After a while, they found that the mosquito still had not left, and each of them started to panic even more. Wang Baol swallowed, noticing that the mosquito only seemed to be interested in the elder. He felt lucky, thinking that it would be best if the mosquito simply exterminated the elder. Carefully, he took a small step back. As he moved, Wang Baol watched the mosquito closely. If the mosquito reacted in any way, he would stop immediately. However, even as he retreated 3 to 5 steps, the mosquito did not seem to notice him and paid no attention. Wang Baol started to relax, and as he started breathing faster, he quickened his steps. The surrounding men in black all saw Wang Baol's actions. After hesitating, they started to take light steps toward Wang Baol. To their joy, they discovered that the mosquito indeed ignored them. But even if that was so, they did not dare flee. They just continued taking slow steps. Thus, from afar, it seemed that everything within this area had slowed down. Wang Baol and the other men in black were all moving in slow motion, trying their best to move away as far as possible. Seeing that everyone else could leave, the elder grew anxious and tried to take a step back too. However, just as his body moved, the mosquito suddenly gave off an icy feeling, as though warning him. This warning look almost made the elder cry, wailing internally. What is this? They can move, but I can't. I didn't do anything to offend this mosquito. Wang Baol and the men in black noticed this. Each of them had a strange expression. Wang Baol's heart started beating rapidly, and he was filled with gratitude toward this mosquito. This is a good mosquito. As he praised the mosquito, Wang Baol moved faster and faster. Finally, when he was about 100 feet away from the mosquito, he turned and started sprinting. At the same time, the men in black had already left the set boundary. Seeing Wang Baol escape, they all exchanged glances. Even though their leader was still trapped inside, their mission was not over, so 2 of them who had reached peak pulse enrichment led the group, running after Wang Baol. Very soon, the area grew quiet. Only the elder remained, shaking and wailing internally. But it made no difference to the situation. The mosquito still stared at him, making the elder lose all hope. In the forest, Wang Baol had left the mosquito behind. Although the oppressive power from the mosquito had vanished, Wang Baol knew that he was still in danger. As he fled, Wang Baol's gaze flashed. Unbeknownst to him, after going through all these incidents, he had become more decisive in dealing with situations, and he acted faster with ruthlessness. I have to change my plans. There is still 1 cruiser left. Even if I get further, if I can't kill those guys behind me quickly, I will be in danger the moment the old man catches up. Although that old man is in trouble, I can't place all my hopes on that mosquito. I don't know why it kept staring at that old man, but it didn't attack him. Wang Baol analyzed, determination brimming in his gaze. There is only one way. That is to kill everyone except the elder in a short time. Like that, I have the highest chance of getting out of this situation. With this thought, Wang Baol looked at the purple flying sword in his hand, his eyes showing an icy determination. His body shook as he decided not to run anymore. Instead, he turned around on the spot and headed straight for the men in black with killing intent. As they chased, these men had split up to increase their chances, but they had remained close to each other and were constantly communicating as they tore through the forest. Two peak pulse enrichment experts led the group as they had the fastest speed. While all of them rushed through the forest, there was a loud boom from afar. A fatty wearing a head prefect Taoist robe flashed past, burrowed into the grass, and ran off swiftly. There! A cold look flashed instantly in the eyes of the two peak pulse enrichment men as they rapidly increased their speed, and suddenly giving chase. The 7 or 8 people behind them followed with a very threatening demeanor. Just as the majority chased that shadow, not too far away, 2 men in black had also increased their speed to join the others. However, in this instant, the grass around them started to distort, and Wang Bao's shadow flew out. His speed was so fast that in the moment it took for the 2 men in black to change their expressions, he had already drawn close. Without waiting for them to open their mouths to scream, Wang Bao waved his hand, creating a flash of purple light. The speed of the purple sword was much faster than ordinary flying swords. The instant it appeared, it flew straight through one of the men's foreheads. As for Wang Bao himself, he slammed into the other man at full speed, kneeing the man's crotch viciously. Ignoring the man's retaliation, he used his right hand to cover his mouth and slammed his body into a nearby tree. With a bang, the man's eyes widened, and he convulsed as he died. The other man in black also fell to the ground. The purple sword had pierced halfway through his forehead. Although everything seemed to happen slowly, it was actually only a moment. Wang Bao panted. Even though he had the pills as supplements, his energy had almost reached its limit. After all, each time he fought, it was a matter of life and death, and he had to resolve it quickly. To him, the pressure was immense, and his energy expenditure was especially high. He did not have the luxury of time to think. Wang Bao took back his sword and once again took out a puppet from his storage bag. After giving an order, he and the puppet began to run, one in front of the other. Ahead of them, there were still 4 men in black in the process of searching. After 10 breaths, the 2 peak pulse enrichment experts who had been chasing the shadow wearing the head prefect Taoist robe finally caught up. However, what they discovered was a puppet. The fatty from before was actually this puppet wearing many layers of clothes to make it round. In that instant, their expressions warped in horror. It was at this time that they heard a pathetic cry from afar. Enraged, they rushed over to find 4 corpses and a broken puppet. Everyone be careful. Wang Bao is near us, and he has a puppet dermic artifact. Take note. The 2 men had terrible expressions as they shouted into their surroundings. Just as they shouted, there was another reverberating cry. He's here. He's wearing our clothes? The sound suddenly stopped, and the forest descended into silence again. However, the remaining men in black had all started to shiver, their breathing rapid. They were all on high alert, looking left and right, and quickly moved closer to each other. Just as they were keeping watch, nearby, Wang Bao hid in the grass. There was a wound on his chest so deep that one could see bone. There were 2 similar wounds on his back. The blood had stained his clothes, and it was so painful that his forehead was covered in sweat. But he endured it, holding the last few pills in his mouth and staring at the men in black. I killed 9 people. There are still 7 more. They won't split up that easily, so I need another plan. Wang Bao slowly moved backward, his mind working rapidly. At that moment, from far away, there was the buzzing sound of a mosquito that seemed to be traveling fast. In the sky, that giant mosquito quickly flew over him. This scene terrified all the remaining men in black. They looked up, and even Wang Bao gawked at it. The mosquito left? I don't know if that old man is still alive, but it won't make a difference now. I can only take this chance to fight. With this thought, Wang Bao inhaled deeply. He had used everything he had on this slaughter. Only then did he manage to turn an unfavorable situation to the current situation. Seeing the mosquito fly away, the possibility of the elder surviving and chasing him left him with no more time to consider his methods. That was especially so with the mosquito flying over him. Kill! Wang Bao roared internally, his gaze turning icy. As the pills dissolved and heat flowed through him, his body erupted with strength. Pushing his speed to the limit, he ran toward the 7 people. Although his appearance would originally have been noticed immediately, The mosquito flying back had distracted the 7 men who still had a lingering fear. Wang Baol used this time to get closer to them. Wang Baol! When they noticed Wang Baol, he was already within 100 feet of them. As his pulse enrichment cultivation exploded, he moved his body and took out his megaphone. He delivered what was the strongest and loudest sound in those 10+ years, one that surpassed anything from before. This sound was just too loud, and Wang Baol had spared no expense to trigger it. At this point, the megaphone could no longer take it and shattered. However, the moment it shattered, an earth-shaking sound wave exploded like a typhoon, and it was even visible to the eye. It swept across everything. Although the 7 men in black were prepared, they were still too surprised to defend themselves. They were all shaken and had to pause, their brains humming. This humming and pause were a chance for Wang Baol. His speed increased again and he closed the 100-feet gap. But not everyone was shaken by the sound waves. 3 people had already pulled out their own dermic artifacts before Wang Baol took out his megaphone, and they had formed a protective barrier. While they were shaken, too, the impact was not large. Seeing Wang Baol's arrival, the 3 of them roared and headed straight for Wang Baol. 2 of the men were peak pulse enrichment that Wang Baol dreaded. If this had happened in the past, Wang Baol definitely would have retreated and circled around them. His gaze, however, was ferocious. Not only did he not retreat, he even increased his speed. The instant before he got close, he flipped his right hand fiercely and gave a low shout. "Capture them!" As he spoke, Wang Baol took out 7 ropes and 7 puppets from his storage bracelet. These puppets were his last resort. There were male, female, and even beast puppets. When they appeared, they followed Wang Baol's orders and flew straight at the 2 peak pulse enrichment middle-aged men in black. The men's expressions changed, and they immediately tried to block. However, there were too many puppets and they were extremely sturdy. The puppets also used ropes to try and bind the men. This made them difficult for the men to handle. One of the men even retreated and vanished as 5 puppets and 4 ropes chased him. The remaining man was not able to dodge. Ropes bound his legs. As he fell to the ground, 2 puppets wrapped around him firmly. While he struggled, the peak pulse enrichment middle-aged man's expression changed. From the explosion of sound waves to the binding puppets' attack, it had all happened too quickly. Wang Baol wanted to take the chance to kill the man with his sword. He noticed, however, that the man's gaze flickered, and he held something in the palm of his hand. He looked away, ignoring the peak pulse enrichment middle-aged man, changed direction, and crashed into the 3rd man in black. This man in black spat out blood. As he abruptly retreated, Wang Baol waved his right hand. In that instant, 10 flying swords appeared, each of them sharper than the last, and flew straight at the fleeing man in black. Even as the screaming man in black took out his dermic artifact to block, it did not help. The swords passed straight through him without stopping. As he panted, Wang Baol headed for the other 4 men. Although they had been stunned by the megaphone, in the face of danger, these pale-faced men retreated with the intention of retaliation. Wang Baol, however, waved his hand, and 7 small seals smashed at them. The seals got even closer and started to explode. A seal one of the men did not dodge in time on the head, and he fell to the ground. Heavens! How does he have so many dermic artifacts? Even if he is from Ethereal Dao College's dermic armament faculty, it shouldn't be like that. The other 3 men trembled. Wang Baol's dermic artifacts were powerful as he had used superior-grade spirit stones to form the spirit kernel cores. Their self-destruction might was non-trivial, and even if it did not hit them, it was enough to make the other 3 men spit blood. As they retreated, Wang Baol rushed forward. His fingers flashed purple and slashed across one man's neck. He raised his right foot and kicked the crotch of another man. As the pained cry reverberated through the air, Wang Baol broke the wrist of the last man, directly hitting the other man's forehead, his expression terrifying. He panted roughly and looked at the trapped peak pulse enrichment man. There were 7 men against him, and he had already killed 5 of them. In that glance, he saw that the peak pulse enrichment man in black who had been lying on the ground had extricated himself, albeit with some difficulty. This was because there were not enough ropes on him, and he had only been trapped by 2 puppets. When he looked at Wang Baol, he looked extremely shaken and relieved. He raised his hand at Wang Baol and flung the unusual pill in his hand aside. Wang Baol, you are indeed clever, but you have missed the best opportunity to kill me. Wang Baol's gaze flickered. It was true that he had previously planned to kill this man first, but the man seemed to have something in his hand. Although he could have been bluffing, if it was real, Wang Baol would have gotten entangled in it. If the 4 unconscious men had woken up, Wang Baol would have lost his advantage. That was why he had given up in that moment and decided to kill the other 5 men first. Like this, even if he had made a wrong judgment, he still had a chance of winning this fight. It's not too late now. Wang Baol's gaze was icy. He rushed toward the peak pulse enrichment middle-aged man. With a twist of his body, the man faced Wang Baol. The 2 of them fought quickly. In the span of 10 breaths, they had already clashed more than 10 times. This was especially impressive as the middle-aged man in black had already cultivated to peak pulse enrichment and also possessed a saber-dermic artifact. When he swung the saber, it exuded spirit chi, and it clashed against Wang Baol's purple sword many times. Just as the middle-aged man had gotten used to Wang Baol's rhythm, Wang Baol's gaze flashed. The devouring seed in his body erupted, and a terrifying suction expanded from his body. The middle-aged man in black was cunning. Although he looked like he had gotten used to the rhythm, he had been on alert the entire time as he did not dare belittle Wang Baol. Nevertheless, he had no idea that Wang Baol was actually this skilled, exceeding even the ancient martial realm. After all, in this fight, all those who had experienced Wang Baol's devouring seed had died. He did not even have time to use the methods he had prepared due to his caution. Suddenly, something dragged his entire body as his pupils grew wide. Before he could even make a sound, Wang Baol's purple sword had already shot through his throat. Even in death, his eyes were wide open, his right hand grabbing onto Wang Baol's clothes. With unwillingness in his gaze, he fell to the ground. Wang Baol bent down, his left hand on his knee as he panted greedily. When he took the purple sword back, he heard footsteps from behind him. He turned to look. In the dark of the forest, the wind seemed to hold. The elder in black. The elder's vision was red. He walked within 10 feet of Wang Baol and looked at the bodies around them. After a long while, he looked at Wang Baol again, his hoarse voice reverberating lowly. If I had known things would turn out like this, I wouldn't have accepted this assignment. It's a pity. I can only kill you now. The elder raised his gloved right hand and grasped his tightly. In that instant, a whirlwind appeared around him, unbelievably strong and seeping with killing intent. At the same time, not far from there in some low-lying grass, the other peak pulse enrichment middle-aged man in black was looking ahead in fear. Around him, there were a few strands of broken string. There were 5 puppets on his body, 3 of which were large and fierce, while 2 were maidservants. All of them were wrapped around him expressionlessly. It appeared that unless they were damaged, they would not let go. If it had only been that only like that, it would not have scared him. However, at that moment, black fog appeared opposite the middle-aged man. In the fog, there was a monkey-like figure. It was a shriveled thin youth with his mouth protruding and his chin like an ape's. This youth looked like he was one with intention to betray, a capricious person that bullied the weak and feared the strong. He squatted in midair and placed his finger in front of his mouth. Shushing the middle-aged man in black, his gaze swept across the puppets. Be quiet. Don't disturb those fighting over there. But you guys are quite interesting. The people of this world really know how to have fun. These puppets, not bad. Don't be afraid, relax. My malignant star masters won't let me kill people. I came here to help you. As he spoke, a peculiar expression appeared in his eyes, and his right hand reached out to the puppets. Suddenly, the puppets began shaking. It was as though something was different. It was evening, but the intense heat had not dissipated much. The humid environment of the pond cloud rainforest caused everyone within to perspire profusely through their shirts. Only on the previous battleground did the aura of death surrounding Wang Baol and the Elder made the place eerily chilly and different from the elsewhere in the rainforest. At the beginning, Wang Baol had been just an innocent student in the eyes of the men in black. Like a baby tiger that was teething, he did not pose much of a threat. However, after he had killed close to 30 men in succession, after he had repeatedly towed the line between life and death, and after he had immersed himself in the stench of blood, in the eyes of the Elder, Wang Baol had changed. Although Wang Baol was still fat, in the eyes of the Elder, the level of precaution needed against Wang Baol was the highest. Elder's level of alertness had reached the top. Even though he was more skilled than Wang Baol, he had to remain extremely attentive. In his whole life, he had never met anyone like Wang Baol, who was ruthless not only to his enemies but even more ruthless to himself. He was troubled. In reality, if not for the appearance of the mosquito, which purposely targeted him, Wang Baol would have died at his hands long ago. However, he forgot that it was not just him who was unlucky. If Wang Baol had not met with the 7 red-boned white infant snakes and escaped the encirclement, the outcome would not have differed much from now. Now, the Elder took a deep breath and clenched both his fists. The violent winds around him strengthened, and the power of the dermic artifact was fully activated by him. Blood chi emanated from every part of his body as his nerves tensed like a bow, preparing to strike at any moment. His stare was like an arrow targeting his eyes. Wang Baol's breath was deep and rapid. His injuries had accumulated and taken a toll on his body. The pills were only useful in providing temporary relief since there was not enough time for him to rest. Sheer will and the desire to survive were all that was supporting him. He was well aware that if he were to relax for just a moment, he would immediately faint. Let's get this over and done with. Wang Baol's eyes suddenly shone with determination. His body leaped backward, and he swiftly landed on a huge tree which began to shake violently. Taking advantage of the momentum, Wang Baol sped up and turned to run toward the Elder, raising his right hand to release 8 flying swords. The small purple sword was hidden within. The Elder had sharp vision. As soon as Wang Baol took a step back, he had already leaped into the air like an eagle. He grabbed the glove on his right hand, and a blue light was given off, transforming the glove into a shield that blocked him from all the flying swords. If one were to look from afar, the duo looked exactly like 2 shooting stars colliding with each other. Explode! Wang Baol growled with a low tone. Almost instantly, the 7 flying swords surrounding the purple sword exploded outward, changing into innumerable shards and colliding directly onto the Elder's shield. The shards momentarily distorted the shield's protective veil, which allowed the purple sword to pass straight through to the Elder's protection in the blink of an eye. The Elder grunted coldly. Although he had looked down on that little purple sword, he knew that it was of the same caliber as the glove shield that he possessed. He also understood that without real capability and talent, there was no way that one could manipulate the dermic artifacts with such finesse. Alas, it was not difficult for him to avoid the purple sword. With a swift motion, he raised his right leg, harnessing immense energy in the process that morphed into intense heat and shot straight toward Wang Baol. As if that was not enough, as he kicked his leg, a black pin emerged from the tip of his shoes. Everything seemed to happen with a snap of a finger. Wang Baol was prepared to risk it all. Not only did he not try to dodge or avoid it, instead, he took the moment to grab onto the Elder's leg just as he was kicked right at the hip. Despite his bones cracking under the impact and blood spurting profusely out of his mouth as the black pin punctured his flesh, he did not flinch as a devouring seed radiated from within him. Die! The devouring seed emerging from Wang Baol created a suction vortex, causing the Elder to be taken aback. The Elder's body was pulled uncontrollably and ground to a halt. He watched as the purple sword shot directly toward his chest. Anxiety rose in his heart. He was an experienced fighter, and in this crucial moment, green veins popped out from his forehead as he leaped into the air with a growl. Raising the glove shield on his right hand, he swiftly caught the purple sword, his gaze reflecting a savage look. Stop! The glove was indescribably ferocious, as a blinding blue light shone out from it immediately. Although he used all his energy to grab hold of the purple sword, preparing to use it to reflexively stab Wang Baol. The equally powerful purple sword seemed to only have an outer shell that contained a fragile interior. It shattered into a million shards when the elder clenched his fist, spewing shards at rapid speeds in all directions. Even the elder was shocked by what had just happened. He yelled, his expression changing, as he forcefully flung Wang Baol away. Although he gained some respite from that, he still could not avoid the shards from the purple sword that flew toward him, cutting right into his face. Numbness began to spread, and the elder drew a gasp. "You poisoned it." The elder's body swiftly stepped back, giving it his all to stop his circulation. As he reached for the antidote, Wang Baol sniggered and rushed out. This was the trump card that Wang Baol had prepared to deal with the elder after his previous fight with him. The poison was derived from the poison gland of a red-boned white infant snake's carcass. The purple sword was originally extremely sturdy, but in order to make it unpredictable for the elder, Wang Baol had referenced the dermic armament knowledge that he had learned to make temporary internal changes to the purple sword in order to hide the poison. He had intentionally made it unstable so that all that had just happened could take place successfully. He had even sacrificed the augmenting capabilities of the sword to avoid the elder's suspicion. After all, with that many shards, there was a high likelihood of it hurting the elder. Although his waist was bleeding profusely, he did not care much at this critical life and death moment. The devouring seed erupted once again, and after closing in on the elder, depriving him of the opportunity to consume an antidote, Wang Baol punched at him. "Didn't you poison me as well?" Wang Baol panted, having long recognized that he had lost all feeling around the wound on his waist. His vision faded, and he realized that the poison had been smeared onto the pin from the elder's shoes. A bead of sweat rolled down the elder's forehead. He wanted to struggle, but Wang Baol seemed to have gone insane as the devouring seed approached in waves, sucking the elder in. The capture was extremely precise, and Wang Baol seemed to have waged everything he had with a determination to kill the elder at all costs. The elder had no residual energy to handle the attack and could not retrieve the antidote. "Let's see whose poison erupts first," Wang Baol exclaimed as he clenched his teeth, capturing the elder and binding them tightly together. "You lunatic!" The elder was exasperated as he felt his wound beginning to rot. His entire body was in extreme pain, and it was obvious that the poison was rapidly spreading within his body. He was flustered, and he made a move to strike Wang Baol as he shouted those words. Crimson-red blood spurted out of Wang Baol's mouth, but his gaze was filled with a determination that seemed to indicate that he had nothing to lose. He sniggered as he slammed his head into the elder's forehead. "So, you want to kill me, your grandpa Wang?" The elder convulsed. At this critical juncture, he seemed to have gone crazy as well, clenching his right hand and attacking once again. However, restrainment was Wang Baol's specialty. As he forcefully bore with the dizziness that he was experiencing and the punch from the elder, he grabbed the elder's wrist and yanked it and, going with the momentum, delivered a blow at the elder's crotch. "Trying to compete with me, your grandpa Wang? You old bastard. I am younger and recover faster than you, so you'll definitely succumb to the poison first," Wang Baol exclaimed as blood continually flowed from his mouth. His words also a form of psychological warfare. The elder let out a shrill howl as he saw red and unleashed a second wave of attacks. Very quickly, the both of them slammed onto the floor and began brawling each other on the ground. It no longer looked like a battle between the two experts of pulse enrichment stage but a savage fight among ruffians. However, this fight did not last long. Very quickly, under a painful and weak roar, the elder severed his left hand that was held by Wang Baol and broke free from his grasp as he fell backward. Right now, Wang Baol was also exhausted. He wanted to stop the elder but could only lie there, his body trembling and his face turning deathly black as his energy depleted. The elder's upper body was rotting, but he managed to swallow the antidote that he had retrieved while still in shock. Unfortunately, it was still too late. With a violent shake of his body, the antidote fell onto the floor. His body dissolved, his flesh disappearing and revealing a set of red bones. Wang? On his deathbed, He stared into Wang Bao's eyes, laughing pitifully as his flesh dissolved. With the horrendous death of the elder, Wang Bao began hyperventilating. He bit his tongue and struggled to crawl as he began speaking gibberish. I don't want to die. I have not become the president of the Federation, and I have not tried so many delicious snacks. Wang Bao's consciousness dulled as he made one last attempt to crawl to where the elder's antidote was. However, he had no strength to pick it up, his head hitting straight into it. Wang Bao lay directly on it, his last memory being him opening his mouth wide to swallow the mud surrounding the antidote. After an unknown period of time, when Wang Bao opened his eyes and raised his head, all he saw was the blinding sunlight filtering through the gaps between the tree leaves. He felt as if he had been in a dream where he was being pursued. His consciousness alternated between periods of clarity and blurriness, but the indescribable pain all over his injured body jolted him awake as he quickly struggled to sit up. I did not die. Wang Bao was feeling glad before the numerous gory injuries that marked his body caused him to hyperventilate. He was shocked by the severity of his own injuries that had bled through and stained his shirt red. Everything that he saw reminded him of the life and death battle that he had just survived. Who exactly wants me dead? Wang Bao clenched his teeth and struggled to stand up. He let out a bitter laugh when he subconsciously reached for his pills to treat his injuries. There were none left. All my pills and Dharma treasures are gone. Wang Bao swiftly checked the surrounding corpses. After some fumbling, he finally found a few dermic artifacts and pills. After taking a whiff of the pills, he became doubtful as he did not know their properties and was fearful that they were toxic. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Bao sighed as he stored the pills for the time being. I don't dare take the risk. I've been through so much to survive. It would be a waste if I accidentally killed myself in the process of healing my injuries with these pills. Disappointed, Wang Bao supported himself using a tree branch and limped toward the elder. He lowered his head to look at the set of red bones and fell silent for a long while before picking up his glove and storage bag. The elder was the leader of the men in black, an exceptional individual who carried a storage bag. After organizing the items, Wang Bao grimaced in pain. The injury on his waist was too painful. He took a deep breath, and a flash vaguely appeared in his vision. There may still be survivors. I have to find out who wants to kill me. Wang Bao looked around and felt that, though his injuries were severe, his strength seemed to have recovered. He amassed the will to continue fighting and put on the glove. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a soft, weak voice coming from afar. Save me! Save me! Wang Bao turned his head around, his alertness through the roof. He listened intently and assessed the situation before slowly approaching where the voice had come from. Before long, he arrived at a low-lying area. His eyes widened as he realized who it was. It was as if lightning had struck near him, his jaw hanging agape as he let out a voiceless scream. This! On the ground lay a naked middle-aged man who was literally skin and bones. His eyes were sunken, and the 5 puppets lying beside him were also naked. Save me! The middle-aged man appeared to have noticed Wang Bao approaching and expressed his plea weakly with tears rolling down his cheeks. God! What on earth did you do to my puppet dermic artifacts? Wang Bao felt a torrent of emotions, and his mind went blank. He only recovered after a moment before realizing that the man was one of the men in black at the Peak Pulse Enrichment who escaped previously. However, that man was in an extremely pathetic state now, and this threw Wang Bao into disbelief. How desperate were you to rape my dermic artifacts? You even attempted to have sex with them? Wang Bao was incredulous at what had happened. The man in black obviously appeared to be a pervert to him. In his rage, Wang Bao tried to regain control of the 5 puppets. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the 5 puppets opening their eyes and stored them away with a dull, aching feeling in his heart before turning to glower at the man in black. That was too much. Upon hearing Wang Bao's words, the former Peak Pulse Enrichment man revealed a look that strongly indicated that he had been wronged. He appeared wanting to explain something, but he was too weak to say anything. Despicable. Don't blame me for testing the medication on you. Wang Baol was furious and retrieved all the pills from his storage bracelet, feeding them one by one to the middle-aged man. After 7 or 8 pills, not only was the man still alive, he also seemed to have recovered slightly. Wang Baol raised his hand to punch the middle-aged man directly in the chest, further aggravating his injury as the man screamed in pain, following which crimson-red blood spurted out his mouth. "You pervert!" Wang Baol exclaimed. He left the middle-aged man alone before swallowing the pills that he had tested on the man. He closed his eyes to recuperate, and 2 hours later, it was clear that his injuries had recovered significantly. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, had become incredibly weak. His eyes filled with fear when he looked at Wang Baol. "Speak. Who ordered you to kill me?" Wang Baol questioned as he turned his head to look at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hesitated. Wang Baol looked at him coldly and emotionlessly. He did not attempt to question further. Instead, he retrieved numerous other unknown pills and showed them one by one to the man before feeding them to him. After every few pills, Wang Baol watched for the man's reaction. If he seemed to recover slightly, he threw the man another punch. If his condition seemed to worsen, Wang Baol continued feeding him with the pills. As time passed, the middle-aged man weakened further under the torture. He seemed to have thought it through thoroughly, keeping quiet even when he had been fed a poison. Due to this, Wang Baol had no choice but to feed him an antidote. "Nice, you are tight-lipped, huh?" Wang Baol was infuriated as he quickly thought of ways to handle the middle-aged man. However, when facing a person like the middle-aged man who began with a plea for help but was now no longer fearful of death, Wang Baol was at a loss. Suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind as he raised his right hand to reveal the 5 puppets that had been kept in his storage bracelet. The very appearance of the puppets instantly caused the middle-aged man to tremble. His eyes filled with fear, and he began to speak without Wang Baol saying a single word. I'll speak. Don't be rash. Keep them away." The middle-aged man's reaction brought relief to Wang Baol. He had only wanted to try it out, but he had never expected the result to be this shocking. He could not help but wonder if the middle-aged man had really raped his dermic artifacts or if something else had actually happened. "I only know that it was a request from Ethereal City. I have only heard the leader mention it once. The other party seems to be the son of a big shot." The middle-aged man spoke urgently, tears welling up his eyes. Wang Baol's eyes revealed a look of coldness. He had his suspicions before, and listening to the man's words, he became more certain of his suspicions. The son of a big shot, Lin Tianhao? I took over his position as head prefect, and he wants to kill me? Or is there another reason I'm not aware of? Right, if I'm dead, Chao Kuan and he could become head prefects again. They likely could have had influenced the vice-chancellor as well. Otherwise, they would not have been able to give me the order to return to the Dao College. The desire to kill flashed across Wang Baol's mind. He had not realized, but after experiencing this incident, his ruthlessness seemed to have increased. However, he understood that his opponent was not to be belittled. He would not be able to fight head-on with them to seek revenge, but if he played by the rules and made them pay for their actions, revenge was possible. "Put them away, please. Please, I beg of you." As Wang Baol analyzed the situation in his head, the middle-aged man's pleas interrupted his train of thought. When he looked at him, the middle-aged man was already trembling, the fear in his heart stronger than ever. This made Wang Baol troubled. He looked again at the middle-aged man, then at his puppets, pondering over the fact that had it not been his puppets trapping the man, he would have actually died there. The puppets actually had such a function as well. Wang Baol felt that he suddenly became more knowledgeable and immediately thought of the mysterious man on the island that Xianxia had mentioned. Inevitably, he grew suspicious. He wanted to buy the puppets and yet still demanded so much. Could it be that he had ulterior motives? No, it shouldn't be. Wang Baol felt that his thoughts were too extreme, so he shook his head to suppress his suspicions. He fed the middle-aged man with some pills again to knock him out before securing him below his arms and leaving. The middle-aged man needed to be kept alive. Wang Baol followed the path that he had initially come from, passing through the pond cloud rainforest. Along the way, he checked to see if there were other survivors. Before long, he arrived at the location where he met the mosquito and stopped right in his tracks. I remember that there were 4 aircrafts that crashed and another escaped. Wang Baol looked up to the sky, searching through his memory to arrive at the moment when the 4 aircrafts crashed. After checking thoroughly, he found no other survivors. However, one of the aircrafts did not crash too badly, and though everyone aboard had died, the aircraft could be considered a dermic artifact. Thus, as a head prefect of the dermic armament faculty, he tried to fix the aircraft by himself. After several hours, Wang Baol managed to partially repair the aircraft, such that it was capable of reaching Ethereal Dao College. He lit the ignition, and with a low hum, the aircraft rose into the skies above the pond cloud rainforest, traveling further away. On the aircraft, Wang Baol knocked the middle-aged man out once again, causing him to be immobilized due to his severe injuries but not to the extent of killing him. It was only then that he could relax. Thinking about the life and death situation that he had been in previously, the fear exploded, and he began shaking uncontrollably. This world is too dangerous. After I return to the Dao College, I must be more diligent and train harder. Before long, Wang Baol was filled with emotions. As he turned to look at the pond cloud rainforest outside the window, he saw a mountain range with 5 peaks a distance away. Eh? The moment his eyes fell on the mountain range, Wang Baol let out an exclamation. That was exactly where his father had said that he had found the mask. Shall I? Go take a look. The 5 peaks was situated at the border between the pond cloud rainforest and the surrounding regions. A river flowed through the valley between the 3rd and 4th peaks, feeding into the entire rainforest. Occasionally, fish with sharp fins would emerge from the water's surface, creating huge splashes before submerging into the river again. From afar, it definitely looked dangerous. Looking at the flowing river, Wang Baol was very tempted. After setting the aircraft to hover, he stood by the railings and lowered his head to look at the mountain range that resembled the fingers of a hand. Even though the conditions were not ideal, Wang Baol would feel indignant if he got so close to the discovery site but did not take a closer look at it. He fell into thought, his eyes revealing a look of determination. I will just go over to take a look. If the risks become too much for me to manage, I'll return immediately. With that in mind, Wang Baol took a deep breath, directing the aircraft to land. When the aircraft had reached a low flotation state, he opened the protective guard and gave the middle-aged man in black another kick in the head so that he would remain unconscious a while longer. Only then did Wang Baol turn to alight from the aircraft. Having gone through the battle in the rainforest, Wang Baol's ruthlessness and decisiveness seemed to have been honed and were becoming more apparent. Now, as he landed, he immediately rolled forward without hesitation into the woods. His moves were smooth and sleek. If a bystander had observed him, they would have seen a rotund body jumping flexibly before disappearing between the trees. After all, in that life-and-death crisis, Wang Baol had gained the experience of moving with agility in the woods. He was not an expert, but he was impressive nonetheless. Right now, Wang Baol was crouching as he moved swiftly forward while paying attention to his surroundings. His body alternated between pausing and jumping, and he moved along a winded path as he neared the 5 peaks, instead of taking the most direct route. From above, the 5 peaks did not seem as huge. However, as he approached the region from the ground, the mountain felt majestic. There were 5 peaks which could be considered as 5 sharp swords. The mountain also had extremely steep slopes that appeared to lead straight to the sky. According to what my father said, the entrance to the site is a cave located at the base of the 3rd peak. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and lowered his head, slowly approaching the 5 peaks. As he neared, he noticed the feces of numerous types of birds. It was the feces that made Wang Baol more confident. It became apparent to him that the area he was in was where the birds rested or stopped for a break. Typically, places like these were not treacherous, and thus the risks would be comparatively smaller. Before long, Wang Baol was climbing on the 1st peak at rapid pace as he approached the 3rd peak. He could have driven the aircraft there, But since it was a highland, the aircraft would have to float at a greater height, which would make it unsafe since others could easily see it. Therefore, Wang Baol chose to tether the aircraft further away where it would float nearer to the rainforest. This way, he could hide his tracks more conveniently. I will just take a look and leave once there is danger. The closer he was, the more alert Wang Baol became. He slowed down, and after reaching the third peak, he lowered his head and saw the huge fish that leaped out of the water from the river's distributaries. If I fell from here, Wang Baol immediately cut off his thought and grabbed a rock beside him. He looked around, recognizing the location mentioned by his father and setting his eyes on the middle of the rock wall on the third peak above the water. There was a huge tree that grew in a slanted direction, its roots anchored in the gaps in the rock wall. Beside the tree there was a bigger crack. This crack was exactly the entrance to the discovery site that Wang Baol's father and his archaeological team had found. The archaeological team is impressive. They managed to find such a well-hidden discovery site. After noticing the crack, Wang Baol was slightly surprised. If it were him, he never would have thought that the crack was the entrance. My dad couldn't have given me the wrong information while he was drunk. Could he? Wang Baol hesitated and felt that since they were father and son, he could trust his father. Therefore, he cautiously began climbing toward the rock wall. Fortunately, Wang Baol has already reached pulse enrichment. He also possessed the devouring seed, which he controlled to release suction power that allowed him to move stably on the rock wall. With such a technique, he eventually arrived beside the tree and neared the entrance at the crack. He observed his surroundings closely, instead of heading right in. After making his observations, he pushed forcefully with his hands, his body leaping up with momentum as he entered the crack. The moment he entered, a gust of cold air seemed to blow in from the crack. Wang Baol took a deep breath, pressing his body tightly against the rock wall and advancing cautiously toward the bigger crack. The crack is slanted? After a few steps, Wang Baol turned to observe the surrounding rock wall. He realized that the crack was not formed naturally but seemed to have been formed when something in the sky fell and impacted the mountain. This mountain is still intact even after being impacted by an external object. Wang Baol felt slightly incredulous and pondered over it before continuing to move on. However, even when he reached the end of the crack, he still had not found any clues. Although it was the end of the crack, he saw a large depression in the area. However, the area surrounding it was clean, free of even bird feces, and naturally free of debris. Either my father lied to me or the archaeological team was too professional, removing everything thoroughly from here. Wang Baol stood in the depression and looked around, troubled. He had entered the area cautiously, yet he did not find anything. Therefore, he was naturally disappointed and depressed. He tried to search the area thoroughly again, but eventually, he let out a long sigh, giving up on his search as he planned to leave. At this moment, he stopped and turned to look at the depression again. He thought for a moment before retrieving the black mask from the storage bracelet. He wanted to bring the mask to the center of the depression to align it in order to ascertain if the mask had indeed been an item that had crashed and landed on the site. However, the very instant that he brought out the black mask, the mask suddenly gave off a colorful, brilliant glow that radiated outward and lit up the surrounding walls. It was the first time that had happened outside the hallucination realm. This scene gave Wang Baol a scare. He immediately retreated but stopped after taking only 3 steps as his eyes looked straight at the area above the depression. Right then, for some reason, the glow that radiated from the mask seemed to be projecting an image. In the image, there seemed to be numerous corpses of both genders, young and old. They were of people and of monsters, clearly the depiction of a war. The area of the war zone was large. There were several large broken statues. Even though it was only an image, Wang Baol still seemed to smell the repulsive stench of blood simply by looking at them. The image seemed to have been tainted red. A large handprint could even be seen falling strongly from the sky toward the ground. Vaguely, in the crimson sky, there were several huge suns with their glow extinguishing one after another. At the highest point in the sky, there was a large blurry image of a face. One could only see a sense of coldness radiating from his eyes as he looked at the ground. There was also a figure standing among the crowd, protected by the people surrounding them. It was a woman, a figure wearing a black mask. The very instant Wang Baol noticed the woman, two words immediately appeared in his mind, despite the woman wearing a mask. Unsurpassed beauty. The woman's eyes conveyed feelings of indignation and resilience. They also revealed a determination to kill, even if her opponent was a god. As she turned to look at the god straight in the face, she raised her right hand, and an ancient greenish-bronze sword immediately appeared from nowhere, carrying an indescribably sinister aura. The moment it appeared, the sky seemed to change, becoming turbulent, and time seemed to freeze there and then. Only the sword floated beside her. The moment he saw the sword, Wang Baol's eyes almost fell out of his sockets. He felt as if he had been electrocuted, his brain fuzzy. As the glow from the black mask faded, the image before him also blurred and eventually disappeared, restoring the cave to its original state. Wang Baol was confused, and his breath became irregular as well. He stood there for a long time before he recovered. As he left, he was still mumbling, his voice indicating shock and disbelief. The sword! The sword! Wang Baol walked back out of the crack, shaking his head violently. He looked at the sword sun in the sky, utterly surprised and incredulous at the same time. With his turbulent emotions, Wang Baol returned to the aircraft and sat inside for a long time. He calmed himself down by taking deep breaths before leaving in the aircraft. He did not notice, but a gaze had fallen onto his aircraft at this moment, only retracting when the aircraft had gone out of sight. The person looking at the aircraft stood at the entrance of the 5 Peaks. Under the setting sun's rays, his face could not be clearly seen. He was wearing a long, white robe and had a mob of flowing white hair. Behind him was a black fog, masking a youth with a protruded mouth and ape-like chin. Beside him was a mosquito, quietly hovering. The sky had darkened from its originally blue hue, appearing to be an infinitely large canvas dotted with innumerable stars that enveloped the entire world. Under this night sky, an aircraft sped past. A weak glow shone from its protective shield, causing the aircraft to flicker, as if it was vibrating. Right now, other than Wang Baol and the man in black that he had captured, there were many others in the aircraft, all of whom were the travelers that had traveled with Wang Baol previously. The passengers on the previous aircraft bound for Ethereal City had been stuck when the aircraft was immobilized in the air due to the siege, which also caused it to lose all means of communication. It was only with Wang Baol's return that those passengers could be transferred to the functional aircraft. Everyone on the aircraft was impressed by Wang Baol's heroic solo return. They understood that one who was the target of so many pulse enrichment experts was definitely no one ordinary. Furthermore, under the pursuit, if anyone could choose the unbelievable option of ejecting themselves from the aircraft alone and eventually return successfully, it was inevitable that he would reek of the smell of bloodshed and combat. A bloody stench emanating from Wang Baol, and the near-death appearance of the middle-aged man in black captured by him put everyone on board on tenterhooks. When they looked at Wang Baol, they became exceptionally respectful, afraid to question him, and terrified to provoke him in any way. Wang Baol did not care at all regarding the reactions of everyone else. Right now, he was dressed in a bloodied head prefect Taoist robe and sitting in an independent room within the aircraft, staring intently in the direction of the pond cloud rainforest outside the window for what seemed like forever. 2 days had passed, but memories of the slaughter and the images that he had seen at the 5 Peaks haunted him like a dream. Her mask and the sword in her hands, Wang Baol mumbled as he looked at the night sky, which was now pitch black. Was that really the cosmic ancient sword that pierced through the sun? The size is different though. Wang Baol let out a long sigh and buried this doubt deep in his heart. He recalled the pursuit where he was the only 1 out of 10 that survived, and his eyes revealed a look of coldness. Lin Tianhao, Wang Baol thought as he narrowed his eyes. The whole incident not only made him uneasy but also extremely worried about his family's safety. In reality, when he departed from the pond cloud rainforest 2 days ago, he had immediately contacted his parents. It was only after he confirmed their safety that he heaved a sigh of relief. Following that, he turned even more somber. Even having a status as the sole head prefect of the Dermic armament faculty made me a target to be killed. If they switched their attention to my family members, Wang Baol shivered at the thought as he clenched his fist. I am 70% sure that the mastermind is Lin Tianhao. His father is a prominent character. The thing I need to figure out first is who his father is exactly. His father's identity is definitely nothing simple. Otherwise, the vice-chancellor would never swallow his pride and associate himself with the man's son. From the looks of it, it might not be possible to get my revenge immediately. Wang Baol closed his eyes, pensively thinking about how he could build on the foundation that he had now to solve the problem as quickly as possible. Time passed, and in the days that followed, the aircraft did not meet with any severe danger. With the guard of the protective screen, attacks from ferocious creatures could be successfully resolved. The passengers on board still held Wang Baol in high regard when they saw him, but their nervousness had gradually eased compared to the initial days. At last, under the control of Wang Baol, the aircraft did not fly toward Ethereal City, but instead landed directly on the lower Academy Island of Ethereal Dao College. The people on board the aircraft had no disagreements with the landing location. They all left quickly for Ethereal City after gratefully bidding Wang Baol farewell with cupped fists. After bidding farewell to the other passengers, Wang Baol turned to look at the familiar Dao College. He inhaled a deep breath and headed straight toward the Chancellor's Peak with the middle-aged man in black. There were few students on campus as the semester had not yet begun. However, Wang Baol was extremely famous on the lower Academy Island. The handful of students who remained quickly noticed Wang Baol, and after seeing him clad in a blood-stained shirt, they stared with disbelief and reeled in shock. That is Wang Baol. What on earth happened? He is bloodied everywhere and seems to be injured in many places. As everyone reeled in shock, Wang Baol remained emotionless. He did not wear the bloodied clothes for this purpose. He had no other robes to wear. Now he dragged the pale, middle-aged man in black along. Even before the other students could spread the news of his return, he had already arrived at the Chancellor's Peak. Under the bewildered gazes of the Chancellor Peak's attendants, Wang Baol stood directly before the main hall and began speaking loudly with cupped fists. Disciple Wang Baol, who has returned from near certain death, requests to see the Chancellor. His voice was loud and spread throughout the main hall. The Chancellor, who was meditating at the front of the hall, opened his eyes the instant Wang Baol spoke. Hearing Wang Baol's words loud and clear, the Chancellor's gaze firmed up. He raised his right hand and flung strongly. Immediately, the door to the main hall began to open slowly. As the door opened, rays of sunlight shone through and reflected off Wang Baol's bloodied appearance into the eyes of the Chancellor. The Chancellor's expressions changed the moment he saw Wang Baol, and he instantly stood up. What happened? Wang Baol stood outside the main hall, looking at the Chancellor. After a long while, he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he stepped into the main hall, flinging the middle-aged man in black aside before retrieving his voice transmission ring. He played the command sent out by the Dao College that prompted him to return quickly. Hearing the message stored in Wang Baol's voice transmission ring, the Chancellor turned solemn. Looking at the man in black flung aside by Wang Baol, he stepped out right away, directly toward the man in black. The middle-aged man in black was shaking violently. He had wanted to beg for forgiveness, but before he could say anything, the Chancellor, who carried a gloomy expression that expressed his intense anger, threw a tight slap onto one of his acupuncture points. He did not kill him but was using a method that Wang Baol did not comprehend to disrupt the man in black's consciousness. The Chancellor's ring shone brightly and transformed into a sharp pin that pierced into the middle-aged man in black's acupuncture point. The man in black convulsed in cramps, his memories being forcefully searched under the influence of the Chancellor's numinous treasure. Wang Baol drew a breath watching this scene. He did not speak, merely observing silently. Before long, as the Chancellor retracted his palm and the pin, the middle-aged man in black shivered and immediately collapsed, white foam spewing from his mouth as he convulsed uncontrollably. He was pitiful and miserable, but all that meant nothing in the eyes of the Chancellor. At this very moment, the Chancellor of Ethereal Dao College's Lower Academy Island seemed to be forcefully suppressing his emotions, but the fury in his eyes appeared to be overwhelming him. "I will give you an explanation for all that has happened," the Chancellor said. "Thank you, Chancellor." This was the second sentence that Wang Baol had spoken so far. After that, he cupped his fists again before turning to leave. After he left, the Chancellor's expression remained awful. He let out a long, heavy sigh. "Investigate the truth of this matter," he ordered. The instant he finished his sentence, an old, croaky voice spread from behind him. "Yes, sir." Wang Baol did not head out after returning to the cave abode. Instead, he waited to hear of the matter's conclusion. He understood his status in Ethereal Dao College and could infer that the matter was not trivial to Ethereal Dao College. He was even more clear of Lin Tianhao's background. Even though he did not know the specifics, the impact of Lin Tianhao's background on this matter was something that he could not put his finger on. 2 days of waiting came and went. At the Chancellor's peak, the Chancellor was standing at the top of the mountain, looking at the bright moon in the night sky while listening to the hoarse voice coming from being him. "Chancellor, the matter has been thoroughly investigated. I even went on a trip to the Pond Cloud rainforest. After searching the scene and studying the bodies found, the conclusion was that there was a total of 27 individuals involved, all of whom were recruited to impersonate sky pirates. The group included 2 peak pulse enrichment realm experts, and there was 1 at the half-step true breath realm. As for the aircraft that escaped, it has also been found, but regrettably it has been destroyed." The Chancellor had already known of this matter from the Man in Black's memories, but he was still appalled now that he had gained confirmation of the matter. He turned to look at the individual behind him. Did Wang Baol really single-handedly fight all the attackers head-on? That is most likely right. He was the only one, and I have verified this with the rest of the people on board the aircraft. I also checked the corpses and found that most of them died after a single blow. Many were killed by dermic artifacts, and there were many traces of dermic artifact debris left behind. As for the aircraft, it was destroyed by a flying creature. There was nothing unusual about that, as it was the Pond Cloud rainforest after all. From all these details, it can be inferred that the battle was extremely dangerous and treacherous. The croaky voice that spoke beside the Chancellor carried a sense of disbelief. Wang Baol must have exhausted all the dermic armament knowledge that he has learned in the Dao College and used them to their fullest. He could have used some secret techniques, but nonetheless, the whole incident was real, and the mastermind is Lin Tianhao and his followers. Chao Kuan and Zhang Lin were probably the ones who incited him and suggested the idea. After staying silent for a moment, the Chancellor said, "Secrets? Everyone has secrets, and that is not a big deal. However, Lin Tianhao, what guts he has. How dare he try to challenge the bottom line of the 4 major academies?" Following that, he abruptly turned around and headed straight toward the upper academy. It was apparent that the whole matter implicated Lin Tianhao and the bottom line of the Dao College, necessitating a need to report to the upper academy of Ethereal Dao College. However, from the beginning till now, there had been no mention of the mosquito at all. Furthermore, from the memories and testimony of the middle-aged man in black, no one else knew about the youth with the protruded mouth and ape-like chin that appeared in the black fog. It was as if all of that had never happened and had been remotely erased without a trace in an unusual manner. Time passed in a flash, and another 2 days came and went. There were only a few days left before school commenced once more. The investigation and how the incident was handled was finally made known immediately to Wang Baol, directly from the Chancellor. After receiving the notification and the conclusion of the matter, Wang Baol was still appalled, despite him having made educated guesses previously. How can the bottom line be so easily breached? The safety of you and your family members should not be a concern. The college guarantees that. So what if it's a senator? Should anyone try to cause trouble again? This was the final statement in the notification. Wang Baol's breathing was urgent. He revealed a resolute gaze and was more determined than ever. The decision made by the Dao College made him suddenly realize that he could put his faith in the school. Your father is a senator? That is no big deal. Lin Tianhao, Chao Kuan, and Zhang Lin, I, your grandpa Wang, will keep all of you under my reign. Wang Baol laughed heartily toward the sky as he stood up and turned on his voice transmission ring to send Lu Daobin and company a message, calling all the inspectors under his leadership to return to the college early. Wang Baol's narrow-minded personality meant that he had to take revenge for even the slightest grievance. This was especially so after experiencing near-certain death and eventually surviving the battle that occurred in the Pond Cloud rainforest. He would have died if he had made a single mistake. Even if he experienced the events in the Pond Cloud rainforest again, he could not be sure that he could walk out alive. The battle not only breached the bottom line of Ethereal Dao College but also provoked Wang Baol. Even though the notice released by the Dao College did not imply a need for him to respond to the issue, Wang Baol still desired to carry out revenge personally. Doing that would incite more hatred, but Wang Baol did not care. After all, even if he did not take revenge, Lin Tianhao and company would not see him as less of an enemy. Since that was the case, he might as well take revenge by himself and relish in the glee of his accomplishment after that. In the results of the Chancellor's investigations and the notifications sent out, it was revealed that Chao Kuan and Zhang Lin were also accomplices of Lin Tianhao's. The investigation had been extremely thorough. Even though Chao Kuan and Zhang Lin did not participate directly, they were co-conspirators. Slaps to their faces should be given in the public eye by me, only then will it feel satisfying. Wang Baol was in high spirits, munching loudly on a bag of snacks in the cave abode, as he thought excitedly about the scene upon the return of Lin Tianhao and company. Very quickly, 3 days passed. Lu Daobin and the other inspectors of the Dermic Armament faculty acted immediately and promptly returned to Ethereal Dao College to report to Wang Baol upon receiving Wang Baol's notice. Wang Baol did not specifically assign duties to his subordinates beforehand and instead instructed them to be ready for duty. Finally, 2 more days passed, and the first day of the new semester in Ethereal Dao College arrived. On the morning of the first day of the semester, Wang Baol was up early. He wore his new head prefect Taoist robe as he posed in front of the mirror to choose a posture that he deemed to be the mightiest. He turned his head with gusto and lowered his voice as he directed orders to Lu Daobin through his voice transmission ring. All inspectors of the Dermic Armament faculty are to assemble in the aerial port of Dao College within half an hour. After directing the order, Wang Baol took a deep breath and felt immensely pleased. With his belly plumped up and his hands clasped, he walked directly out of the cave abode. Almost immediately, he heard whirring in the skies and saw an endless stream of aircrafts coming from all directions in the sky. Almost all the senior students would return to the Dao College on the first day of the semester. Some of the aircrafts carried new students who arrived in advance. On this day every year, the aerial port of Ethereal Dao College was packed. Furthermore, among the senior students who had returned, many would mix within the crowds of new students almost immediately upon arrival, searching relentlessly for a junior whom they could connect with for the coming year, as they dreamed of starting a passionate relationship in the Dao College. This year, however, seemed different. At this moment, at the aerial port, Lu Daobin and hundreds of black-robed inspectors were assembled almost immediately at the highest possible efficiency upon receiving their orders, even before Wang Baol arrived. Their presence resulted in a commotion at the aerial port, causing all the students to gasp in surprise. What happened? Why are there so many inspectors? They are from the Dermic Armament faculty. Amid the discussions among the masses, Lu Daobin and the other inspectors assembled in neat formation, with everyone carrying a stern expression as they stood waiting without speaking. Before long, when Wang Baol's silhouette appeared from afar, the hundreds of inspectors revealed intense passion in their eyes and began greeting him respectfully. It didn't matter if their reaction was genuine or not. "Greetings, head prefect." They were loud, their voices transforming into waves that reverberated all around, causing the students to tremble in response. As for Wang Baol, he was filled with indescribable pleasure as he approached the black-robed inspectors with his hands clutched, looking at the aircraft that was about to land from the sky. After proposing that he would take matters into his own hands to the Chancellor had already informed Wang Baol of the serial numbers of the aircrafts that carried Lin Tianhao, Chao Kuan, and Zhang Lin. Now, Wang Baol waited silently as his eyes swept over the aircrafts in the sky with squinted eyes. His silence resulted in doubts in the minds of Lu Daobin and the other inspectors, but they did not have the courage to question anything. They remained stern as they waited in silence. For the masses at the aerial port, the usual hustle and bustle seemed to have been lost, replaced with an overwhelmingly pressure. They speculated with each other, whispering endlessly. Time passed slowly. Before long, the aircrafts landed one by one. Every senior student that stepped out of the aircraft was initially excited and conversing with each other cheerfully, but after noticing the hundreds of inspectors from the Dermic Armament faculty, the conversations stopped. Taken aback and shocked, they all avoided walking toward the assembly directly, instead gathering at the side as they appraised the situation. Furthermore, some of the aircrafts carried teachers who were leading the new students. The new students were unaware of the identities of the inspectors. The exhilaration of stepping into the Tao College made them cheer, but they quickly noticed the gazes of the masses looking at the black-robed inspectors as questions began to form in their minds. Who are they? Look, a fatty is standing in front of them. That fatty seems to have a different status from the others. Even his attire is different. As they discussed with lowered voices, the teacher leading them took a quick glance at Wang Baol. After briefly explaining to the new students, all the new students took a deep breath as they understood the identities of the black-robed inspectors and especially the status of the fatso standing in front. As the aircrafts progressively landed, the crowd grew. Eventually, the bustle began to build up once more. Suddenly, Wang Baol's gaze focused on an aircraft that was preparing for landing, and he approached it with narrowed eyes. His move prompted the many inspectors assembled behind him to follow suit. The imposing manner given off by the contingent caught the attention of the surrounding masses again. As the aircraft that Wang Baol was fixated on landed, the senior students began to alight. Among them was a senior student who appeared uneasy and troubled. That person was none other than the ex-Spirit Stone's head prefect, Zhang Lin. He had been punished by Wang Baol in the past, but at the first head prefect meeting, during the period when Wang Baol had lost his powers, Zhang Lin was exonerated of his crimes. He hated Wang Baol and was aware of Lin Tianhao's plans, even having participated in the planning process. That was the reason the sight of Wang Baol caused him to become hyperfocused and hyperventilate. He stopped abruptly in his tracks, his gut feeling telling him that something unfortunate was about to happen. Wang Baol's eyes lit up the moment he stopped in his tracks. His entire body leaped into the air with unbelievable speed, as if his body had transformed into a long rainbow, hurtling directly toward the aircraft that had just landed. At the same time, a low voice emerged from Wang Baol. Zhang Lin, you have been expelled from school for plotting to kill the head prefect. I am going to apprehend you. All inspectors, grab hold of Zhang Lin. Wang Baol's voice was like a typhoon, creating waves all around as soon as it emerged. The very moment that he heard it, Zhang Lin's expression changed drastically, his whole body trembling as if he had been struck by lightning. He retreated subconsciously as he let out a shrill scream. Wang Baol, what are you doing? His companions and the teachers standing around him were taken aback and subconsciously responded by trying to block off Wang Baol upon seeing his sudden movement. However, having heard what Wang Baol had to say, they all took a deep breath and moved away, clearing up a path for Wang Baol so that he could confront Zhang Lin directly. Zhang Lin's eyes revealed intense fear and hopelessness, and he snarled as he tried to struggle and retaliate. Resisting the rule of law? Wang Baol's gaze was cold. He was extremely quick, approaching directly as Zhang Lin reeled in stupefaction and fear. Wang Baol raised his right hand and grabbed hold of Zhang Lin, slamming him down hard. Cries of pain erupted from Zhang Lin as beads of sweat emerged on his forehead. Wang Baol's killing intent was strong, and with a turn of his body, he twisted Zhang Lin's other hand. Amid the cries of pain, Wang Baol jabbed directly into Zhang Lin's chest with great intensity, destroying his meridians and maiming him of his ancient martial arts. Crimson red blood spurted from Zhang Lin's mouth. His cultivation was no longer a match for Wang Baol's, who had emerged triumphant from a bloody bout in the forest. Right now, his bloodied body was hurled out of the aircraft. The moment it landed on the floor, he fainted from the concussion, and he was dragged away immediately by Lu Daobin and company. The entire scene that took place in a blink of an eye, as well as Wang Bao's ruthlessness, made everyone stare unblinkingly in shock. They all drew deep breaths, and the words that Wang Bao said previously made them especially flabbergasted. Attempting to murder the head prefect? Heavens! What is happening? Expulsion from school? I remember now. When I saw Wang Bao a few days ago, he was covered in blood. As the masses speculated in shock, Wang Bao, who was standing atop the aircraft, turned his head suddenly, looking at another aircraft that had just landed. There was someone who appeared to have lost all color as he continuously stepped back. That person was Chao Kuan. Looking at Chao Kuan, Wang Bao's lips curled into a fierce smile. Chao Kuan noticed Wang Bao's gaze on him, especially the intensity of his attention. His mind was blank as he tried to escape in despair. However, his speed was no match for Wang Bao's voice. Chao Kuan, you are expelled from school for attempting to murder the head prefect. As he spoke, Wang Bao charged directly at Chao Kuan. What had happened to Jiang Lin had made Chao Kuan frightened, and he shouted as he retreated, Wang Bao, I'm innocent. It was Lin Tianhao. He's the mastermind. Forgive me. I won't do it again. What use is it to say that you won't do it again? Wang Bao's gaze was cold and distant. Well versed in high officials' autobiographies, Wang Bao knew just how to treat his enemies. He could not afford to soften his heart, and he had to be determined in weakening them to the point where they no longer posed a threat to him. That was especially so when he recalled everything that had happened in the Pond Cloud rainforest. Thinking of that, his gaze sharpened, and his body leaped instantly with unbelievable speed as he dashed toward Chao Kuan. At the same time, Lu Daobin and company also recovered from the shock. Knowing that Wang Bao was about to go head-on with an ex-head prefect, their breathing hastened. That was especially so for those who had been held captive by Chao Kuan previously. They rushed out to block Chao Kuan from escaping. Get out of my way! Chao Kuan shouted. Now he was trapped. He was like a lunatic, trying to wriggle his way to escape as he growled with bloodshot eyes. However, he had apparently forgotten that he was in Ethereal Dao College. Even if he managed to escape, he would not be able to get far. Furthermore, he had already lost his chance. Lu Daobin and company had cornered him, directly cutting off his escape route. A moment later, Wang Bao stood before him. Chao Kuan's entire body was shaking vigorously and uncontrollably, as a wave of fear and regret made him frightened and hysterical. Realizing that he had no chance of escape, he suddenly turned his head and began yelling, Wang Bao, I want to see the Chancellor. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Bao reacted with a powerful kick straight to his dantian. Chao Kuan's body recoiled in response, bright red blood spewing from his mouth as his limp body collapsed to the ground, his face losing all color. That kick was ruthless. Similar to Jiang Lin, it resulted in the destruction of Chao Kuan's meridians, making his ancient martial arts cultivation obsolete. Tie them up by the side. After consecutively maiming the both of them, Wang Bao calmly issued a command as he stood on the aerial port. Lu Daobin and company immediately stepped forward to pin the convulsing, dispirited Chao Kuan and the unconscious Jiang Lin down. The senior students who were observing by the side all felt chills in their bones, veneration overwhelming them as they looked at Wang Bao. As for the new students, they were not as acquainted with the head prefect compared to the senior students, and therefore, they were feeling envious and respectful of Wang Bao. The head prefect is so mighty. This senior is Wang Bao? What faculty is he in? I want to join his faculty. How do I become an inspector? That was so cool. All the new students were in awe, including several female students who looked at Wang Bao with a unique admiration in their eyes. After all, they were still ignorant, and Wang Bao's moves definitely appeared more superior than the other superior individuals whom they had encountered before. The vibe that Wang Bao gave off, one that hinted at his ability to be able to decide on one's fate, made him especially mesmerizing. As the masses discussed among themselves in hushed voices, Wang Baol remained standing, his eyes closed and belly distended, as he awaited Lin Tianhao's arrival. Chao Kuan and Jiang Lin were mere accomplices. Lin Tianhao was the real mastermind, and he was the key focus of Wang Baol's revenge. However, Wang Baol also knew that the chance of Lin Tianhao's appearance was extremely minute. After all, Chao Kuan and Jiang Lin's family background and standing meant that they would not have heard of the news, so they had met with their fate head-on. However, Lin Tianhao was the son of a senator. When the aircraft that he was supposed to be on landed, he was nowhere to be seen. Wang Baol knew that Lin Tianhao had heard of the matter and did not return to the Dao College. "You're not coming back?" Wang Baol laughed coldly as he spoke calmly to Lu Daobin, who was standing near him. "Send out the notice that Lin Tianhao of the Dermic Armament Faculty has been expelled for attempting to murder the head prefect." As Wang Baol finished his sentence, he cupped his fists at the masses before turning around to leave. Lu Daobin immediately accepted the order as he followed behind Wang Baol with the other inspectors. With Jiang Lin and Chao Kuan pinned, he swiftly conveyed the order to the entire Dermic Armament Faculty and the Lower Academy Island to dismiss Lin Tianhao. As the contingent began to leave, a commotion erupted immediately on the aerial port. Even on the Spirit intranet, people were posting about it. The impact of the matter was huge, creating waves of discussion within the entire Dao College. Not only did the Dao College not try to regain order, it actually announced that the trio had been convicted of the crime of attempting to murder the head prefect. Besides the commotion, the arrests made by Wang Baol at the aerial port made him even more famous, peaking such that among the new students, he became a well-known star. People could not stop talking about what he had done after they became aware of the matter. The only head prefect of the Dermic Armament Faculty, becoming a pulse enrichment expert within just a year. With his fame, no matter which region or which faculty Wang Baol appeared at within Ethereal Dao College, he was bound to be faced with people approaching him for a chat or greeting him. Information regarding him also began to spread throughout the Dao College, proliferating throughout the other 3 Dao colleges of the Federation. Everything made Wang Baol feel at peace. He understood that the Chancellor had withheld information from Jiang Lin and Chao Kuan as he wanted to use the both of them as an outlet for Wang Baol to vent his anger. Despite Lin Tianhao not showing up, the notice of his dismissal from the Lower Academy Island had already been confirmed. Wang Baol knew that this was the best outcome that he could achieve. "The revenge is not over," Wang Baol said under his breath. He recalled the treacherous scene where he was being pursued, and he developed a deep understanding and appreciation of the importance of knowledge and the Dermic artifacts, which had enabled him to emerge victorious. "Next, I will need to refine more Dermic artifacts." Among the Dermic artifacts, the purple flying sword had played a pivotal role. Thinking of that, Wang Baol took a deep breath as he straightened his attire to prepare to meet the Dean of the Dermic Armament Faculty. He wanted to express his appreciation to the Dean for bestowing him with the sword. Inside the Dean's residence, Goatee looked at Wang Baol, who had come to pay his respects. He was very emotional, for he had the right to know about what had happened to Wang Baol as the Dean of the Dermic Armament Faculty. That was especially so since the matter happened within his own faculty, and it was so atrocious that rage uncontrollably developed within him. "Baol, you were right in how you handled this matter. Some people think that their background allows them to disregard the rules and attempt to challenge the limits of the 4 major Dao colleges. Absolutely not. Thank you, Dean. If it wasn't for the flying sword that you kindly bestowed me, I probably wouldn't have made it back alive," Wang Baol said as he cupped his fists in respect. Immensely touched as he felt Goatee's genuine concern for him, he then retrieved the broken purple sword from his storage bracelet. Looking at the pieces of the purple sword in Wang Baol's hands, Goatee was full of emotion. He had only previously heard of what happened, but looking at the sword now, he could barely imagine how much Wang Baol struggled to survive in the treacherous situation. He raised his head to look at the specially recruited student that he had personally chosen with gentle eyes that conveyed a sense of pride. "Do not worry, I'll make you another one." Wang Baol was pleasantly surprised. He thanked the Dean immediately and chatted with him before bidding farewell. After he returned to his cave abode, He pondered for a moment before beginning to craft inscriptions on the spirit stones. After that battle, Wang Baol had realized that he lacked protective dermic artifacts, and he began to inscribe as he thought. Those dermic artifacts that were made previously had coarse craftsmanship, but they were definitely important. This time, not only do I have to make more of them, I need to develop dermic artifacts that have protective abilities. Time flew by. As the semester began and the new students arrived, every faculty in Dao College seemed to be busier than usual. The few times that Wang Baol headed out, he garnered looks of admiration from the new students of the dermic armament faculty. Wang Baol enjoyed the attention, but he knew that what was more important was to develop more dermic artifacts. Therefore, he spent most of his time in the Spirit Cauldron Cave. Half a month later, the Chancellor sent people to deliver 2 boxes. In the first box was a mirror that emitted a strong suppressive force. 3 armament marks were present on the top of the mirror as well. Wang Baol was overwhelmed, looking at it. That was a 3rd-grade numinous treasure. He immediately opened the second box, and a jade pendant with a flood dragon inscribed on it appeared. Similarly, there were 3 armament marks, and the flood dragon appeared lifelike. As Wang Baol glanced at it, the flood dragon seemed to come alive, even moving slightly. This is another 3rd-grade numinous treasure. Wang Baol took a deep breath. He knew how precious and valuable they were. He did not take them out immediately and instead activated his voice transmission ring to contact the Chancellor. Soon, the Chancellor's voice emerged from the voice transmission ring. I refined the jade pendant myself. It's a gift for you so that you can stay protected. As for the mirror, it was sent by the City Lord of Ethereal City. Thorough checks have been made, and there shouldn't be any issue with it. If you don't want it... As Wang Baol listened, his thoughts poured in. He had an inkling that Lin Tianhao's father had reached some kind of agreement with Ethereal Dao College. Thinking of that, he spoke immediately. I want it. Why would I not want it? Hearing what Wang Baol had to say, the Chancellor laughed approvingly. He had wanted to persuade Wang Baol to accept it, and now, seeing that Wang Baol understood the significance of accepting the gift, he fell silent for a moment before speaking with a low voice. Baol, the 4 major Dao colleges and 17 senators are all part of the Federation. Therefore, many issues cannot be truly investigated. Let this matter rest, and I assure you that nothing similar will happen again. Has the expulsion been cancelled as well? Wang Baol asked softly, his gaze turning cold. The rules of the Dao College will not change. His membership as a student of the Lower Academy Island will not be restored. The Chancellor comforted Wang Baol slightly before ending the voice transmission. Wang Baol sat in the Spirit Cauldron Cave, looking at the 2 boxes and the voice transmission ring, before narrowing his eyes. Membership as a student in the Lower Academy Island. That means that enrollment is divided between the upper and lower academies? It doesn't matter if enrollment is divided between the 2 academies. I, Wang Baol, will remember to take revenge. Since he understood Lin Tianhao's background, he also understood the decision made by the Dao College. He had read the high officials' autobiographies thoroughly and clearly knew what he needed to do. He conceded that, to some extent, the Dao College's actions had somewhat compensated him. I accept the gift, but I will still take revenge. Wang Baol lowered his head to look the mirror and hold up the jade pendant. After studying them in detail, his eyes lit up. These are very nice. The jade pendant was a numinous treasure capable of protecting and attacking. Wang Baol felt for its spiritual force and checked its inscriptions to get a gauge of its power, and that left him excited. The mirror did not pale in comparison. Even though it did not protect and attack directly, it could form a seemingly sturdy projection that could confuse people. Furthermore, it was equipped with fighting capabilities and was potentially useful in many situations. Wang Baol was pleased with these 2 numinous treasures, especially as the dermic artifacts that he possessed were completely depleted. The 2 numinous treasures momentarily made him feel more secure as he was no longer empty-handed. However, these are still insufficient. I need to refine more dermic artifacts, especially those with protective features, so that if I meet danger again, I can resolve it. Wang Bail thought as he began to immerse himself in the refining and inscription process. 1 month of peace passed. In that 1 month, Wang Bail stayed entirely in the Spirit Cauldron Cave. The dermic artifacts that he made slowly accumulated. Just the large seal alone, there were already over 10, along with some other ropes. What he really focused on refining was a type of pearl dermic artifact. The pearl took the greatest toll on Wang Bail's energy. Its spirit kernel was completely made by rainbow spirit stones and was inscribed with an unbelievable number of inscriptions. Once it was activated, it let out a protective glow that appeared like the golden bell shield. One was not enough, so Wang Bail refined more than 10 of them before he was satisfied. There are enough dermic artifacts for protection. Now, moving on to those with attacking functions, Wang Bail wiped away his sweat and began snacking on several bags of snacks loudly. He thought for a moment and analyzed his options before continuing to refine. This time, he was refining a flying sword. Since his cultivation was only at the ancient martial arts realm, Wang Bail knew that he was unable to operate the dermic artifacts as agilely as he wanted and was unable to use them to the fullest potential. However, as the only head prefect of the dermic armament faculty, with inscriptions that had never before been seen by the students who attended the faculty, he managed to think of a replacement. I will use the force of magnetism. Using magnetism, I can join these flying swords seamlessly. This way, I can control all the swords just by operating one of them. Wang Bail's eyes shone, and he added inscriptions for magnetism to the flying sword's spirit kernels. Even though the final product was not perfect, he could use the force of magnetism to join several flying swords together. When he tested it out, he could shoot out 7 flying swords with a wave of his hand. Their speed and flexibility far exceeded what he had seen in the battle in the Pond Cloud rainforest. He was not completely satisfied, but he knew well that he had reached his limit. I have to add on a self-destruct function. Wang Bail rubbed his forehead. After experiencing the life and death scenario, he felt that his dermic artifacts were a little slow in self-destruction, and they would only be perfect if they could self-destruct after a countdown. Therefore, all the dermic artifact that I have must be equipped with self-destructive inscriptions so that they can detonate as and when. There's still the big megaphone left. That is a gem. After refining it, I have to find ways to make it more powerful. Another half a month passed as Wang Bail continued refining dermic artifacts. When he was almost done, he received a voice transmission from Bunny, which prompted him to leave the Spirit Cauldron Cave to take in the fresh air outside. Looking at the fluffy clouds hanging in the blue sky and caressing his storage bracelet, Wang Bail was content. In my pocket now, there are more dermic artifacts than previously. If I were to meet an incident like that in the Pond Cloud rainforest, I am confident that I could eliminate them without much effort. Wang Bail was gleeful as he took out a bag of snacks, munching as he strutted into the dermic armament faculty. Along the way, the people who met him respectfully greeted him as if it were a natural reflex. There were also many new students who were obviously in awe when they noticed Wang Bail. Looking at the new students, Wang Bail gently touched the fine hair above his mouth, sighing peacefully. I have aged. Wang Bail and his classmates were no longer new students, and they were all beginning to gain accomplishments in their respective faculties. Right now, as Wang Bail gazed at the new students, he could not help but mimic the chancellor, with his eyes conveying a message of encouragement while he nodded politely. His encouragement was the greatest affirmation for the new students. They were all agitated with excitement, and as Wang Bail advanced in his steps, the greetings never ended. Basking in the privilege of his status and identity, Wang Bail was heartened to have made the best decision of his life when he chose to enroll at Ethereal Dao College. I, Wang Bail, am destined to be extraordinary. Those years spent maintaining a low profile in Phoenix City were all to make a name for myself in Ethereal Dao College. Wang Bail thought emotionally while making his way out from the peak of the dermic armament faculty for his descent down. That evening, the glow from the setting sun gave the sky a beautiful, orange hue, and Wang Bail stood admiring it for a moment. When he finished his bag of snacks, he saw Bunny arriving from afar. When Bunny sent him the voice transmission, she had said that she had wanted to visit. Therefore, Wang Bail had halted his refining process to welcome her there. Seeing that Wang Bail was waiting for her from a distance, Bunny blushed, and her eyes widened in delight. She picked up her pace, speeding toward Wang Bail. "Brother Bail." Her voice made Wang Bail's eyes light up. The scene of Bunny approaching him as she ran was like a dream that he had replayed in his mind over and over again. He cleared his throat and put on a gentlemanly look as he smiled coyly at her. Very quickly, Bunny arrived in front of Wang Bail. Her face was red with shyness. She wanted to say something, but once she looked at Wang Bail's eyes, her heart raced, making her forget what she had originally wanted to tell him. Subconsciously, she took out a pill box and handed it to Wang Bail. "Brother Bail, these are the recovery pills that I have made after spending all this time refining in seclusion. These are for you to keep," Bunny said demurely with her reddened face as she passed the pill box to Wang Bail. "Brother Bail, I will work hard to refine more pills in the future so that if you meet danger again, my pills can be of help to you," Bunny said seriously, and she blushed even more after that. She turned to leave but quickly turned around again, handing another pill box to Wang Bail. I took the wrong one just now. This is the correct one." Saying that, Bunny's face was like a ripe red apple, and she immediately turned around to make her way. Actually, she had never been a daring person. She had originally prepared many things to say, but once she saw Wang Bail, her heart rate rose, and her thoughts blurred, causing her to forget everything that she had wanted to say. Seeing Xianxia rushing, Wang Bail's gaze was gentle. He did not know why she had come at first, but now he understood that she had purely wanted to hand him the pills. Wang Bail looked at the pill box in his hands, and an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. When he raised his head, he saw that Xianxia was getting further away. He blinked, running to catch up with her. Xianxia, Xianxia, why are you so timid? You prepared what to say for your confession, and you still ruined everything. Didn't you practice so many times?" Xianxia was feeling moody, and she did not notice Wang Bail catching up with her. Therefore, Wang Bail heard her thoughts of regret as he neared her. Listening to Xiaoxiao's grumble, Wang Bail cleared his throat. "Ruin what?" "Ah!" Xiaoxiao was obviously taken aback by the sudden noise from Wang Bail. When she turned and saw Wang Bail, she was surprised. "Brother Bail, why did you come after me?" Looking at Bunny's silly look, the fuzzy feeling that Wang Bail experienced became more obvious, and he blinked several times. "I wanted to escort you back to the alchemy faculty, that's why." "Oh, all right. Thank you, Brother Bail." Bunny nodded lightly as she heard Wang Bail's explanation. In an instant, she was no longer moody and was filled with boundless happiness. Just like that, under the glow of the setting sun, Wang Bail and Bunny strolled through the Dao College, their shadows stretching a long, long distance. The sound of students reciting their books from the peaks of the various faculties, the footsteps of students from the combat faculty running, and the laughter of the students passing by all seemed to become background noise to the duo. It was as if they were the only ones left in the entire Dao College. A bright smile blossomed on Bunny's face. The glow of the setting sun reflected off her eyes as she looked at Wang Bail. Everything made her extraordinary beauty even more obvious. The entire scene, including the setting sun and the surrounding atmosphere, was perfect, except that there was a pale, skinny youth dressed in a student's robe looking dazed nearby. When he passed, he looked at Wang Bail and Bunny, who was standing beside him. The moment he saw Bunny, the emaciated youth stopped suddenly, as if mesmerized by Bunny's beauty and smile. His eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward to stop the pair as if Wang Bail was invisible. "My dear schoolmate, I might have seen you somewhere before. Can I get to know you? Please tell me how I can contact you." The emaciated student looked directly at Bunny as he spoke with emotion. The moment the youth spoke, the happiness that Wang Bail felt instantly disappeared. It was akin to finally finding a bottle of ice spirit water on a blistering hot day but realizing that a housefly had contaminated it. Instinctively, Wang Bail wanted to give the youth a death stare, but he eventually only exhaled deeply. He felt that he should act like a gentleman, so he remained silent although he was frowning deeply. Bunny was frowning as well. However, she had apparently experienced encounters like this before and remained demure as she spoke. We have never met, but I have no intention of getting to know you. She was direct and thorough in her rejection. After she finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to the youth, instead dragging Wang Baol to continue on their original path. Worried about Wang Baol's emotions, Zhou Xiaoya nervously said, "Brother Baol, don't be angry. I do not know him." Wang Baol was instantly comforted by her words, but he wanted to maintain his image and put on a gentlemanly demeanor as he began to speak with a smile. "Why would I be angry? This proves the charm of my Xiaoya." Listening to Wang Baol's words, Zhou Xiaoya was instantly delighted, her smile even more beautiful. In the glow of the setting sun, she walked alongside Wang Baol. She wished that the path could be longer so that everything could be eternalized. Wang Baol was happy as well. He felt that he was still charming, and he wanted to boast when that skinny youth caught up with them again at that moment. Schoolmate, schoolmate, I have a gift for you. Will you accept it?" The youth was panting as he caught up, indicating that his ancient martial arts realm was not high. However, his gaze glittered, focusing on Bunny and disregarding Wang Baol's presence. This made Wang Baol furious. That composure and thoughts of being gentlemanly were instantly forgotten. Even before Bunny could say anything, Wang Baol stared angrily at the youth. "What crap is that? She doesn't want it. Do you get it? She won't accept it." Wang Baol responded angrily as he dragged Bunny along with him. The skinny youth seemed to only recognize Wang Baol's presence at that moment. He did not care much about Wang Baol's identity and stared angrily back at him. Wang Baol blatantly ignored the youth's angry stare. He pulled Bunny away, and Bunny became curious of the gift that the youth had described. "He is so annoying. I already made it clear that I do not know him, but he still wants to give me a gift. What else could it be? He will definitely say that he is the gift. I have used tricks like that since I was 6, giving myself away as a gift countless times. Humph. He only has these petty tricks up his sleeves. And he still thinks that he can go against me?" Wang Baol said arrogantly, staring hard. Bunny's eyes widened, slightly dazed as she was seemingly shocked by Wang Baol's words. As happiness filled her heart, the pair continued on their blissful journey under the glow of the setting sun. It was just that, very soon, the skinny teenager reappeared again, undeterred. This time, he had managed to find a bouquet of wild flowers somewhere. The very instant he appeared, he immediately knelt down on one knee in front of Bunny, his eyes sincere as he began to speak. "Schoolmate, believe it or not, it was love at first sight for me when I saw you. You are exactly type. Please accept my love, for I am willing to hold your hand and be yours for the rest of my life." This scene made Bunny astounded. Even though she frequently met suitors coming up to her, she had never met someone as persistent as this youth. Right now, many students were passing by. Noticing the scene and recognizing Wang Baol, they all stopped to watch the commotion. Wang Baol was furious at the scene before his eyes, and he immediately stepped forward to shove the skinny youth aside. "Are you looking for trouble?" The youth, recoiling from the impact, stepped back. He looked angrily at Wang Baol and began speaking in his low voice. "I am from the Tao Enlightenment faculty. So what if it's the Tao Enlightenment faculty? I am the triple head prefect from the Dermic Armament faculty." Wang Baol spoke arrogantly, sensing that the youth wanted to compare the strength of their backgrounds. Despite hearing Wang Baol's words, the skinny youth did not seem to back down. Rather, his green veins emerged in anger, and he continued to argue in a loud voice. "I am enlightening myself on the Tao. To hell with your Tao enlightenment." Wang Baol had grown increasingly impatient. He immediately sent a slap toward the teenager, but he exercised restraint. Even though he was immensely irritated, he only threw the youth back several steps. He then pulled Bunny, who was shocked still, wanting to leave. However, the youth responded by staring at Wang Baol intently before laughing loudly and leaving. At this moment, the onlookers were taken aback after hearing the skinny youth's laughter. Many of them drew deep gasps, shocked, speechless. Tao Enlightenment faculty. Wang Baol has gotten himself into trouble now. Gosh, we don't typically see anyone from the Tao Enlightenment faculty since they hardly leave the Enlightenment Mountain. People from that faculty are not to be offended. I heard that no matter what they do or where they go, as long as they shout out, "I am enlightening myself on the Tao," no one can interfere as that is part of their studies. The Tao Enlightenment faculty has no lectures. All the students there have to do is attempt to enlighten themselves. They can step into any area of the Lower Academy Island as they wish. Rules and regulations of the college are useless to them, for they just need to say that they are enlightening themselves, and they can resolve anything. The words of surprise from the onlookers entered the ears of Wang Baol and Bunny. Bunny's expression changed instantly, and she grew nervous. Brother Baol, he was from the Tao Enlightenment faculty. It's just the Tao Enlightenment faculty, so what? Wang Baol was surprised as well. For the past year, he had spent most of his time in seclusion and climbing up the ranks. Even though he was aware that the previous Federation president had come from the Tao Enlightenment faculty and roughly understood that students from the Tao Enlightenment faculty attempted to enlighten themselves daily, even being a little envious, he did not understand the whole situation. Right now, as he heard the words from the onlookers, he harumphed softly without thinking much. Along the way, as Wang Baol sent Bunny back to the alchemy faculty, Bunny was still worried. However, she was slightly relieved after seeing how calm Wang Baol was. Seeing that Bunny had ascended the mountain, Wang Baol turned to return to the Tao Enlightenment faculty. On his way back, he thought of the student from the Tao Enlightenment faculty and turned on his voice transmission ring to ask Lu Daobin about the Tao Enlightenment faculty. Very quickly, Lu Daobin conveyed information regarding the Tao Enlightenment faculty to Wang Baol. After reading the information sent by Lu Daobin, Wang Baol stopped in his tracks. This is the Tao Enlightenment faculty? In Lu Daobin's message, the Tao Enlightenment faculty could be considered the weakest faculty in Ethereal Tao College's Lower Academy Island. However, in some respects, they could be considered the strongest faculty. Students from the faculty would spend most of their days reciting poems and drinking alcohol, beginning their process of achieving Tao enlightenment as and when they desired. They had a saying, "Teacher of heaven and earth, your teachers are mere mortals, but our teacher is the heaven and the earth. Therefore, we can be in the process of Tao enlightenment anywhere." This faculty is one that wastes their lives waiting for death. Even though Wang Baol was shocked, he was not too ruffled by it. After returning to his cave abode in Dermic Armament faculty, he quickly threw the incident to the back of his mind. It was a night of silence. However, at dawn the next day, even before Wang Baol could step out of his cave abode, he quickly received a voice transmission sent by a nervous Lu Daobin. "Head Prefect, there is trouble. Outside your cave abode." "Outside my cave abode." Wang Baol was confused and flabbergasted. He stood up to open the door of the cave abode. The moment he stepped out, he was shocked frozen as there were suddenly 7 to 8 students dressed in Taoist robes meditating outside his cave abode. The very instant Wang Baol appeared, their gaze immediately turned to him, staring fiercely. Of the 7 to 8 students, one of them was the youth who had confessed to Bunny yesterday. Wang Baol was surprised by the students and returned their stares. "What are all of you doing?" "This is the Dermic Armament faculty. We are enlightening ourselves on the Tao." The students bellowed loudly uniformly. They all clenched their teeth, staring intently at Wang Baol, wanting to irritate the heck out of him through Tao enlightenment even if they got attacked. Bunch of lunatics. Wang Baol was fuming. He decided to not bother too much about them and began to walk toward the Spirit Cauldron Cave. However, the instant he stepped out, the group of students from the Tao Enlightenment faculty all stood up, following behind him. In the beginning, Wang Baol did not care much, but very quickly he could not stand it anymore. No matter where he went, the group of people followed closely. Even if he entered the Spirit Cauldron Cave, they could as well. Sitting beside Wang Baol, they surrounded him. They seemed determined to follow him, regardless of what he was doing. Even if Wang Baol conveyed an order for Lu Daobin and company to help disperse the students from the Tao Enlightenment faculty, Lu Daobin could only laugh bitterly, telling Wang Baol that as long as students of the Tao Enlightenment faculty said that they were gaining Tao Enlightenment, even the college discipline department did not have the ability to chase them away. Furthermore, the students from the Tao Enlightenment faculty were immensely stubborn. After being followed by them for 3 consecutive days, Wang Baol was so irritated that he finally took action. The end result was, the morning after, even more students from the Tao Enlightenment faculty appeared outside his cave abode, fully surrounding the cave abode, as they stared intently while gaining Tao Enlightenment. Dozens of Tao Enlightenment faculty students sat cross-legged in front of Wang Baol's cave abode, each of them staring at the door of the cave abode. All of them had determination and persistence in their eyes, and Wang Baol, who had been watching all this from the door, could not help but scratch his head. This is unreasonable. I only pushed them a few times, and they actually multiplied from 7 to dozens. Wang Baol's head hurt, and he turned away after a long time. Sitting in the cave abode, he thought for a moment before snorting. Whatever, ignore them. I don't believe that they can continue sitting outside my door like this forever. Annoyed, Wang Baol decided to meditate and cultivate in his cave abode. Going into seclusion, he did not need to worry about anything on the outside. This seclusion was half a month. After half a month, Wang Baol ended his cultivation. In high spirits, he stood to open the door of the cave abode to walk outside. When the door opened, however, Wang Baol's eyes grew wide. Those dozens of Tao Enlightenment faculty students were still outside his door. Not only were they meditating, some were even eating. The scene shook Wang Baol. Given that it had already been half a month, but they were still there, it seemed like they were determined to eat and live there. This made Wang Baol somewhat terrified. This was especially so when these students started to turn and glare at him as they noticed him. Being stared at, Wang Baol felt his head hurt again. However, he was not willing to concede. The thought of these Tao Enlightenment faculty students bullying him, the Dermic Armament faculty's only head prefect, made Wang Baol snort. Looking away, he placed his hands behind his back and started walking forwards. Except that, as he walked, these Tao Enlightenment faculty students immediately stood up and followed him. When Wang Baol walked, they followed. When Wang Baol stopped, they immediately sat cross-legged around him with heavy gazes. Very quickly, Wang Baol felt like he was going crazy. No matter what he did, no matter where he went, these Tao Enlightenment faculty students would follow him. Even if he went to class, these Tao Enlightenment faculty students would follow. Even the teachers who saw them would not say anything. Wang Baol was very irritated by these students, who were watching and meditating around him. He could not help but shout at the Tao Enlightenment faculty students. "Are you done? Why are you attached to me now?" Just as Wang Baol spoke, these dozens of Tao Enlightenment faculty students sneered and spoke loudly. "We are enlightening ourselves on the Tao." This sentence made Wang Baol even angrier. Glaring, he clenched his fists. "I warn you, don't cross me. Before, I only pushed some of you. After, I will really take action." Even though Wang Baol had already warned them, these Tao Enlightenment faculty students only sneered, seemingly unconcerned. Each of their gazes even showed a hint of madness. "Come. If you dare hit us, we'll show you the consequences of breaking the enlightenment of the Tao Enlightenment faculty." "Wang Baol, if you don't hit us, you're not a man." "Wang Baol, hit my head. Use your most powerful move and hit me hard." All the Tao Enlightenment faculty students were shouting. Their frenzied appearance made Wang Baol inhale. He had seen crazy people before, but never had he seen people as crazy as this. Seeing Wang Baol inhale, these Tao Enlightenment faculty students advanced again and surrounded him. Each of them stared at him like crazy people. The surrounding Dermic Armament faculty students quickly withdrew, all of them discussing the situation. As expected of the head prefect, only he would dare fight against the Tao Enlightenment faculty. The unity of the Tao Enlightenment faculty is extremely rare in our Tao college. As the Dermic Armament faculty students began gossiping, Wang Baol looked at the crazy Tao Enlightenment faculty students, no longer able to suppress his anger. "You really think I won't dare raise my hand?" Wang Baol opened his voice transmission ring and summoned Lu Daobin. Upon receiving Wang Baol's order, Lu Daobin felt torn. Bracing himself, he brought a large number of inspectors. The moment he arrived, he heard Wang Bao's voice suddenly traveling out. Chase all these people interrupting the Dermic armament faculty's study away, and don't let them come again. Lu Daobin and the inspectors exchanged glances. Finally, they gritted their teeth and charged forward fiercely. Although they did not raise their hands, they had the numbers advantage. Finally, the dozens of Dao Enlightenment faculty students were chased off the mountain. At this moment, Wang Bao finally felt that his surroundings were peaceful. "Wanna fight me?" Wang Bao clasped his hands behind his back and went to the Spirit Cauldron cave, feeling satisfied. He felt that he was well-versed in refining dermic artifacts already, so he took out that Elder's glove from the Pond Cloud rainforest. "This is truly a treasure with immense power. I need to modify it, add a bit of poison inside, and cause it to explode under an extreme situation, making it even more powerful." Thus, he used this time to modify the glove, and his days seemed to go back to normal. Alas, these peaceful days only lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, just as he was refining dermic artifacts, Wang Baol received a panicked voice transmission from Lu Daobin. "Head Prefect, not good. Something happened. Hundreds have arrived from the Dao Enlightenment faculty. We couldn't stop them. They're heading your way." Hearing this, Wang Baol lost control of the dermic artifact in his hand, and it almost exploded. His eyes widened, stood suddenly, and exited the Spirit Cauldron cave. He immediately saw a group of Dao Enlightenment faculty students not far away. It seemed like hundreds of people were moving towards him in an obstreperous manner. Heavens, what do they want? Wang Baol's scalp felt like it had exploded. His heart beat fast, and he quickly fled, avoiding them. But there were simply too many people from the Dao Enlightenment faculty. Immediately, someone with sharp eyes saw Wang Baol and shouted loudly. Instantly, all the Dao Enlightenment faculty students ran over. In the end, these hundreds of people even spread out in search of Wang Baol. At the same time, the students from the Dermic Armament faculty had also noticed the situation. Everyone stared in shock. In actuality, even the seniors had only heard of this scene but had never seen it in real life. The head prefect has really caused big trouble this time. Of all the people to offend, why did he have to offend the crazy ones? Who even dares offend the Dao Enlightenment faculty? Among the discussion, Wang Baol felt extremely frustrated. There were truly too many people on the other side, and soon he was found. When the Dao Enlightenment faculty students found Wang Baol, they neither raised their hands nor scolded him. Instead, they only stared. No matter where he went, they went too, sitting by him and staring at him as they underwent enlightenment. This continued for another 3 days, with Wang Baol almost on the point of a mental breakdown. This was especially due to the fact that even when Wang Baol went to the bathroom, Dao Enlightenment faculty students would swiftly appear in large numbers and sit cross-legged around him in enlightenment. If Wang Baol took a slightly longer time, then there would be about 100 Dao Enlightenment faculty students around him, and this caused Wang Baol to go mad. They are going too far. What Dao Enlightenment faculty? They should be called the gangster faculty. Wang Baol pulled up his pants, furious. He did not dare attack them, however, nor did he dare drive them away. He was truly worried that if he took action against them, then the next day, there would be even more Dao Enlightenment faculty students. In the end, Wang Baol steeled his heart. He bought a large amount of food and returned to his cave abode. He would go into seclusion for a few months and see how those Dao Enlightenment faculty people dealt with that. Except, after a few days, Wang Baol realized that he had been too naive. It seemed like the Dao Enlightenment faculty people had guessed his intentions, or maybe they were just familiar with situations like this, but they actually brought another 100 people. The few hundred Dao Enlightenment faculty students all surrounded Wang Baol's cave abode and stared at the cave abode while enlightening themselves. As thick as huckleberries, they made Wang Baol's heart shake. This was not over, however. 10 days later, the numbers increased again, and they even started to pitch tents outside Wang Baol's cave abode. All this made Wang Baol's brain turn muddled. In addition, this incident became such a spectacle that it spread all over the Tao College and the Spirit intranet. In an instant, the whole ethereal Tao College's Spirit intranet seemed to explode. It's already almost 2 months. No one dares to offend the Tao Enlightenment faculty. This time, Wang Baol is really in trouble. I heard that this incident was because Wang Baol snatched one of the Tao Enlightenment faculty students' girlfriends. As the entire Spirit intranet boiled over with this incident, the little Taoist who was live streaming also grew excited. Every day, he took his camera and headed to the Dermic Armament faculty to interview and live stream. He originally intended to live stream Wang Baol's aggrieved look as revenge. However, while he was live streaming, there was the reappearance of a mysterious local moneybags called Federation President Daddy. This person came and went like a shadow. Each time he appeared, there would be more than 10 rockets. Little Taoist had already secretly deemed him as a huge client, and this huge client seemed to dislike the Tao Enlightenment faculty. As such, to get in his good books, Little Taoist changed his interview methods and started to report on the Tao Enlightenment faculty's unreasonable actions. In a short period of time, not everyone on the Spirit intranet was there to watch the show. There were many who had been harmed by the Tao Enlightenment faculty's passive aggressiveness who jumped out anonymously, blaming the Tao Enlightenment faculty. Except that the broadcast had not gone on for 4 days before Little Taoist began to cry. Just outside his living quarters, 5 Tao Enlightenment faculty students had actually appeared. They sat there, staring at him, and started their enlightenment. Only when Little Taoist promised never to live stream about the Tao Enlightenment faculty again did these students leave with unperturbed expressions. Can't offend the Tao Enlightenment faculty? Little Taoist sighed. He looked at the Dermic Armament faculty, feeling sympathy for Wang Baol for the first time. Lunatics, crazy, gangsters. Wang Baol sat in the cave abode, gritting his teeth as he devoured his snacks. From time to time, he glared at the door of the cave abode. He had previously peeped a few times, so he did not need to open the door to know that there were many tents outside. The few hundred Tao Enlightenment faculty students were living right outside. Being stared at in enlightenment by these few hundred people made Wang Baol extremely gloomy. He knew that he could not go out. The moment he went out, it would be difficult for him to go anywhere. This, however, made him feel like he was being confined and also made him extremely irritated. Unreasonable. Gloomy, Wang Baol did not even have the appetite for his snacks. He felt aggrieved. As someone unbeatable, who had even gotten rid of Lin Tianhao, who had gone through the incident at Pond Cloud Rainforest, he could not believe that he would be troubled by the Tao Enlightenment faculty. I need a plan. Wang Baol clawed at his hair. Immediately, he thought of the person who could do anything, Xianxia, and sent him a voice transmission. But this time, it was rare that Xianxia actually did not respond. Only when Wang Baol continuously sent many voice transmissions did Xianxia finally respond, pained and impatient. Brother. I'm already calling you brother. I can't help you this time. Please don't look for me. It's truly that I don't fear anyone in Ethereal Tao College except the Tao Enlightenment faculty. No matter how much money you give me, I can't resolve this for you. I'm even more afraid that they will know you contacted me. They're crazy. The moment you anger them, brother, please take mercy on me. Hearing Xianxia's reply, Wang Baol drew a gasp. Gritting his teeth, his eyes showed his contempt. Coward! He harumphed. Agonizing for a long time, he realized that he could only contact the dean. Thus, he sent the dean a voice transmission. Dean, the Tao Enlightenment faculty is bullying me. Does the Tao College not care about this? The Tao Enlightenment faculty is too unlawful. But this time, even the dean was quiet for a long time before he finally replied to Wang Baol. Baol, tell me, why did you have to offend the Tao Enlightenment faculty? It's not that the Tao College doesn't care, it's just, the Tao Enlightenment faculty has someone backing them that we can't offend. Outsiders can't interfere with the fact that they're using you for enlightenment. Only you can resolve the problem. And that's not the scariest part. You know the scariest part? If they happen to attain enlightenment during this period, then it's over. You need to know that there are more than 20,000 people in the Tao Enlightenment faculty. Just go and apologize. I'll help you mediate. Wang Baol had not thought of this problem. Hearing the dean speak, his eyes widened, and his brain felt like it was exploding. Thinking of the consequences made Wang Baol's forehead sweat. If only I entered the Dao Enlightenment faculty initially. Wang Baol could not help but think of how he had been accused of cheating during the hallucination realm test. If he had been from the Dao Enlightenment faculty, all he would have needed to say was that he was enlightening himself on the Dao, and everything would have been resolved. Maybe the reason the Federation president was so powerful was because he was from the Dao Enlightenment faculty with a gangster background. Wang Baol felt like he was going crazy. Although he considered Goatee's suggestion to apologize, Wang Baol was unwilling as he felt that he had done nothing wrong. I didn't even do anything, but I still need to apologize. Wang Baol felt the unfairness deeply. After a long time, he glared and gritted his teeth. Dao Enlightenment faculty, you have gone too far this time. I will definitely not give in. At most, we'll fight it out. Just because your powers are stronger. I'm not frightened. I will definitely exceed you. Wang Baol's gaze showed his determination. He thought about how the other side did not raise a hand against him but instead used him to seek enlightenment. In that case, he would not raise a hand against them too. If he did, he would look boorish with less skills. Isn't it just tormenting people? At 6 years old, I already knew many tactics to make people break down. Previously, Wang Baol had not taken action as he had considered the fact that they were all from the same Dao college. These Dao Enlightenment faculty students, however, had truly pushed him to his limit, so Wang Baol would go all out as well. He sneered as he opened his storage bracelet. Inside, there were many unused materials for dermic artifacts that he had previously prepared for refining dermic artifacts. After checking the items, Wang Baol immediately walked out of the cave abode. The moment he walked out of the cave abode, the hundreds of Dao Enlightenment faculty students looked over and stood, following him expressionlessly. Then let's see who gives in first. Wang Baol sneered and looked away, sending a voice transmission to Lu Daobin. He told them to block the Spirit Cauldron Cave first. Then, he would lead the few hundred Dao Enlightenment faculty students in a circle around the dermic armament peak before fleeing toward the Spirit Cauldron Cave. When he got there, Lu Daobin had already brought the few hundred inspectors to seal the Spirit Cauldron Cave shut. Lu Daobin, guard this place carefully. Don't let anyone take half a step inside. As Wang Baol spoke, his speed raised abruptly, and he flew past Lu Daobin and the others into the Spirit Cauldron Cave. Ignoring the face-off between the Dao Enlightenment faculty and the dermic armament faculty inspectors, he immediately sat cross-legged and took out, "Puppet, you glare at me and you follow me everywhere, that's fine. You use me to achieve enlightenment. Then let me help you make your enlightenment smoother." Wang Baol squinted his eyes and started to change the puppet's exterior, making it look like himself. Wang Baol was already very familiar with refining puppets. He only needed 6 hours to complete the puppet's exterior. It looked almost identical to Wang Baol, even down to the head prefect robe. Although it only had an external appearance, it looked extremely realistic. Looking at the spitting image of himself, Wang Baol sneered and continued his refinement. Soon, 3 days passed. Outside the Spirit Cauldron Cave, Lu Daobin and the others felt a growing pressure, having been surrounded by glaring cross-legged Dao Enlightenment faculty students. Suddenly, from within the Spirit Cauldron Cave, a silhouette flew out. This figure was round and looked like Wang Baol. Its speed was swift and flew over the heads of Lu Daobin and the others in an instant, fleeing far away. The appearance of the silhouette attracted the attention of all the Dao Enlightenment faculty students. All of them stood up. It's Wang Baol. He finally couldn't bear it after fighting with our Dao Enlightenment faculty. Everyone, let's go. Keep using him to achieve enlightenment. Wang Baol, if you're confident, don't run. As the Dao Enlightenment faculty sneered and chased, Lu Daobin and the inspectors wiped their sweat and watched them leave. All of them laughed bitterly and were about to leave when another silhouette suddenly walked out from the Spirit Cauldron Cave. It was actually still Wang Baol. Head Prefect, you... Lu Daobin was stunned. He stared at the second Wang Baol fleeing with a blank expression. Everyone was also stunned. They looked at each other. From behind, a third, a fourth, a fifth, 13 figures walked out. They were all Wang Baol. They all wore the head prefect robe. After walking out, they all ran in different directions, which surprised Lu Daobin and the others. Even though they had an inkling, they were still shaken. These are puppets. Puppets were truly difficult to make. Although the exterior was like that, the most important part was the interior. It required a mastery of inscriptions and needed a strong spirit kernel core in order for it to be as natural as a living being. Across the entire Lower Academy Island Dermic Armament faculty, only Wang Baol could do this. This was because he was the only one who could refine rainbow spirit stones as the puppet core, could create a large number of inscriptions through his mastery of systemic calculations, and was also extremely familiar with spirit kernels. Lu Daobin and the others stared with their eyes and mouths wide open. Over the subsequent days, the Dao Enlightenment faculty students were also all muddled. After all, they had only seen one Wang Baol previously, but today, there were more than 10 Wang Baoless on the Dermic Armament faculty peak. They could all tell that something was wrong. Wang Baol's manufactured puppets were too real, however, and given that those from the Dao Enlightenment faculty were not familiar with Dermic armaments, it was hard for them to work it out. As such, the problem before them was, they could clearly see Wang Baol but could not tell which one was real. At the same time, they realized that they had followed one for a long time and stared at him for a long time, only to find out that it was fake. When they went to look again, the ones they encountered were still fake. Some Wang Baoless were running, some were in the Spirit Cauldron Cave, some had returned to the cave abode to go into seclusion, others went to the lava chamber, and even more were swaggering around the Dermic Armament faculty. Nobody could even find the real one. Not only the Dao Enlightenment faculty students were muddled, even the Dermic Armament faculty students were shaken by this. All of them had their eyes open to a new world, and discussions raged. Even the spirit intranet was shaken. The fight between Wang Baol and the Dao Enlightenment faculty has a new development. Latest news: Wang Baol created more than 10 puppets of himself, confusing the Dao Enlightenment faculty people. So, even if they seek enlightenment, it's fake enlightenment. Soon, there was chaos on the Dermic Armament faculty peak, but puppets were puppets after all. Though gloomy, the Dao Enlightenment faculty students slowly worked it out and began to find various methods to screen the fake puppets, quickly achieving some success. The real Wang Baol walked among the crowd and looked expressionlessly at the Dao Enlightenment faculty students that ignored him, thinking he was fake. He sneered to himself. Splitting up your attention was only one of my goals. My real goal is to drag the time out so that I can gather more of your likenesses. Humph, I have too many tactics. Next, I want you Dao Enlightenment faculty students to shake when you see me. Wang Baol's eyes flashed and he walked into the distance. The second day, more puppets appeared at the Dermic Armament faculty peak. They were not Wang Baol's likeness, however. This time was the culprit of this debacle, the Dao Enlightenment faculty student who had confessed to Bunny. This puppet had been made to look just like him. If one did not look carefully, it was hard to notice the difference in a crowd. The puppet walked among the crowd as though searching for something. Soon, the puppet saw a group of Dao Enlightenment faculty students and noticed the student who looked exactly the same as he. He headed toward the student. As for this cause of this all, that thin youth was sitting cross-legged seeking enlightenment. With his companions, he gritted his teeth gloomily. This Wang Baol is crafty, but we can't give up. We need to show him the consequences of offending the Dao Enlightenment faculty. That's right, Brother Chen, don't worry. Since Wang Baol dares to fight against us, we'll show him a thing or two, bound by a common hatred. All of them spoke to each other when suddenly one of them raised his head. He froze when he saw the puppet walking toward them. Brother Chen, that is, I seem to have seen another you. Hearing those words, everyone was taken aback. Confused, they raised their heads. Seeing the rapidly approaching puppet, their eyes widened, especially that main culprit surnamed Chun. That youth was muddled, staring blankly at the replica of himself. The puppet walked in front of him and sat cross-legged, glaring at him. You? Regardless of what the person before him looked like, The glare felt extremely familiar to the youth surnamed Chan. He could not help but pause. Before he could finish speaking, the puppet spoke blandly. I am enlightening myself on the Tao. These words almost made Brother Chen jump. This line was the Tao Enlightenment faculty's trademark line, and they had constantly been saying it to other people. Seeing another one of himself appearing and saying it to him made him lose his temper. This scene was too shocking and caused him to draw a gasp, feeling that this scene was extremely bizarre. The surrounding Tao Enlightenment faculty students felt shaken. They looked at Brother Chen, then his replica, feeling that was something very strange about the picture before them. Wang Baol, it must be you. Angered, Brother Chen stood and kicked at the puppet. With a bang, however, the puppet was unharmed. Instead, Brother Chen groaned. His leg had cramped up. Truly, the puppet was too sturdy, especially after being kicked. The puppet glared angrily at the youth surnamed Chen and shouted, I am enlightening myself on the Tao. Enlighten your sister's Tao. Wang Baol, identity theft is not a joke. Millions of families suffer every year. Brother Chen roared angrily, and the surrounding Tao Enlightenment faculty students also stood to help. But at that time, from the distant crowd, 10 more figures walked out suddenly. These figures were actually the counterparts to the Tao Enlightenment faculty students, and they were puppets that were exact replicas. 4 of the puppets among them were replicas of the people around Brother Chen. After taking a good look at the approaching puppets, those Tao Enlightenment faculty students stared with wide eyes, utterly tongue-tied. To deal with the Tao Enlightenment faculty, Wang Baol had bought a large amount of materials from Xianxia. The price of all these materials were truly shocking. Although Xianxia did not want to offend the Tao Enlightenment faculty, he liked doing business. This was especially as Wang Baol had previously split the Tao Enlightenment faculty's attention, allowing a smooth transaction between them. With the materials, Wang Baol spent a lot of effort refining these puppets, designing inscriptions commands, and making them lock onto their original. At this moment, when these puppets noticed their Tao Enlightenment faculty originals, they rushed over and stood in front of their originals, glaring and roaring. I am enlightening myself on the Tao. This scene made the Tao Enlightenment faculty students shake. After all, they had never experienced the strange feeling of someone glaring at them and seeking enlightenment. Furthermore, this scene was clearly not going to be resolved simply. Just as these people were being tortured to the point of madness, days later, another group of the Tao Enlightenment faculty students in the Dermic Armament faculty suddenly discovered replicas of themselves on the Dermic Armament peak. The moment that these puppets locked on to their originals, they immediately followed. No matter where the original went, they would follow, glaring. They would even stand beside the bed while the originals slept, yelling occasionally about enlightening themselves. This drove the Tao Enlightenment faculty students crazy. In addition, the puppets were too sturdy to be broken. All this time, the Tao Enlightenment faculty had only been bullying the weak, and now all of them started to cry, feeling like they were going mad. We can't lose. This is Wang Baol's counterattack. He's trying to repel us. Everyone, hold on. That's right. We need to find the real Wang Baol and show him that he can't offend the sacred Tao Enlightenment faculty. The Tao Enlightenment faculty students gritted their teeth and tried their best to get used to the feeling of being stared at by their replica puppet. Not only did they not retreat, it even bolstered their fighting spirit. The development of this situation shook the entire Tao College. Even the chancellor occasionally paid attention. The other faculties discussed the situation energetically, and the spirit intranet seemed as though it was going to explode. The fight between Wang Baol and the Tao Enlightenment faculty has another new development. Almost 100 replica puppets of the Tao Enlightenment faculty students appeared in the Dermic Armament faculty. They are currently staring at their originals, enlightening themselves with them. Haha, that's amazing. Wang Baol actually came up with such a tactic. As everyone watched the show, the Traps faculty was also shaken and immediately went to observe. After all, they were interested in the refinement of puppets. Just as the entire Tao College was shaken, the Tao Enlightenment faculty students' anger grew. However, they had no way to express it. Seeing that the Tao Enlightenment faculty students had no intention of retreating, Wang Bail decided that he had to use his ultimate tactic. If not for the fact that time is tight, I would give all of you a puppet. Although I don't have even 100 puppets, this is enough. Regardless of whether it's sending these puppets to the Dao Enlightenment faculty to create chaos or letting them sabotage and slander other people, these are all underhanded methods. It affects the innocent and makes my standards appear low. I want to lock onto these people who offended me and make them regret ever doing so. He had previously thought of the pathetic man in black from Pond Cloud Rainforest. Although he had determined not to take the low road, seeing how despicable the Dao Enlightenment faculty was, his eyes flashed as he decided to give them a taste of their own medicine. Moaning mode. Begin. Wang Bail raised his right hand, and a circular disc appeared in his palm. This disc was used to control these puppets. As he adjusted it, the disc started to shine. At the same time, those Dao Enlightenment faculty students who had not become templates for Wang Bail's puppets felt lucky, but also showed their disdain. They felt that it was just being stared at by a replica, nothing much. As for those who had become Wang Bail's templates, they began to get used to being followed by their replicas. Some people even joked that it made it easier for them to enlighten themselves. Just as they felt that they had gotten used to the situation, their puppets' eyes flashed. Then, they actually stared at their originals, showing an expression filled with passion. They opened their mouths and let out seductive moaning. This sound stunned all the Dao Enlightenment faculty students in that instant. They felt as though their bodies had been struck by lightning. Their hair standing on end, their scalps felt like exploding. All of them were rendered speechless, and some were even frightened till they shook, stumbling over themselves to retreat. What is this? Heavens, it can still call out. What damn sound is this? Wang Bail, quickly turn it off. It actually moaned at me tenderly. The students from the Dao Enlightenment faculty that had become the original templates for the puppets felt as though they had been pushed to their limit. Each of them was extremely terrified and infuriated. The feeling of being watched while hearing the moans drove them crazy till they felt like they were going to break down. Shut this darn thing up. Shut up. Stop making noises. This was especially so for Brother Chin. It seemed that Wang Bail had paid special attention to his puppet, and the sound was particularly resonant. The other Dao Enlightenment faculty students who had not been turned into templates gasped as they saw the situation. They no longer felt disdain and felt lucky. This tender breathing was truly too shocking. This was especially as the entire Dao College was watching. It was almost as though the moment the puppets cried out, the entire Dao College exploded, whether it was the spirit intranet or the various faculties. Wang Bail has come out with a huge tactic. Heavens, this tactic is unparalleled. Furthermore, the Dao Enlightenment faculty's moaning is quite moving to hear too. Wang Bail's puppets are actually quite realistic. Head Prefect Bail, are you selling your puppets? I want to buy one. Seeing that people were even talking about buying these puppets on the spirit intranet, all the people from the Dao Enlightenment faculty shivered. All those who did not have replica puppets hesitated, and some even wanted to withdraw. They truly felt fear, and the wretched state of their classmates was a lesson to them. Furthermore, if someone really bought a puppet with their likeness, the picture was so frightening that they did not dare to think of it. Soon, many people chose to escape the Dermic Armament faculty. Although they could escape, the Dao Enlightenment faculty students looked at their own puppets moaning at them and felt afraid. Yet, they were unwilling to take their defeat lying down. While some of them chose to run away, there was still a significant number who went in search of Wang Bail, their eyes red. Even though the puppets followed them, shouting about enlightenment and crying out, they still endured it and searched like crazy. Wang Bail, come out. If you dare, don't hide. Come out and face us. Seeing that these people were incredibly thick-headed, Wang Bail grew angry. You're asking for it. Perverted model. Begin. Wang Bail gritted his teeth, took out his Dharma disc, and pressed it. The instant that Wang Bail pressed the Dharma disc, the eyes of the puppets on the Dermic Armament faculty peak following the Dao Enlightenment faculty students suddenly flashed. As their eyes flashed, their footsteps all stopped, and even their moanings disappeared. This surprised all the Dao Enlightenment faculty students, and they all turned to look. Just as they looked, an even stronger moan suddenly exploded from the mouths of these puppets. The puppets had extremely strange expressions, their eyes gleaming. What made the Dao Enlightenment faculty students even more shocked, though, was these puppets who looked identical to themselves actually started to strip off their clothing. Why are they stripping? Not right. Quickly run. While the Dao Enlightenment faculty students remained stunned, some quick-thinking people felt that things were not right. They were shocked till their faces became pale, and they started to flee. But it was too late. These replica puppets actually stripped while throwing themselves at their originals. The moaning from their mouths traveled out, turning incredibly sinister in an instant. Furthermore, they were incredibly strong and sturdy, and it was difficult for the Dao Enlightenment faculty students to break them. As such, the frightened Dao Enlightenment faculty students' faces turned white, and they fled frantically as they screamed. Heavens! These puppets are crazy! Wang Baol, you're shameless! In their shock, some students' legs trembled and were jumped on by the puppets. Among them was the main culprit, that youth surnamed Chun. Very soon, they let out terrified cries, rolling and crawling as they struggled to get away. The puppets, however, chased them without stopping, moaning and occasionally shouting, "I am enlightening myself on the Tao." Furthermore, because everyone was paying close attention to the Dermic Armament faculty, the various faculties almost immediately knew about all this. Live streams even emerged on the Spirit intranet, igniting an explosive commotion. There's a strange moaning coming from the Dermic Armament faculty. Look guys, the Dao Enlightenment faculty people are being chased by their moaning puppets. I can't imagine what would happen if they get caught. Wang Baol, this tactic is a death blow. Haha, even the Dao Enlightenment faculty is facing difficulties. It seems like only evil people can torture evil people. Good job, Head Prefect Baol. As the atmosphere among the spectators on the lower Academy Island boiled over, the moaning in the Dermic Armament faculty filled the air. All the Dao Enlightenment faculty students cried bitterly, wishing that they had more legs. In their terror, they threw all their strength in, fleeing crazily, wetting their pants in terror as they ran down the mountain. Their faces were all pale, their hair messy, and their clothes askew. Their spirits had suffered a large hit, which even cast a shadow over them. Right now, they only had one thought in their heads, to stay away from the Dermic Armament faculty and Wang Baol. Wang Baol's perverted mode had truly set the world on fire. It was also at this time when Wang Baol showed himself. His expression was smug, and he was even more excited. Walking around the Dermic Armament faculty with his hands behind his back, he watched the Dao Enlightenment faculty students flee from their mounting, chasing puppets. It made him feel extremely happy. Even though you Dao Enlightenment faculty students are just like gangsters, you can't beat my moaning beasts. Wang Baol laughed loudly and kept following the Dao Enlightenment faculty students down the mountain, watching them leave. Even though the Dao Enlightenment faculty students also noticed Wang Baol, in the midst of their grief and anger, they did not dare stop. They could only pretend that they did not see him and quickly escape. Wang Baol was in an extremely good mood. As he was walking back to his cave abode, the Dermic Armament faculty students stared at him with strange expressions mixed with respect. Back in the cave abode, he took out his snacks and sighed. It's finally quiet. Humph! Dao Enlightenment faculty, are you afraid? You don't even dare to fight me. Wang Baol enjoyed the peace for a while. When he decided to rest for a few days before continuing to refine Dermic artifacts, the escaped Dao Enlightenment faculty students refused to accept their defeat. They started to plot, ready to begin a new chapter of their campaign. Although they felt that Wang Baol's ultimate puppet tactic was too formidable, they also could not take this lying down, especially since the Dao Enlightenment faculty students were used to being on top. Being the first time that they had dealt with this sort of hardship, this made them feel like they had lost face. Just as they were trying their best to think of an idea, an announcement attracted the attention of all the faculty students. At the same time, the Dao Enlightenment faculty's attention shifted because of the announcement. They no longer stared at Wang Baol, For many of them, their hearts started palpitating with excitement. Because the promotion exam this year would start early. This promotion exam was the exam that allowed students to move from the lower Academy Island to the upper Academy Island. Usually, this test was not restricted by age. Regardless of whether a student was in their first or fifth year, as long as they felt that they were ready, they could take part in the exam. Most of the candidates were fifth-year students. If they succeeded, they could enter Upper Academy Island. However, if they failed, they would have to leave the Dow College and find another career path. The exam was extremely difficult, especially since it was called the major exam. In actuality, it was a golden opportunity, an exam that gave one the opportunity to move from the ancient martial arts to true breath. The only criteria for passing the exam was to enter the true breath realm. Usually, in this annual exam, about 40,000 people would take part, but only a small percentage of them would be able to enter the Upper Academy Island. The exam would commonly take place just before the holidays, but this time, it had been brought forward. The reason it had been brought forward was because this exam not only tested the basics in each college but also added a Mystic Realm trial for the best students. In the previous exams, 40,000 students would attempt to gain admittance to the Upper Academy Island through their own luck and achievements. Although it was difficult, it was not overly so, and those who took part were students from the various faculties of the Dow College. As for the Mystic Realm trial, it was not only for Ethereal Dow College, but it was for all the best students in the Federation's top 4 Dow colleges. The Mystic Realm testing location also did not belong to any of the Dow colleges and was instead a location shared among the 4. It was after the Beast War that the 4 Dow colleges combined forces to snatch this land of opportunity from the numerous factions out there. For several reasons, the 4 Dow colleges could only open this land of opportunity once every few years. As there were only 4,000 spots, each Dow college could only admit their best 1,000 students. The reason the major exam had been brought forward was because the 4 Dow colleges had determined the date to open the Mystic Realm. Thus, it was not only Ethereal Dow College that had brought forward their exams but also the other 3 Dow colleges. This was because the Dow colleges needed a large competition to choose the best 1,000 students. In this selection, the 1,000 people chosen would enter the 4 Dow colleges' Mystic Realm. The remaining people would, as before, enter each individual Dow college's own Mystic Realm. Right now, as the announcement spread, the Dow College was blanketed by a din. It was obvious that the common Mystic Realm trial location used by all 4 Dow colleges afforded great opportunity, one far greater than the normal trial venues. True Breath was above ancient martial arts, but there were differences even within True Breath. True Breath is spirit root. Wang Baol, who had been sitting cross-legged in the cave abode, had also received the announcement from the Chancellor. The Chancellor had asked him to take part in this exam, and spirit root is necessary to transcend. Wang Baol inhaled deeply and looked at the information in the voice transmission ring that the Chancellor had sent regarding the True Breath realm. The quality of spirit roots range from 1 to 8 inches. In a regular exam, there are no spirit roots above 5 inches. Only in the Mystic Realm exam are there spirit roots that are more than 5 inches. The reason it's not called spirit root but true breath is because spirit roots have no shape and are only auras. The 3 ancient martial realms are preparation for the containment of true breath. After all, human bodies are like sieves. There are too many holes. The moment a normal person absorbs true breath into their body, they won't be able to hold it in. That's why there are 3 ancient martial realms. One of the realms is blood chi, to make the foundation of one's body sturdier. The second realm, physical seal, is to seal all the sweat pores in one's body. The last realm, pulse enrichment, is to seal shut the last pore in the body. Only through this can one seal one's body completely and contain true breath, making it part of one's own body. Wang Baol looked at the voice transmission ring. Although he knew half of it, the other half was new to him. True breath realm. Wang Baol stayed silent. In his mind, he remembered how, when he went home, a youth had killed a true breath beast. After much consideration, his gaze showed determination. He had decided to participate. I've already reached the peak on Lower Academy Island. If I want to improve, I have to break through the ancient martial realm and step into the true breath realm. The high official's autobiographies said that if one wants to have huge achievements, they must not stay in one place. Even though my life now is comfortable, I have to step into the true breath realm to enter Upper Academy Island and to move on to the next stage. Wang Baol clenched his fists, his gaze showing a hint of combativeness. At present, he had some understanding of the Upper Academy Island. While he reigned supreme in the Lower Academy Island, in the eyes of the Upper Academy Island, he was not quite at the same level. It was not that he was not worth mentioning, but there was still a gap as large as a ravine between them. To bridge this gap he could only attain true breath. The battle of life and death in Pond Cloud Rainforest had taught Wang Baol that he needed to constantly get stronger so as not to be bullied by other people. In the Federation, one's cultivation was also linked on some level to government positions. I'll do it. Enter the first 1,000, go to the mystic realm, win opportunities for myself, and attain true breath. Just as he decided on this, there were many other people in Ethereal Tao College's Lower Academy Island who had made the same decision. Although a large number of students who were preparing to enter the exam were older students, there was still a number of new students who had moved from the ancient martial arts to physical seal who were also considering it. They decided that they would try it out. Even if they failed, they could try again, but they would feel indignant if they gave up. One of them was Zhuo Yifan. He had currently finished cultivating in the combat faculty's demonstration hall. He wiped his sweat while listening to the announcement from the voice transmission ring, and his eyes shone. The top 1,000. My goal is the top 10. At the same time, in the combat faculty, Chun Ziheng and Lu Zihao had also made their decision. It was the same for those in the other faculties, such as Du Min from the alchemy faculty. In addition, on the veranda of the array formation faculty's cave abode, there was a beautiful young woman wearing a Taoist robe, her ebony hair gently buffeted by the wind. This young woman's expression was simple and elegant, seemingly untouched by worldly cares. There was a sense of innocence in her eyes, but also a determination toward cultivation. Talented and bright, she had been famous 1 year ago and could have gone to White Deer Tao College. Alt-hot she eventually became head prefect. She remained low-key. She was Zhao Yeming. True breath. Zhao Yeming muttered softly, her eyes calm. It seemed that, to her, there was no need to consider if she ought to take the exam to enter true breath. It was because this was already her destined path. As everyone started their preparation, it seemed that the conflict between the Tao Enlightenment faculty and Wang Baol was largely reduced. It was not completely gone, however. This was because there was news spreading within the Tao Enlightenment faculty that suggested that one of the students who had used Wang Baol to enlighten themselves had successfully reached enlightenment and sensed his Tao. He was currently in seclusion. This news greatly excited the Tao Enlightenment faculty. If not for the Tao College exams, there might have been a new batch of students looking to use Wang Baol to enlighten themselves on the Tao. The momentum would have been even bigger. After hearing this news, Wang Baol was frightened. He thought of the dean's warning and the fact that there were 20,000 people in the Tao Enlightenment faculty. His heart started to grow anxious. Fake news, it must be fake news. Within a few days, the news of the Tao College exam had spread to everyone, and they started to register themselves. On the Tao Enlightenment faculty peak, there was a section of the cliff that jutted out. Below this section, there was a bottomless abyss. Above were blue skies and white clouds. Standing there, it seemed like one could soar off into the skies. On the edge of this cliff, a bald, handsome young man sat cross-legged. He wore the Tao College's robe. He was not the head prefect of the Tao Enlightenment faculty, much less well known in the Tao Enlightenment faculty. He also did not take part in the incident with Wang Baol. It was as though all the pointless titles were not important to him. Other than him, his world was the empty cup in front of him, pure beyond belief. There was no water in this cup, and it had been placed in front of him for a long time. He had also sat cross-legged for a while. He did not even know how long he had been sitting there. Suddenly, a drop of water suddenly appeared in that empty cup. The instant that the water appeared in the empty cup, the young man smiled. The moment he smiled, a different kind of vitality seemed to settle around him. This vitality spread, causing the flowers and grass around him to move on their own. It seemed as though the surrounding plants had grown a little. At the same time, in the emptiness behind him, an elder appeared out of thin air. This elder wore a simple Taoist robe. Although his face was full of wrinkles, his gaze showed a deep glow, without anger or arrogance. If one took a close look at his eyes, it seemed like there was a huge stove hidden in his gaze. The eyes would see him in person, but once one closed their eyes, one would feel like the blazing sun was in front of them. If Wang Baol was there, he definitely would have been able to recognize that the suppressive force from this man far exceeded that of the upper academy elder who had visited the chancellor's talk. It was extremely scary, as though it could scorch the earth. Furthermore, this elder's appearance did not attract the attention of anyone from the lower academy island. It was as though he could hide his appearance if he wanted to, and no one in Ethereal Tao College would be any wiser. This is because he was the previous Federation President and Ethereal Tao College's only Grand Supreme Elder. Not bad. Although it has been some time, it can finally be considered successful. The elder smiled and spoke gently. As he spoke, the bald youth immediately turned around. After noticing the elder behind him, he immediately stood and cupped his fists in deep respect. Master, you don't need to take part in the Tao College's big exam. That is a place for non-Tao Enlightenment faculty people to compete. As for you, I'll take you to a place only for the Tao Enlightenment faculty. A special place to cultivate. As the elder finished speaking, he flung his sleeve. Immediately, the surroundings blurred. Once everything became clear again, both the elder and the youth had disappeared. As time passed, all the students of the Tao College who had registered for the exams had spit on their hands and getting pumped in preparation for the exam. The date for the exam had also finally been set. The major exam would take place 5 days later. The number of people taking part in the big exam had also been confirmed during this period. As this time was special, there were 10,000 more people than normal, hitting a total of 50,000 people. The extra 10,000 people were students who had not reached the age of graduation in 5 years or less but believed that they had a chance. Even though only 1,000 people could enter the combined mystic realm of the 4 Tao colleges, the chance was rare, so all those people with confidence did not want to let go of this opportunity, all of them aiming to get within the top 1,000. As for those who did not get into the top 1,000 and could not enter the combined mystic realm, there was still the individual mystic realm trial for Ethereal Tao College. Even though the standard was far lower, and the longest spirit route was only 5 inches, to many people 5 inches was enough. At the same time, because of the increase in people, these sort of 50,000 strong competition and fighting only occurred in Ethereal Tao College when the 4 Tao colleges opened the combined mystic realm. For many other students, this would be the only time they would encounter this sort of event in their student life. As such, even the students who did not register watched this extremely closely. I wonder who's going to be in the top 1,000. Never mind the first years, but Wang Baol, Zhuo Yifan, and Zhao Yaming and the others are among the second years. These people all have a chance. Don't look down on the senior students. After all, they have been in the Tao College longer and have also trained for a longer time. They definitely will not give up this chance. Regardless of whether it was casual conversations between students of the Tao College or discussion online, the topic of the major exam was on everyone's lips over those 5 days. Gradually, as the enthusiasm for the big exam started to boil over, the exam officially began. As the day arrived, the Tao College announced the exam regulations. The first was preliminary screening, which would pick 2,000 people out of about 50,000. For the head prefects who registered, they did not need to enter the preliminary screening. They could simply join the selected 2,000 people once the preliminary screenings were over. The next stage was to choose the top 1,000 from these 2,000 people. The method of selection was not complicated. These 2,000 people would draw lots to determine their opponent and then fight it out in 5 matches. The location would be the peaks of Ethereal Tao College's various faculties, with almost 100 arenas. Similarly, lots would be used to determine which arena the students would be assigned to. As for the final rankings, the one who won all 5 matches would definitely be within the top 1,000. For those who won 4 but lost 1 match, Getting within the top 1,000 was not much of a problem either. As for the others, they would need to fight again for the remaining spaces. This kind of competition structure obscured the true number one. In a certain sense, there was no number one, only the top 1,000. Furthermore, luck was also an important factor. Soon, following the announcement of the rules and the opening of the exam, the enthusiasm of all the students of Ethereal Dao College's Lower Academy Island reached its peak. Those people who had taken part in the major exam also began their fight on these 100 arenas. With that, one battle after another began. The teachers also grew busy, as they needed to be the referees of the matches and also take measures to prevent injuries. In an instant, there were roars from the Dao College's arenas. The cheering of the students undulated, resounding throughout the area. Wang Baol did not seclude himself in the cave abode all day. Instead, he often went to watch the other matches in the arenas. His main aim was to watch the matches of the other faculties, as he understood that he would definitely have to fight people from other faculties in his matches. Array Formation Faculty, Traps Faculty, Alchemy Faculty. I need to understand how these people fight so that I can have a better chance at winning. Wang Baol knew that he could not underestimate them, so he ate his snacks while standing near the arenas, watching the matches extremely seriously. Many of the fights were held simultaneously, so even when he returned to the cave abode, he would search for videos on the Spirit intranet to study, till he had a clear idea of what was going on. Just like that, the time passed and 50,000 people finally became 2,000. Within these 2,000 people, almost 90% were fifth-year senior students. Regardless of whether it was their cultivation or skills, they had already reached the highest attainment. Clearly, their days in the Dao College had brought out their advantages which exceeded the new students greatly. There were many who caused Wang Baol to pay full attention during their battles. There were some in the combat faculty who had mastered various mystic techniques which were exclusive to the combat faculty. Some could create illusions behind them, results of a certain circulation method due to an abundance of blood qi. There were also speed-type mystic techniques. When used, the speed was so alarming that even Wang Baol's eyes contracted. In fact, these experts from the combat faculty were secondary. What scared Wang Baol the most were the alchemy and array formation faculties. The tactics used by the students from these two faculties were too strange. Wang Baol witnessed a senior student from the alchemy faculty who would not have been able to face a combat faculty student head-on. However, he was good at poison alchemy, forcing his opponent to admit defeat. The alchemy faculty also had pills to strengthen their own body. The moment they swallowed the pills, their strength would rise exponentially, becoming so powerful that they shocked people. With the difference in pills, the fighting methods of the alchemy faculty are also similarly varied. It's impossible to guard against. While Wang Baol felt worried, the array formation faculty also gave him a headache. The moment that students from the array formation faculty attacked, they could create an array formation at the fastest speed. They would use the power from the environment to suppress and contain, and there was even a battle where Wang Baol personally witnessed an array formation student create an entire mirage. In that battle, his opponent did not even fight, immediately acknowledging his defeat. Other than these two faculties, the traps faculty and the other faculties were not easy opponents either. To Wang Baol, this period of observation allowed him to have an even deeper understanding of the system in the entire Ethereal Dao College. Finally, from these 50,000 people, 2,000 were selected, and all the registered head prefects joined in to begin the second round of the exam. On some level, this could be called the final stage of selection. To the students from the various faculties watching the match, the attraction of the second round far exceeded the first. Even the teachers were interested, and the referees from each match grew from 1 to 3 people. Among those slightly more than 2,000 Dao College students, each one of them was the cream of the crop in Ethereal Dao College. On some level, one could even say confidently that a large number of these 2,000 students would enter the true breath realm. Even the final eliminated 1,000 could achieve the opportunity of attaining true breath transformation in the Dao College's own mystic realm. Thus, the Dao College was especially careful to ensure that there were no deaths during the exam. Even people from the Upper Academy Island came to prevent any sort of accident. With that, This exam for 2000 became the most important event in the entire Ethereal Dao College. The attention it reached a peak. Just as all the countless students were closely watching, Wang Baol received the notification and began to draw lots to determine his first battle. He did not need to personally go to a designated place as he could draw lots on the Dao College's spirit intranet. Right now, Wang Baol sat cross-legged in the cave abode. After drinking a large gulp of ice spirit water, he wiped his mouth and opened the spirit intranet. For the first battle, which faculty will it be? Wang Baol inhaled deeply and drew his lot. Soon the result came out. It did not give the opponent's identity, only the venue and time of the competition. The time was in 2 hours, and the venue was the Dermic Armament faculty's third arena. For a moment, Wang Baol was stunned. After all, it was his first time drawing lots, and he had thought that he could directly find out the opponent's identity. He scratched his head and checked the spirit intranet before realizing that many people had the same query. Finally, he thought about it and came up with an answer. This is to prevent people from cheating once they have found out their opponent's identity. So, they only gave the time and venue, and we can only find out who our opponent is once we reach the arena. This Ethereal Dao College is truly cunning, Wang Baol muttered to himself. Seeing that there was not much time left, he quickly began meditating to adjust his inner breath. Only when he reached his peak state did Wang Baol finally release a breath. Counting the time, he walked out of the cave abode when it was almost time for the competition, running straight toward the third arena. The Dermic Armament faculty had a total of 10 arenas. The third arena was located near the Spirit Stones Hall. At that moment, there were already 3 teachers seated outside the arena, waiting for both competitors to arrive. There were also many people sitting around the arena watching. Although the students watching did not know who was competing, they knew that anyone who made it within the top 2000 was a strong contender. So, to all these students, unless it was someone famous or a match that they had chosen themselves, it did not make much of a difference which match they watched. Don't know who's going to be fighting here. Is it someone from our Dermic Armament faculty? Everyone, keep an eye on the spirit intranet. It will be announced in a moment. I want to watch Wang Baol's match. I think it's better to watch Zhao Yaming's match. After all, she's a top student who managed to get into White Deer Dao College. Just as the surrounding people discussed this, the crowd suddenly let out a cry and quickly dispersed. A thin youth wearing a Taoist robe and a cold expression walked out from inside the crowd and jumped up onto the arena. As he stood, he shook his sleeve and looked icily at the sky. It's Wu Haisen. He's a 5th-year senior student from the first 50,000 students. I heard that the Dharma treasure that he's refined is extraordinarily powerful. I can't believe we get to watch one of the strong competitors from our Dermic Armament faculty in this match. Haha. I wonder who his opponent is and which faculty he is from. As the crowd grew more excited while chatting, Wu Haisen stood on the stage and looked at the time, impatience on his face. Suddenly, a stronger cry erupted from inside the crowd. As the sound traveled, Wang Baol's figure rushed in from afar. His speed was extremely fast, and he jumped directly onto the stage. As that round body landed, the crowd exploded. Wang Baol! He actually got on the arena. Don't tell me. Heavens, Wu Haisen's opponent is actually Wang Baol. The crowd inhaled. As they discussed, they looked at Wu Haisen with sympathy. It was truly the case that Wang Baol was the triple head prefect. His ability had been fully acknowledged, and he fully deserved the title of number 1 in the Dermic Armament faculty. Furthermore, with such a status, maybe the other faculties would have dared, but in his own faculty, who would dare raise a hand against him? Wang Baol coughed dryly. He also felt that it was strange. He did not expect his first opponent to be someone from the same faculty. Right now, he was feeling good. He laughed loudly and cupped his fists at the crowd before looking at Wu Haisen. His expression grew serious. Student, forget the fact that I am a head prefect. Come, use your best Dermic artifact against me. Although I am the triple head prefect, I will not seek revenge against you. Following Wang Baol's appearance, the previously calm Wu Haisen's eyes grew wide. His expression changed greatly. He inhaled and took a few steps back. When he heard Wang Bao's words, he wailed in despair internally. Damn it, I'm really too unlucky. Why is it him? Wu Haisen felt extremely depressed. To others, he was a strong contender who had made it within the top 2,000. He knew, however, that he was lucky to have made it within the top 2,000. If he had met someone from another faculty in this round, he might have still stood a chance. But the moment he thought of Wang Bao, Wu Haisen laughed bitterly. He had seen Wang Bao fight before, and he knew that his power was alarming. That twisting and crotch-kicking especially made him shudder. Furthermore, while Wang Bao had told him not to worry about his status as a head prefect, to Wu Haisen, it seemed as though it was more of a warning. How could he forget that all those who opposed you ended up with terrible fates? Like, I'll believe you when you say you won't take revenge. How stupid would I have to be to believe that? Just as Wu Haisen thought that to himself, the three teachers rechecked the rules and announced the start of the match. Just as the sound of battle began, Wang Bao let out a large cry and was about to advance when Wu Haisen quickly retreated and started shouting, "I concede! I concede!" As he spoke, he cupped his fists at Wang Bao and turned to leave immediately. While he felt depressed, he also felt that he had made the right choice. After all, there were other matches after this one, and who could guarantee that when he stepped off the arena, there would not be a huge group of inspectors coming up to him? He might as well conserve his strength and push himself in the next match. That could kill two birds with one stone. The crowd let out a sound at Wu Haisen's choice. However, most of them understood and agreed with his choice. After all, if it had been them, they would have made the same choice to acknowledge defeat. That is the only head prefect with great power. It's smartest to acknowledge defeat. Never mind not being able to defeat him. Even if you manage to defeat him, you have to consider the risks of offending Wang Bao. Seeing that he had won without any effort, Wang Bao was happy, feeling that he had already reached what the high officials' autobiographies called the Master's Realm. People say that the most handsome people receive the best treatment from the rest of the world. Now, I have already reached the level of making people admit defeat with just a glance. If we look at the entire Dao College, who else can do this? No one. Drunk on his own praise, Wang Bao touched his own face and looked at his slim body. He exuded happiness and was feeling extremely smug. Wang Bao, oh Wang Bao, you are no longer simple.